Ukraine area, known in English as Galicia or Halachina in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between the Eastern orientation of many Ukrainians that is going to be politically augmented population of this map. Russian Empire, under Tsars like this map, was engaged in a very concerted effort to try and assimilate their local populations. In the case of the Jews, Nicholas I imposed the horrific Cantonist decree, which demanded that young Jewish males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service. An absolutely horrific decree that caused untold tragedy in the Jewish street. In terms of Ukrainians, it's a little bit different because Ukrainians and Russians were, as I alluded to earlier, related peoples. They were all Orthodox at this point. They had a similar language. Ukrainian is, it's hard to define exactly what a dialect means, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian and vice versa. But basically, they're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's texts. But it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarks on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as the little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were the Russians. And the Russian people were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of little brothers of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other crude moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russians. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and the development of Yiddish literature, the standardization of Yiddish, which had been spoken by the Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, and yet had never really decided upon its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constituted a distinct nation and should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous, they were living in the national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head in the revolutionary era immediately following World War I. This map here, circa 1900, shows the density of Jewish population in Ukrainian regions. The blue line represents Ukrainian boundaries as they exist today. And as you can see, the Jewish population is concentrated on the western side of the Dnipro River, that's the right bank region. But a significant amount of it spills over into the neighboring region of Austria and Romania and even Hungary. This is, of course, a very heavily Hasidic region in particular. And these cultural boundaries, these linguistic and religious boundaries, are often much more significant than the political ones, as we shall see. So during the revolutionary era, leading up to World War I, and especially in 1917, when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's in the form of a federated Russian state that includes many of the non-Russian nationalities, like Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhail Khrushchevsky. Khrushchevsky and many others assembled an organization in Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minorities, including the Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course, all of whom had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, the years after World War I were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, with many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minorities. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petliura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in violence at this time. And in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919. And one of the great paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the recorded pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to Ukrainian Petliura, who had a Minister of Jewish Affairs in his government. It's a very confusing period. I've written about this if you're curious. Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukrainian linguistic territory, and they established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that country. The white line that you can faintly see running around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries. But more significantly is the pink area in the center, which is the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR. The blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within the Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar Poland. And once again, you see that fissure where a large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow. Soviet Socialist republics, and a minority in Western Ukraine find themselves associated with, again, whether they like it or not, with the independence of Poland that reemerges after World War I. Also interesting, and you'll notice that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations. And you can see, as we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in right bank Ukraine, and especially in the Ukrainian region of Alechina, which at this point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine, and I've spoken about it in other videos, so I don't want to go into great detail, but perhaps most significant for all purposes is the infamous Holodomor, a artificial terror event orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in 1932 to 1933. That very high, particularly towards the western regions. And this accelerated a level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, false as it was, that the Jews were somehow behind. Obviously, much more to say about this complex period. Please have a look at some of the other videos just to understand it. But what ends up happening in World War II is that the region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop non-aggression pact. Stalin and Hitler agreed to cynically divide the region that separated the two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Poland 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of the Soviets for 2 years. During these 2 years, the Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to a very brutal, rapid process of communization, the collectivization of farms, the seizure of intellectuals, of intelligentsia of various types, priests and teachers and postal clerks, you name it, torturing them and ultimately murdering them. But what happens in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 22nd, 1941, is that Hitler double crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching them off guard, and as you can see in this map, penetrating deep into the Russian SSR and taking over almost all of the Ukrainian territory. The Ukrainian SSR is almost completely taken over by the Nazis, and what's most significant is that the Nazis onto Ukrainian until war begins to turn with the Battle of Stalingrad, and eventually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany and ultimately to defeat. The reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who are on the western side. They're dominated by the city of Lviv, or Lviv, as it will be pronounced by people in Virginia. These Western Ukrainians are much less likely to support their incorporation into the Soviet Union, primarily because they've had more of an orientation to capitalism and to the West and to Europe in general. Nevertheless, these are the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR that pertain right up until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Under Gorbachev, when there were widespread protests, particularly by non-Russian nationalities, and they're breaking away from the Soviet Union. Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on, even Belarus, which is normally very, very closely aligned with Russia, all break away and form their own states. And it is during this period, particularly from the 1960s onward, that we begin to see Jews and Ukrainians forming another kind of rapprochement, this time united in their opposition to Stalinism and to Soviet communism in general. One of the most notable figures that emerges from Ukraine at this time is the dissident Anatoly Sharansky, Natan Sharansky, who is now an important leader in Israel, who was one of the prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the temerity to ask permission to leave the Soviet Union. And in many ways, Jews and Ukrainians, exiled and imprisoned, began to form connections that would later be expressed in political activity and would ultimately result in the overthrow of the Soviet Union in 1991. Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map from the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more Russified the population is, at least linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movements that Putin is taking advantage of, perhaps exaggerating and certainly leveraging for his own purposes. And it is in this region where Mr. Putin is currently invaded. The Crimea to the south has been seized by Russia for some time now, and it is in these regions where the hostilities are specifically focused. However, it's very clear from maps of troop buildup that they have troops in Belarus and in Crimea as well, which threaten Ukraine and could suggest the opening much longer hostilities. How do Jews feel about this right now? Well, it's an unusual moment. Perhaps most ironically, the current president of Ukraine is in fact Jewish himself, and he has not made a secret of this, and he is the one leading Ukraine in their attempt to resist this Russian aggression. Many Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of this country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century, and specifically the late 20th century. They have the possibility of making Aliyah, leaving Ukraine and moving to Israel. This is something that 40,000 people who identify as Jewish in Ukraine today. But those Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community, they will stay and they will fight and they will resist Russian aggression. Let us hope for peace in the region and a long-standing resolution to this conflict that is in the best interest of all the peoples in the area. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students and teachers. As we all watch the terrible events that occurred in Ukraine, it is a question to recall that Jews have a very long, rich history of Christians. I've prepared a couple of videos already that claim to reveal all Jewish history there. Today, what I'd like to do is to just give you a quick biographical snippets of some historically significant Jews who have come from Ukraine. This video could be much longer than it actually is because there are literally hundreds, maybe thousands of very famous Jews who have come from Ukraine themselves or all have Ukrainian Jewish lineage. By the way, still right with that, why these Jews don't so why do you think this person that just because this video is done? There are literally hundreds of people that could have been in this video. I just took the handful that would be meaningful to me in particular. Some people are kind of surprised that I would portray life for Jews in Ukraine and exact unrelenting suffering. And I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is that for the vast majority of the time, they're in Ukraine. They live in a cultural symbiosis with their neighbors. Sometimes there's more streams, and sometimes, in fact, there's even peasant uprisings that resulted in Jewish deaths, as we had like training antagonists. But there's also, hundreds and tons of Jews of relatively peaceful villages. So they discussed the I think it's hard for people to let go of that kind of reified mindset which describes the Jews. I'm certainly not taking Ukrainian history to past yet. I think I know more than most people about the violence in this country against Jews in 1648. lose sight of the more quiet moments that dominate that moment. And by the way, some people say, well, what about Nazis? About tiny examples, sometimes more significant, obviously, certain Holocaust, of Ukrainians who supported war weapon causes. It's a silly argument. You look at America, we've got Nazis here in the United States, we've got Nazis in virtually every country of the world. They tend to be tiny little fragments of the population. They tend to represent kind of like few non-supporting individuals. They band together and rant about passers-by and things like that. We certainly don't condemn them in our society because of these tiny minorities, especially when that society is demonstrably taking steps to quell that kind of activity, which is not something even America has done very well. Anyway, I want to focus here on Ukraine. So let's have a look at some of the significant views that have been used. Here's a map just to recall what we're talking about when we say Ukraine. These are the contemporary political boundaries. Although it's important to note that with the exception of a couple of points in this long history, Ukraine was not a titular nationality. They didn't have their own state in Ukraine. This is our boundaries of our country's zone. Ukraine was typically dominated by other countries. The ethno-linguistic population known today as Ukrainians often found themselves within Poland or Russia. Also, sometimes they were divided into the western sections in particular found themselves under the Austrians, the Hungarians, the Poles, and the western found themselves under the Russians, for example. If we go to the earliest point in Ukrainian history where we actually have names of Jews, the 12th century stands out because there are two figures who belong to the Talmudic school of Orthodox. These are very important thinkers who circulated commentaries on the Talmud in particular. One is named Moshe of Kiev. He maintained correspondence with the Rabbinic town of the most famous of his school of scholars, also corresponded with the Rabbi of Baghdad. And there's another Isaac of Chernihiv, sometimes referred as Isaac of Yitzhak of Chernihiv, that Russian pronunciation of the same place. Also a 12th century figure who traveled to the West, to the Rhineland, and became one of the schools of Yehuda, as I said, where it was really interested in Ashkenaz. Here's what Ukraine looked like at that time. This is a field of Kiev Rus, where it was centered in Kiev, which is sort of in the center of this map here, but extended really quite far north as well. There are many, many more famous Jewish names get to the 18th century in particular. That's because Ukraine has been absorbed over the following centuries. Hundreds and hundreds of Jews, even people who even discuss these video. But briefly, anti-Semitic pressures from the West, driving them out, and economic possibilities drawing them in. And they live at this time under the auspices of the Polish government. Those who believe in concept. Here is what that massive state looked like in 1764. The Ukrainian part of it is sort of like the bottom section of the Yellow Mountain. See where Kiev is just outside this. The part which was in part of Russia proper, Russia used by the barred from living in Russia from 1479 on. So all the Jews who are making their way to the east are going to tie back to the Polish Commonwealth, and many of them are sections in this southern half, which is represented by this yellow section. It is in this area that the Hasidic movement flourishes. The founder of the Hasidic movement, Rabbi Yisrael ben Eliezer, also known as the Baal Shem Tov, who lived from about 1700 to 1760. He came from the western region of Ukraine, from the city of Menchibaz. And in one of his principal students, both there, the Mahir Mensevich came from the town of Menchibaz. Many of the Hasidic dynasties that are still active today, like Chernobyl, Vizhnitz, Ornostat, Sibila, they all come from Ukraine. Famous Hasidic leaders like Avinezov, Ruzhets. Hasidism is overwhelmingly a Ukrainian phenomenon, particularly in the 18th century. This map here shows you Nachman of Breslov, came originally from Lechowicz, and he was active, of course, in Wrocław, as well as Nachman of Breslov. But he decided he wanted to be buried in Qumran, largely because of the many ways of transition of the Haidamach massacres of 1760. Another very important leader from this is, of course, Rabbi the seventh Rabbi of the Chabad movement. Although Chabad itself is not originally Jewish proper, the seventh Rabbi was born in Ukraine, then known as Chabadinoslav, later known as Chabad. What happens next? The overall development of the Jewish population there is in the late 18th century, the country is swallowed up by its neighbors, and Russia takes over a massive section of the Jews. A smaller number of those Jews territory actually ends up in Austria-Hungary, in Galicia, but the majority of Jews end up in this region, so the Taik settlement, which is where they were allowed to live under Russian czars from Texas and and during this period of time, the 18th century and 19th century, we understand this flourishing of Jewish culture. And all kinds of great writers like Chardonnay, who pioneered Yiddish and used the first author of the very successful rated Broadway play and movie, Fiddler on the Roof. Isaac Baba, a great Russian stylist, a great Catholic musician, and in Hebrew, and not Yahweh, and many others, he was the poet laureate of the Jewish people in the 19th century. In music, you see people like Vladimir Horowitz, the great pianist and composer, incredible. Leslie Rosenblatt, a character who's written absolutely world famous in science. You have Jews like Vladimir Taik, who was the man who developed the vaccine for cholera and for the bubonic plague. The national hero in India. He was a sample of a stamp that has a face on it because he did the public that political leaders, Leon Trotsky, of course, the leader of the Red Army, one of the leaders of the Soviet Union. Golda Meir, also Kennedy, as there is actually a plaque that is posted in her honor at her birthplace in Peru. She went on to go through the conference. So, we could go on and on. I just really stopped at the early 20th century, but there's so many great Jews who have done Africans who are either born in Ukraine or descended from Ukrainian Jews. There's a place of tremendous history for Jews, and we should bear that in mind, look at the people of Ukraine are spared the suffering of their children who are living in these places. Thank you very much for watching. I've recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me, and unfortunately surprise me more, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the Kazakh version of the name very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think there's something unfortunate about that. So for this video on the next, which we're going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar, the larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazar. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection to Khazar, it is very, very tiny. The female and gold, which is largely European and Middle Eastern fashion. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about. What is the resolution to something which is a burning question? First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is clouded, historians more or less around the idea that a population in the region of see not too far from northern blacks, part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century. The total empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and Rus, that would be based in today's Kiev, Ukraine. In the 10th century, they basically disappeared. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, these are the boundaries, but this is a general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, we have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germans, with the Rhine land, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region of the world. Now, from what we know from lots of other sources, there is a pretty significant eastward expansion and migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there, they constitute the largest demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, to Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and basically the migration to Iran. That's basically a certain term. Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those who use that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there that we have to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups, such as the Spartan, who trace their origins to the Iberian Peninsula, especially we'll talk a lot more about that shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian case. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, of some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time of the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe. The other hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazi out of Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants of the Khazars, and that's the connection. Now, why should we care about this? It's something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis. And the Jews originating in Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shlomo Stanford, Hebrew University, great scholars with quite a bit on Eastern European history. He's published quite a bit on Khazar. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews have not descended of the process. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back to my earlier videos, as I've been doing this over the last 10 years, there's growing amounts of data that my own segregation studies, the parents of data, DNA evidence in the forest that the stones have in their toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent, as opposed to a collective identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like in that diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Iran Taik, who's written some interesting papers on this, but he makes controversial scholars are not accepting the research that is presented specifically in Khazar Jews only ate this specific parameter glucose in the life. That's a tiny number to really make a huge statement about the vast majority of uncounted Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely zero, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to the road region. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, educated guessed, using Georgian content on Indians, which lived roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's there at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly historians, have not accepted this literally data evidence suggests that secondly, to pile on to the third point here, the second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. And one of the things that we certainly expect to see is that Jews will pick up Khazar technology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews, because Ashkenazi originally from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was essentially the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of the Jews, 25% of Jews throughout the empire, if that's correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivation. The professor named Rabbi is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish. He's argued for the word daven, which means to pray. Nice Turkic origin. He's kind of on the idea. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguing to the contrary that its grammar is essentially Slavic is nonsensical to anyone who studied all three language groups. If you study German, if you study Slavic languages, if you study Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is virtually German with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew and Aramaic, those Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French and other various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migration. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising. We're just talking about using a Slavic area. Turkish, they're Slavic, they're different languages. And they're basically like pieces of aspects and other functional grammatic forms. So, bottom line is, Yiddish is looking at every word German that it is Turkish. The Turkish elements, the kind of elements, astonishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. Where are the recipes? Where are folk customs? Where are superstitions, stories, legends, the songs that one would expect to come from those origins? Simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, structures of the same. Polish and so on, after 1,000 years of the region. We have elements of German and Latin and French types of cultural adhesions that follow the Jewish travel, but we don't have society. So, the burden of proof is clearly on those who actually push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question. Where did the Ashkenazi Jews come from? I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Donald Behar, who's a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit. He's got some great studies of DNA, and they must have both just a good last years. One of the most fascinating fascinating thing to be discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin. And there's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived as like they knew each other, but the 4 specific women has had tremendous impact on Ashkenazi people. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. In other words, it's just one big family, despite the superficial differences, skin color, architecture, and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family, and there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples amongst whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of Jews moving from Western Europe to Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out includes something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you some diagrams of study in a second, so if you're not going to know about Jewish males and Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common, well-documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion by women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jews and Eastern European Jews. We also have a phenomenon which is consistent with this phenomenon of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to be persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population with a bottleneck forms, and that because of their much fewer people from the later ancestry derive their origins. This helps explain the very large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer, Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck. Perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe, that was in the 1980s, represent the basis of much larger populations. The bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we are thinking. Although Italy may be more equipped than most historians have done. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and just to look specifically at the Levites on the right hand side. The Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are, and it's only the males passed down father to son. Others do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the wide chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they all do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distant origin, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazi part of Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2, just to be fast. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back to the original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there on the extension towards the west, along with the arrow label number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to join families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews, particularly in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appear, probably somewhere around the year 1000. responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry and also developed a tremendous popularity in Asia, Latin America, and so on. Now, if you look at these lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have was on the way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route does not necessarily explain the origins of Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites that Ashkenazi paid, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that we have. Nevertheless, we do have Jews living around the coast of North Africa, it's not necessarily Levites that are we get the basic ideas, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly to the Italian vector, and there are 4 women, ironically, the Sour Declaration of Korea of Ashkenazi Jews accounts for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about the Italians? Thank you very much for watching. Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jews in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call it, Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, that's how to say, of the Khazar conversion is this book, Kuzari, written by Rabbi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story described in Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed it into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this king Yuvan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual, concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. Both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching the borders, and he thinks to himself, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of the other faiths and so on? And so he has a debate. So he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi writing it, King Milan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Khazarian people ultimately follow him to Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you notice that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Khazari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Khazari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Levi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews Muslims and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Levi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important towards what the Levi wanted to achieve in his work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source, it's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. It's trying to go back and understand what some of them did. So let's go back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Taik and Shakur. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for the Levi's work as well. Taik and Shakur, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, a very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Taik and Shakur were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report, however brief, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places, as we shall see. Many skeptics will say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were amazingly preserved until they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is the so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in a Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a patek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this patek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up the trust. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated. Typically, this is not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian William Lipsak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen out of times, the person is worthy, and he should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted there in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be rooms that say, I have read it, or we have read it. Fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be a signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or the Parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazar community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kiev Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire, the Polish Empire, and so on. It's the so-called Povest Vremenia Priet, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Khazari. There's a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity. And there is a representative of the Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And it's absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Hasdai and Ruth with King Joseph, as they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. And finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. Well, what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. Oh, if you ask Professor Shaul Stamfer, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stamfer is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story. Right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kiev letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So, trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, and I tend to believe something happened there with regard to conversion. Why did they convert? there does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us. Besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chasdai and Shapur, widely regarded as a forgery. But in that letter, the primary vocation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice. But maybe I've been a historian too long. I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine and then Kiev and Rus in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, as we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So a lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times. But it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adia-Mene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Sinjar, in the Yerevan Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. And it could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. Don't know. Thirdly, perhaps contributing to the ongoing history of the Khazars, what happened to them? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kiev was destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the chronicle of bygone years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to the Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in a previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention by the comments. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering this question, why would people care? What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. You consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zahn, who's an Israeli historian, who's written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews that this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg, maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Uh, Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law, and although I'm not a theologian, I don't think I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity and of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because they're real. Right? As we've discussed when we look at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew, halachic being in terms of Jewish life. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis. And for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, the way the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why ironically you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issues with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stanford's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly we're going to look at the Jewry. Thank you very much for watching. In this brief video, I just want to take a few minutes to walk you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. Of course, this is very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1938 just to give you a sense of how Jews got there. This is what we start with the very beginning. Let's go back to the biblical. The Bible does report significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration under the patriarch Abraham from Syria to what we today Babylon, today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel, and then, of course, there's the tiny population of some 70 individuals in Egypt, and then the Exodus from Egypt. And later on, we'll get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well. You can see there's an 8th century They primarily north of Iraq, and then in the 6th century there was another major displacement, destruction of the first temple, further south in the Mesopotamian region between the Taik and the Rabbi. So you have some sense of those migrations. There are during this time as well some Egypt, the southern part of the river, the Upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we have some of it. So if you move to late antiquity, let's start with the first century elements. You've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. For the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. That's still all the empire, massive and both of them moves to the north to the region of Galilee. That's why I put the two circles there on this map, this land of Israel. You still have these nucleus of the Jews who have immigrated to Iraq, which forcibly moved to Iraq under the region of the Syrian Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population. Actually, becomes a major economic center, so that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there, the circle on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those regions. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would suggest that the Alexandrian population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and modern day Iraq. Also, in this context, is major development of the Jewish population in Italian Israel in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the first century. So a significant population that had pre-existing structure of the temple really in the first century before the common era of Jews living in Rome. There was a lot more that was sent over there as prisoners of war. So this map does not indicate the dawning Jewish settlements that are from the Greek Peninsula, Asia Minor, across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what we think of Tunisia and Gaza today, and Libya today, so you've got Jews spreading out the Black Sea littoral at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what become very important story. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews go to the medieval period now. You see that there is a gradual increase in towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews in Mesopotamia, and in fact, it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the northern Africa. We know they're moving as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. We have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century on. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Israel, and their movement north becomes the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population cities that had already settled with Jews in the 1st century are in these parts of the Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving to England, and you have Jews moving closer to Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anticipated persecution on the one hand that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into Eastern European heartland, places like arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have significant ones in 1290, and Jews basically across the channel going into France, into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492, that drives a large number of Jews from France, in the hundreds of thousands throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and very significant, not huge, but important spies in Israel as well. And then I made a distinction with the Greek arrows. That's like I made a suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to the east, because increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce, as leaseholders, as arrendators, as ministers in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the West driving them towards the East, but also the economic draw bringing them into the Eastern regions. And if we switch back again to the Western part of Europe, you see in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the new world, which is being discovered as we speak about this particular period of expulsions. And indeed, not only from Spain, but also from Portugal, sometimes as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take the as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There also is this theory about migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail on this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, as we move to the modern period, the early modern period, you get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe, and as you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe, in particular. A small number of Jews, about 17% in North Africa, a smaller amount are in the East. The modern empire, which Mesopotamia, was such a major population center, but clearly by the time we get to the year 1700s, the balance of population is shifted to Europe empties out quite significantly because in the 19th century there is a general movement once again westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the field of settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and basically overlapped much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to support people. So this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. Massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country in the United States of America. That means north 70,000 Jews moving to my homeland, my birthplace, because they heard they have some healthcare there. And of course, a significant number as well to South America. And roughly equal amounts, this is now about 45,000 to go to the developing community in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going over to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of this map is to scale. So this is the relative size of the population. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews. There are 16 million overall, but the U.S. and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well, and significant populations in other parts of the world as well. Now, I happen to be this week that we are looking at something fascinating. Smaller migrations to India and China, but I hope you address those huge problems. That's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Jewry, the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional count, now that we're past Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than he will never eat more calories than the calendar year number. And then he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry to do that. I know a lot of you don't like my humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see it in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries. You get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. So the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine, Belarus, and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Taik settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures. At any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration path that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Obisperanit Death, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to the Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up until the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect with letters. They're not playing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in the very early period, is that Jews are serving as loyal minters and making money. You have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol, or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Yeshko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating. Why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because the Jews are the ones who were working with the money primarily in small commerce that became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture. We'll talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth property, there are both push and pull factors. Meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by Gerson representing King Casimir, who is accepting Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Professor Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology, that Hebrew Polin, and then here, Pol, Lin, will rest, or here you will find refuge. So, in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seem to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on legitimate authorities to maintain ROTHSCHILD as a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerous clauses that Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. So that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class resulted in a series of expulsions. In France, in particular, three expulsions in the 14th century. And so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever have before. Now, there's also pull factors. And the Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce points like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually fighting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerous, you will live in concentrated areas, and you can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews move in and set up convenient businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We're going to speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, provenantia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why so many Jewish folk tales, Ukrainian folk tales, have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. But bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment. People live within communities. You're part of the Jewish community. You're not an individual who chose to affiliate, who were legally bound to that community, culpable along with the community for criminal taxes, punishment sometimes, things like that. So the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with let's do it in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Conquest Rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Pillage, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews. And you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north of Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehillah, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Empire within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly at the beginning, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in the world at the time. It's really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards to administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than as the Council of Lands involved, that it led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well and open a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Smolensk Rebellion of 1648, where the Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be a topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled with Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, very large loss of life and significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jew population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Rabbi, an important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. And it shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks would gather. Cossacks, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, Cossacks, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in some kind of I'm not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they were the raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the Great National Awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorosians, or Little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising will emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they're concentrating in this region, which we should call Right Bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from the Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we've also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards Ukraine or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in medieval period, where nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town, own, the bread mill, and own the bridges, and own the orchards and the forests and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let's not recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try to find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called ROTHSCHILD at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed. It's kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that, in fact, this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish Arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Kurati. The so-called Kretschma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage and remain. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image that there's a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. But this man shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered together and did a proto-nationalist movement that led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and particularly in the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, in this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Taik, Xeras Taik. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Taik. And it lives on in Jewish literature as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe for the horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yevet Sura, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the Abyss of Despair. This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Charles Dampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Lippert of Hamel to the important commentator on the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly proved about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in a kind of attitude towards Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the one may argue even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well, not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. But for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5-page note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezhalezhnosti in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it. Behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft would have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the 100 years of peaceful existence of Jews and Eastern Europe have a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers to the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very different view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean Kabbalistic movement associated with newly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued the fact that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Benzion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you a sense that the views of what is Hasidism, what is its significance, what is its theology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you will recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact a large chunk of Jews living in this area will be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually unified. It was free of Jews because they had been since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, "Oh my gosh, I have all these tens of perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia." One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale of Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, couldn't get permission to live in St. Petersburg or Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Mongolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as cantonista, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving only small functions, essentially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to be someone who goes beyond what is naturally required. Someone who does extras. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, illusion or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on the veikut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believe in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that was actually a desiderata. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, the often uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zohar, someone who just recites songs, rather just going through the book, reading the words as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they would essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decayed elements of the Jewish community under the course of that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who were not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who is known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part, particularly known as Balei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his beautiful first night in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Picasso or record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my colleague, senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources he found in indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Menshikos, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have done this well, that still provides clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western train, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement. We'll discuss it further in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, as I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based source. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Labs. We talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. This is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim, or Mitznagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well, we shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmulke culture, right? Get it? Yarmulke culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture and theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, who call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time, they weren't necessarily given as Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, is we believe in 613, the Nagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they are in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Yadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the elder rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. You can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Kwiatkowski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. It is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that, in many ways, the Nagdim called themselves opponents. They had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition. And the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Nagdim? The most significant, the king of the Nagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Nagdim, was none other than Vilna Gaon, a great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Nagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go through them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi, rather go to a genuine rabbi, rather hang out with somebody who cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. In fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does the people last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements, or that the Nagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restricted prayer times? You have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time, in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari. They follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed in the book at the spot. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There's a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications that as a primary contribution to the historiography, saying, hey, the debate between the Nagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that. That if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Nagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than that, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was a kind of experimentation with intention. Maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians really looked down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi. We discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually kind of a front for Sabbatean movement, and it had to really be extirpated now before it further affected the Jewish franchise. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and the Menachem of the Tefs, very important leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted an audience for them to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Nostalgia counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll consign those works to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, that would be great because sales would just. At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdim rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, the Shnei Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with a very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between Misnagdim and Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate what they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmud in Lithuania, and formed the center and the nucleus of a Talmudic Renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely, you better believe it. You're going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in Talmud. And in fact, that's what we were doing for more than anything else is the incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdim's vision was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah Nidra, the revealed Torah. Before you study Torah Nistra, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself, they were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with Yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in Yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my Yeshiva study. And he said, "How's it going?" I said, "Well, okay, I'm enjoying Yeshiva. I go to Yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, has a problem in it, figure out the problem, and then I come home." But I said to him, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day. There's my intellectual problems and then solving them, and then going home for dinner. Right? So he said, "Okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day." And so I said, "Okay, I'll do it." So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up and I had already gotten way past my yeshiva stuff. And I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere because I had just gotten so lost in tremendous writing stuff that kind of, and it really changed the way I like study those Tosfos. It made the Tosfos kind of jump off the page. This is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, for that whole discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Stockton had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called it Tzaddik, sometimes called it Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regard the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refused to regard these very learned and holy people as being intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of Yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism, in reaction, but also with admiration of Hasidism. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Hasidim. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and Misnagdim territory. That is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and Misnagdim movement, were today and phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish event. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of the rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria Donos, who is a Jewish thinker, and an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Whole River Valley. not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors like everybody in Florida. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, there's a lot of buildings were destroyed. He has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. Among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world. The outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it's not unique to the 16th century. It's not like he woke up in the 17th century and said, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. You see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of creative-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal inward focus perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry, definitely leans far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jump start with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who you recall were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought. Way too much of introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Muscovite. Certainly the most important of the kingdom of Muscovite was Moses Mendelssohn, self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in studying the Talmud. But the vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, Joual, Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was very similar in syntax and vocabulary and huge overlaps, but speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, there would be different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century. Wow, here is a Jew note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew, still observing Shabbat, and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high Jewish society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of his early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskala. Haskala is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of this language. Solomon Maimon, unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OT, off the derech, from the Rabbi. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, which describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. In fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seems to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and look straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time you show up for minute, when they are facing Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which the people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and, articulate a statement that would be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also its relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this happened in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights on Jews, may also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some Maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in Jewish society. Essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing. And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda, or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. You see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or Karl Marx, who had the children baptized, which was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi argued that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 630 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson version was way too modern, was way too gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed as a little bit heavier here than just traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population. That population was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration and due to a much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy leaning towards assimilation. You didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning the Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience, human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism, we discuss this as well later in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe, they have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandoning of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidic and Islamic as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago, it's on Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years, noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally but nevertheless in habit, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they never return to their families and end up assimilating into Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust the ended up here in the United States. So it's in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Mistagim had to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Seifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom on Israel, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu, and of course we know about the continuation of the Mistagim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidic Volinia, to martial devotion, to fan the embers of feeling, and the Hasidim with their ideals of Devekut, closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem, in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of Mistagim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lap of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzviko that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Mistagim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, Mistagim, and Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in Montana. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it, talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Now. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which is one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You really got to understand this map in any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that could dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there are a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. And for example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria-Hungary, which runs massive countries. Now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what do you do with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within the Soviet Republic. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make this simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff, sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous, how crazy it really was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 odd years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate this day here in the former Soviet Union, regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that. That's not really important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917 was 3 years into World War I. No sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentration of Jews that lived there. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to his knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarishch Lenin, Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it's a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next week. But anyway, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been reported as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of the White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted to have some more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course, very prominent Jew. Although it's not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless, he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there, representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international, referring to the Socialist International. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels at the top of the reference here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in the secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see it better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 is. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what we're talking about next. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lesson. I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday with the collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet Union, and take it further into the disastrous Civil War period that followed. And in particular, I want to focus on the experience of Jews in Ukrainian lands, primarily because that's actually something I know something about, believe it or not. Before we go on, I'll have a look at this page here, which shows you a remarkable artifact of that unusual era. This is a 100 Kalbovanets bill from the re-lived independent Ukrainian state. And as you can see, on the upper left, it has the word Stok Kalbovanets in Ukrainian, right? Of course, official language of the country. And on the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish, because Polish was an official language. And then at the bottom, underneath the number 100, you see in Yiddish, Kinder Kalbovanets, which is an amazing thing. Yiddish was actually an official language of this re-lived Ukrainian state. So we'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about this is because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primary research in several archives around the world, and several of them the former Soviet Union eventually came out with this book, which I'm proud to say still has some readers. It has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by a fairly important publishing house there, Dukri. And so if you're curious, you can get it in either English or Ukrainian. At any rate, what I focused on was this unusual period of time in which there was a remarkable rapprochement, that is, a coming together, a meeting of minds of populations that had lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis for a very long time, for centuries, and that, of course, is the Jewish and Ukrainian populations. They were very, very different populations. The Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, the Jews overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, and cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population, a large part of the population, but had very little power in the urban centers. And the Jews, on the other hand, highly literate, highly numerate, long oppressed and restricted by Russian authorities, but now looking for an opportunity to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire, that suddenly became possible. So under the period of the provisional government, there were more and more linkages between the Jews and the Ukrainians, and they began to talk about perhaps creating some kind of new democratic society together. When Russia became communist, that we spoke about in the previous lecture, this became much more significant. The Jewish parties who were more left-wing socialist Jewish parties were very, very uncomfortable, but there are a lot of Jewish organizations that felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with the Russians, which is an upsetting moment because for a long time Jews had exhibited if they had any kind of alliance with the larger population, it tends to be much more Russotropic. This is, by the way, a very old phenomenon where minorities tend to ally themselves with the ruling power rather than allying themselves with oppressed parts of the society, because obviously as a minority it's dangerous to be on the wrong side of the tracks, so to speak, when it comes to this matter. So they ended up allying themselves with the Ukrainians as it moved more and more towards independence, even from the Russians, because originally they had viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated society that perhaps the Russians were the most significant of the nationalities, but the Ukrainians would have significant power for themselves, and they began to move towards total independence, which was definitely a big break for the Ukrainians as well. And so during this period of time, there was actually a remarkable effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews. And it was extremely important because the Jews were quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Labich, who's one of the great world experts of Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews were in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the blue border. Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called right bank Ukraine, because the right bank of the Dnieper River, which flows from north to south, very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there's a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to way home on their own. There was a civil war brewing to the north, with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. Of course, it would explode into a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds and hundreds of documents from this period here, and it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community, and you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page, but the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter, and so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have. And so whenever they have the letter I, you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. That gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. Actually, it becomes a hard copy as you do it. And well, I'm not going to explain to you technology is kind of weird. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriter, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders, but nevertheless has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways was made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the drums that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who were active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, who we talked about in the previous lecture, who were the monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks on Jews. There were a number of foreign armies. The Polish army was there. There were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greeks, people like Nestor Makhno, who associated attacks on civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were far away from large Polish centers, and it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands, at reasonable estimates of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Magnitsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weisenberg wrote really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, the pogroms of 1918, really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. It's really, I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really phenomenal. But anyway, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described in this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% of the pogroms that were reported were attributed to Ukrainian directory forces under the control of this man. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petura was a former journalist. Early on in his career, he actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the Whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petura did not act forcefully, demonstratively, to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens is the Jews, who are beleaguered and are attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many locations are actually mobilized several times, they recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youth. Some of them were really piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they've never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by interwar Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by Moscow. Petura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard, this is in Paris, says to him, he said, Mr. Petura, and Petura says, oui, and Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested and is taken to trial for assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial ostensibly a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris ultimately became a trial of Pecunia's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbart, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting to Pecunia's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbart as an avenger of the massacres of the Holocaust. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to understand Yoda as, let's say, an architect of some kind of proto-religion. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster than he ultimately ended up losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching this. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to oppose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. That's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II. It was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Now, let us begin with a discussion of the Yevsektsiya. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Section, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Dimenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in the early period. Dimenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the Shteplach, the small villages of dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. The general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted, and there were still, numerous forces, including particularly the Ukrainian Directory and the anarchists and the white Russian forces, that is, the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy, or at least get rid of communism and establish some kind of a place. So the communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism, the kind of like a temporary period, characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole. Things like, confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this new atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called GUINNESS, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take 2 steps forward. And, the new regime could not maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you'll recall immediately followed after World War I. Right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time, till about 1924, that began to sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Buchanan, but if we focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during a period of death, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There are some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who'd shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union. But others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual, coming from he was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union, and he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Buchanan after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are. Diemenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of war communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym for SIP, which referred to the All-Russian Central Committee, the Service Zentralny Komitet. And the Yiddish, they would say that it wasn't a Russian acronym, it was a Yiddish acronym for Utsen Eat Kommandir, where 10 Jews are in charge. That was not true. You never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but there were very important influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size, the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny, whereas the vast majority of Jews were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who were religiously oriented, who recognized the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So there's a great complex of issues involved here. The thing that made the Soviet Union very popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to commit pogroms than the other forces that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered an enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support the Soviet Union. But as we shall see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 1920s for all of the non-Russian nationalities, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. And so it can be translated as rootification, like roots in a tree. Or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general society and identifying those elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but socialist in content, meaning they could wear their national costumes, they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as none of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism. Right? Nationalist in form, okay, but socialist in content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely socialist in content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of Korenizatsiya was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like, theory operating that communism was the true form of human organization. And if you dug below the accreted layers of corruption that came in from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist, and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses or dancing the hora, or they eat kreplach, or whether they ate, I don't know, karaoke, and whatever it would be, it would still be naturally communist if only you get past all those other things. So that's the policy of Korenizatsiya. And what Diemstein did was he took that material and he said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures and talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which was this idea of atheism, because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of, loose tribal familial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Militant Atheists. Sounds almost funny, actually. And this was targeting all religions, of course, not just Judaism. They published this magazine here. This is called Bezbozhnik, which means literally godless. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they were showing obviously Jesus, who was getting all of the various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of religion being opiate of the masses, that religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high, and unable to appreciate your true class enemies and things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbozhnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed to trying to do things, crazy things like rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated Stalin and Marx instead of Moses, that Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar, and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material class. Yiddish was considered the true folk language of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew characters. But that was the native tongue of like 98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention lavished on anything in Yiddish which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous, culture effervescence. And in fact, the 1920s are very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because, the more they poked around with it, they messed it up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms and Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. And also, modern Hebrew is too closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language, like, for example, chaver, which is translated to Russian as tovarich, as English, comrade. How do you speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is say, okay, you can keep the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew spelling. So for those of you who are familiar with the letters, the word for chaver in Hebrew and in Yiddish is chet, pei, resh, 3 letters. But in Yiddish, in the Soviet period, it was written chas, aleph, vav, vav, ayin, resh, which is 3 6 letters. And if you didn't know what you were looking at, you'd be totally confused when you saw it. So many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all of the nationalities in this way. Ukrainians, for example, had a letter G, G, which is distinct from the Russian letter G. And so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal to use the Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looked like the letter H and pronounced it like a Russian letter H. And you can be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large with Siddur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has the words Tehilat Hashem, which means the songs of God or the songs of God. And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate that it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the top to let you know that you should pronounce this as an H. So it's really very ironic, because one of the things that the ROTHSCHILD did was they looked at 5 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, the so-called Manatspach, that are written differently at the end of a word than they're written at the beginning of a word, and they said those letters are illegal. You can't use those 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters, because it's too hard for people to learn. It's not proletarian. They should have a simple language. So they tried to take away these 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried to take away the G from the Ukrainian alphabet. And so in return, we forced a new letter on them. Right? You see the word Hashem, that H is actually an imposition into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate a Hebrew sound. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s explosion of Yiddish activity under the ROTHSCHILD, and one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which is way out in the border with China. Is 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Azerbaijan. It's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language in Azerbaijan and stuff like that, but they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration there exactly when the Jews could have used it during World War II. At any rate, to sum up, the 1920s, period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but a huge surge of popularity of Yiddish language culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these kind of national reform and socialist and contact experiments. He shut down the Avsentia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results, and what ended up happening was that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much pig iron over this amount of time, or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. One of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, this massive terror famine that in particular affected Ukrainian regions. In 1932-33, a huge number of people, it's very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million, a huge number of people, and there are larger estimates as well. This colossally awful artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his henchmen. It was actually a terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began in the Soviet Union, especially towards the end of the 1930s. As people began to see that the glorious reports of Soviet productivity were not evident in reality, rather than say, wait a second, maybe people are exaggerating their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blamed non-existent saboteurs, that they were wreckers, or who were somehow, deciding to stand in the way of progress for the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, and forced to divulge names of saboteurs. This created this ecosystem of purges that was not at all unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was hunted out everywhere. People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even a person who wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless under the pain of torture, give up all kinds of names. This initiated a horrific cycle of arrest, torture, confession, arrest, torture, confession, that resulted in millions of people, again, the scale is phenomenal, being exiled to the Gulag out in Siberia or even executed. And this really consumed the Soviet Union in the later 1930s. And at this point, the Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society. And Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor, with the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership. And the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. So by the time you get to the late 1930s, what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant. And this is where we're going to have to pick up the story next when we look at the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation in the communist movement had tremendously disastrous results when we were open to. Thank you very much for watching. In order to understand properly the relationship of investment occupying forces with the indigenous peoples in Central Europe, and specifically the degree to which collaboration was prevalent among those populations, it's really important to understand their experience, particularly during the years 1939 to 1941, when the region was controlled by the Soviet Union. Let's spend a little bit of time just trying to understand what happened between the outbreak of war in September 1939 and the Operation Barbarossa, which represented a dramatic shift in the nature of the war in Central Europe. This map shows East and Central Europe before World War I, that is before 1914. And you can see that basically East Central Europe is divided between three empires: the German Empire, Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the massive Russian Empire. As you can see from the slight shading in this map, there is what is Russia proper, which is really deeper into the areas, and then there are the newer acquisitions of Russia, particularly the pale of settlement region, which most Jews were allowed to live in, so a slightly lesser intensity of life. And then Congress Poland, which is really further to the west. These were all regions under the authority of the Romanov Tsars, part of the larger empire. After World War I was a dramatic shakeup in these states, when we have a look at this map, and in particular zoom into the Central Europe in particular, you can see that the Russian Empire is gone. It's been overthrown with some revolutions in 1917, and it's been replaced by the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, or simply the Soviet Union. That's shown here in the shades of green. Note that the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics implies correctly that there are multiple republics within this large unity, kind of like the United States of America, clearly one country, one federal government, but made up of individual republics, in this United States, against the Soviet republics. Now, the degree of autonomy of the republics in the USSR was far more attenuated than the United States of America. They were largely puppets of Moscow, but nevertheless they did have a certain amount of distinction. You can see in the center it's by Salushaya, which is the White Russian or Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, and to the south is the Ukrainian SSR, also part of the Soviet Union. But in the yellow colors, there you see newly independent Poland, and also newly independent Lithuania and Latvia. And just to the north, you see also Estonia is just off this map. So this new section, the countries were carved largely from the remains of the Russian Empire, and needless to say, leaders in the Soviet Union were not pleased that they had lost these valuable European territories. We'll move on from this map. What happens is in 1939, as we explored in our previous video, the Nazis and the Soviets make a pact with each other to invade these regions simultaneously on September 1st. You can see from the right, the Soviet Union invades Poland, and from the left, that is the West, where Germany invades Poland. And they end up dividing the territory between them, as we've discussed also in the previous video. Here is a clear map that shows what ended up happening from the Soviet perspective. There's a bright yellow line new ceasefire line, new effective border between Nazi Germany and Soviet Union. And we can see these multiple regions that are now annexed by the Soviet Union. They were technically independent countries, but amazingly, in these highly fixed elections, they all voted to join themselves to the Soviet Socialist Republic. So you have in the north Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. These are the so-called Baltic republics. And then you have the western region of Belarus, and you have the western region of Ukraine as well, all joined together with the Soviet Union. These regions were annexed by the Soviet Union in 1939. Now, what exactly did the Soviet Union stand for? What was Soviet? What does that word even mean? What's communism? Let's just take a couple minutes to think about that. So the Soviet Union was formed, as I mentioned, for the rules of the Russian Empire. The founder was this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who was a follower of a philosophy called Marxism, founded by Karl Marx several decades earlier in Germany and England. And it was basically an idea that the real enemy of the working classes were not the working classes of other countries, but rather they were the upper classes of their own countries. That is, that society was defined by class struggle, class warfare between the elite and the bourgeoisie, and the working class, which are known as the proletariat. In fact, the communist slogan is proletariat of the world unite, like working classes of the world unite. It's a very anti-religious movement. They felt that religion was, in the words of Marx, the opiate of the masses. It was like a series of ideologies that was given to the proletariat to keep them in their place, to make them think that they might be suffering in this world, but in the next world they will benefit, and so on. So there's a lot to say about this philosophy, which was called socialism, and then the more extreme form that associated with that was renamed communism in 1918. It's also known by the term Bolshevism, which means literally bigness, and it is that determination because at one point there was a split between two different movements. There were the so-called Bolsheviks, which was the larger party, which was associated with Lenin, and the Mensheviks, the smaller party. This is not very relevant to our purposes there. So these terms, Bolsheviks and communists, are basically synonymous. Socialists are a larger class. Many countries, even today, have a certain degree of socialist values, because socialism advocates things like, for example, Medicaid and unemployment insurance and universal health insurance, universal education rights, things like that. Those are also socialist ideas, so it's not like socialism itself is such a Marxist idea. But communism takes it to an extreme where private property is considered theft, where all of the basic guardrails of traditional capitalist society are done away with. That's a disaster to the Soviet Union in particular, but this will take us too far away from our topic of Holocaust. Lenin was joined by two colleagues in particular. Leon Trotsky, shown here, is very significant because he was Jewish. As I mentioned earlier, the communist movement was very anti-religious. Jews, although, as you will see in a moment, were attracted in some numbers to communism. Joining the communist movement essentially meant jettisoning your Jewish religious identity altogether. It meant to be atheistic in a very intense way. Leon Trotsky was especially famous for being the leader of the Red Army, which was a rather significant achievement for Europe at the time. And on the other side, a third figure, the three of them would be intense rivals, especially after Lenin would himself suffer a stroke in 1922 and then died 2 years later in 1924. Joseph Stalin, shown here, who ultimately maneuvered his way around all of his opponents and had them murdered in many cases, including Trotsky, who was murdered. He was in 1930. And Stalin became the sole head of the Soviet Union and its longest-lasting dictator. So the Soviet communist experiment was all about putting in place Marxist socialism to share property equally amongst all the people, to remove the upper classes, to create a classless society, and in equality before the law, the idea of people being comrades, Jerusalem, Aroda was the term, friendship of people, the end of anti-Semitism. And ironically, particularly in the early period, the Soviet Union waged a very strong war against prejudice against Jews and so on. But there's much more to say about this, but we want to stick specifically to Holocaust. Let's look specifically how Jews related to communism. So one of the major reasons why there was any surge in popularity on communism was because of the political pogroms that followed the revolutions of 1917. You recall World War I erupted in 1914. The Russian Empire was very poorly prepared for this conflagration. People were starving. People were upset with the government. There was a revolution in the beginning of that year that overthrew the Russian monarchy, the Romanovs. And then there was about 6 months period of a provisional government, which was then overthrown again by the Soviets under Lenin. And this was all during World War I. It was still going on. And Russians had to decide how they were going to deal with the Germans who were fighting against them on their Western front. Ultimately, the Germans made huge gains in Russian territory, which is why the intramural states were allowed to run wars because they were no longer under Russian control. But what erupted, particularly with Ukraine, especially in the year 1919, was a horrific series of pogroms where there was complete lawlessness. There was civil war. There were multiple bands fighting each other in Ukraine, including the Soviet Red Army, the pro-Tsar Russian White Army, the Poles, a whole group of anarchists called Ukrainians, and they were all fighting for territory over the course of about a year, which resulted in, by conservative estimates, perhaps 50,000 Jews killed. Also, other populations, Poles, Mennonites, and so on, were all brutalized during this period. The only force that was active at the time that had a better track record with regards to these attacks on civil populations was, ironically, the Red Army under Trotsky. And so you see in 1919 there was a surge of support among Jews for the Red Army specifically because they see them as the most lawful of the various forces and that they would be most secure if the Russian Red Army were to in fact lead the day. So there's a surge of support that lasts about until the early 1920s, but then it drops off precipitously for reasons that we shall see. Once, and by the way, I know a fair bit about this because I actually wrote a book on this period on my doctoral dissertation. This is the cover of the revised edition. And as you can see, by the way, this is a Ukrainian bank at the very bottom of it. You see it has the word in Yiddish. That Yiddish was actually briefly official language. Yiddish is a Jewish language. Briefly, it was an official language of the United States that was later crushed by the Soviet. At any rate, there was a huge upswell of anti-Semitism, particularly in the anti-Soviet elements that saw Trotsky as a Jew leading this Red Army as the leading edge of some kind of satanic plot. This is a white Russian piece of propaganda that shows Leon Trotsky here as some kind of horrific devil, dead and naked, and sitting and watching as his minions massacre people over hundreds of thousands. So there was definitely a very strong anti-Jewish view in the region at the time. When the Soviets finally controlled the region in the 1920s, until the early 1920s to put the end to the Civil War, they tried to impose a new form of Jewish culture because, ironically, the Soviets were in favor of developing Yiddish culture as a form of a natural folk culture, also called Kolonizatsiya. And they promoted, for example, the use of propaganda to convince Jews to adopt Soviet beliefs. So, for example, they published this remarkable document, which is on page of it, called the Red Haggadah, which is a section of the Passover liturgy that's read typically in the home. It's one of the most famous books in the Jewish canon because every Jewish home that has a Passover Seder We'll open up this small booklet and we'll go through the story of the Exodus. And this particular passage shows on the left, and it's meant to be a contrasting image. On the left is the old way, and you see this rabbi with his kind of dark look and this somber, serious look, and he's performing the ritual of Yachats, which means whipping breaking the matzah in half and putting half of it under his pillow, which would be the pillow. And on the right, you have the modern Soviet Jews who no longer perform yachats at the table. They no longer observe these religious customs, but they work on their skyscrapers and on their various factories. And one of the workers is reaching not for the matzah, but for a capitalist who will also be broken in half as a result of their efforts. So you have this twisted kind of culture in the 1920s where the Soviets are promoting Jewish culture as long as it is in conformity with their anti-religious values and their other communist values. These are they also, as one final note, a really bizarre moment, the Soviets created, as an attempt to try and compete with Zionism, they actually created a small Jewish autonomous oblast, an autonomous region, way, way out in the eastern region of the Soviet Union, Siberia, bordering on China. They called it Eurovision. You can see here that on the top of this railway station, they have a Cyrillic letters and in Yiddish letters because it was to be a Soviet Jewish Zion, Soviet Jewish homeland. Unfortunately, during the Holocaust, it was closed to Jewish immigration just when Jews could have used it the most. Stalin did not allow Jews to flee there, but it exists to this day. Now, what happens in the 1930s is extremely significant because Stalin, who by this time has firmly taken control of the country, and he has abandoned all of what he considers these silly, petty nationalist plans like the Jewish Congress. He wants to build Russia as an industrial powerhouse. He launches several 5-year plans in which he wants to, kickstart the entire economy and get the entire population working very hard on creating Soviet reality. Even though Stalin was passed away in the early 50s, his idea of what the Soviet Union should be all about continues to inform much of it right through the 1970s and the early 1980s. The leitmotif of this is this man, Taik, who was a coal miner who, using a pneumatic drill, was somehow able to drill a lot more coal than everybody else using picks and shovels. And this was like the model of the hero of the Soviet Union. And someone could go and do tremendous things to advance Soviet economic might by industrializing, engaging in building plants and all kinds of things, at the sacrifice of basic consumer values. And this is most horrifically noted in the Otto War. This is the Ukrainian terror famine of 1932 to 1935. Ukraine, which has this remarkable black soil, Germany, that made it known as the breadbasket of Europe, went into a period of deep famine that was highly artificial, and it was dictated more by Stalin's export policies than it was by the actual crops available in the land. And there was literally starvation in the streets, as you can see from the horrific photograph taken from eastern Ukraine in the city of Taik. It's very difficult to determine the exact number of people who were killed in this artificial famine. Very reasonable estimates put it at no less than 3 million, and more expansive estimates put it as high as 14 million. And one of the reasons why it's so difficult to get a good handle on the numbers is because Stalin had a census taken, and the results revealed, which presumably show a huge demographic loss in Ukraine, he ordered the census destroyed and the census takers killed, which was part of his orders on the land. There are certain pieces of the census were found in local archives that allows us to reconstruct to some degree the number of people who were killed, but there's still quite a bit of guesswork on the software. Nevertheless, it is certainly an act of genocide that is comparable note also that the term Holodomor is coined. It's definitely taken from the term Holocaust, which we discussed in the first lecture. Holo is like all complete, but instead of kaustos, which means burning, the more in Ukrainian means famine or hunger. So everyone was hungry. So the term Holodomor. It's a fascinating research done in this specifically. The 1930s closes with a series of horrific show trials and purges under Stalin. When the results of this rapid industrialization was not nearly as strong as Stalin had thought it would be, he assumed that there must be saboteurs or wreckers active in society. And so this bizarre society-wide desire to identify people who were somehow anti-Soviet, who were sabotaging the plans to develop this water dam or this coal mine, things like that. People were denouncing their neighbors and putting them on trial. People would put put on trial. They would be sent to the gulag, or they would live under political conditions in these prisoner of war camps that were essentially, anyways, comparable to the concentration camps. We'll maybe have a lot more to say about that later on in this course. But we seem to be approaching a period in history where some very dark harmonies developing in Nazi Germany and Soviet Union at the same time. To be certain, the most notorious impact of the Soviet Union on the newly conquered territories in 1939 and 1941 was the activity of the secret police, which was originally known as the Cheka, later known as the KGB, but at this time it was known as the NKVD. The secret police were deeply involved in picking out any opposition to the Soviet regime. They were involved in many massacres, including this horrific massacre in the Taik forest, in which thousands of Polish soldiers were massacred and possessed. The NKVD in particular tried to root out any possible sources of opposition in the intelligence, which is a class of people that are basically information workers, teachers, priests, poets, even postal clerks. Anyone who has literacy, who has an opinion, who can share information with a strong leader was arrested by the NKVD, and many of them were secretly held in jails for 2 years, where families just went to come with them. The NKVD was the leading edge of the spear system of the Soviet attempt to rapidly make these territories into communist way of thinking, communist economics, rapid collectivization of farms, and shutting down of religious institutions, and all kinds of things that the local population resented tremendously. And what's very important for our purposes as well is this notion of very widespread population, not at all borne out by statistical instruments in Soviet apparatus, but nevertheless the perception of Jews as being very much aligned with the Soviet goals and with the NKVD in particular. Once again, this is one of those elements where in terms of studying history, it's often more important what people believe than what people actually know. They believe that the Jews were very much the motivational force in the Soviet occupation of these territories, and as a result, there would be tremendous resentment built up against the Jews, even the Jews who had obviously nothing to do with the Soviets, who were living in these territories before the Soviets came in, but they would ultimately that. The turning point, and this is where we're going to leave this particular chapter of the Holocaust, Operation Valuable Wisdom, which occurred on June 22nd, 1941, was without doubt the single most important date in the history of the Holocaust. This represents the date when the Nazis broke their treaty with the Soviets and invaded. The Soviets were caught horribly off guard. They the boss ground military almost immediately, and it took them quite a while to begin to claw their way back and to eventually force the Nazis westward and out of their territory. You can see the map on the right here shows the dramatic and rapid blitzkrieg attack of the Nazis, which drove well into these occupied territories, ultimately right to the gates of Moscow and Leningrad, only to eventually be turned back with the important Rabbi of Stalingrad. How this relates specifically to the regions that were conquered between 49 and 41 is that when the Soviets got word of this sudden attack, they rapidly demobilized and fled the conquered territories. Along with them, by the way, about 600,000 Jews fled with the Soviets because they realized that the Nazis would certainly not take them back. There's a lot more to say about that when we come back to the later in the lecture. But what happened was that when Kennedy fled, they took as a massacre all of the prisoners that they were holding in their underground basement jails in local city halls and things like that. And these were, you recall, the intelligentsia, the beloved thought leaders of the Missouri, the local priests, the beloved teachers, the local poets, the local literati, the journalists, people who were well known in the community, were feared by the NKVD because they didn't want them to express anti-Soviet attitudes. They were the ones who had been held prisoner. And when the NKVD did, they massacred them, typically by simply setting them on fire. And so what happened is, as soon as the Soviets left, after Barbarossa started, the local populations went in and brought out the often charred remains of their loved ones, and then had the difficult task of identifying them. Here you can see, for example, a scene in the city where the locals had to try and identify some of the intelligentsia who were moved from these underground abattoirs. And as one might expect, there was a groundswell of anger that found its expression in attacks on the Jews. In relief, in particular, there were the so-called Computer Days, which were like spontaneous riots that were perpetrated against the Jews. A lot of abuse of women in public, a lot of kind of like symbolic abuse where people were ordered to clean the streets and beats in the streets, and sometimes were treated much worse than that. But this is the beginning of the Holocaust, particularly in Eastern Europe, along with the organized massacres of the Einsatzgruppe. This is when you begin to see some of the darkest period of the entire world. Thank you very much. One of the most important moments in the history of World War II and the history of the Holocaust. Related and overlapping histories that we are recently in this series. On June 22nd, 1948, this is the date of Hitler's betrayal of his agreement with Joseph Stalin and his invasion of the Soviet Union. This invasion, which was called Operation Barbarossa, was also intertwined with his goal to destroy all of the Here's a map that shows you the impact of Operation Barbarossa on the Soviet Union, just showing the Nazi forces led by the Rabbi, the regular forces, invaded and penetrated deep with great success into the Soviet Union, which was, according to most accounts, unprepared for the Nazi betrayal. But what's especially significant for our purposes is that behind the regular army military paramount were four special battalions called Einsatzgruppen. These Einsatzgruppen were sometimes border police. They were not of regular frontline troops ready to battle with other soldiers. They were rather poised to destroy the populations of Jews, Gypsies, open communists that were living throughout the tiny villages that dotted Eastern Europe. There were four of these specific units, and I have to share with you that on a personal level, this was an especially difficult subject for me to trace because Einsatzgruppe A was responsible for most of my grandmother's family. But as you can see from this map, these are the regions that the Einsatzgruppe penetrated. This map here shows you the listing of the medium-sized massacres that occurred throughout the region. It's impossible to put on a map of this scale all of the names of the tiny little hamlets dotted Eastern Europe. But basically, the modus operandi of the Einsatzgruppen is they were mobile killing squads. They would drive up in trucks, they would drive into local villages, they would round up Jews and the gypsies, all the whoever didn't fit the list of people who were worthy to live, and then they would march them out of town to the natural ravines that existed throughout the region. If those ravines did not exist, then they would put prisoners to hard labor to dig what would ultimately become their own graves. They would typically separate the men from the women, and then they would simply shoot them, either from the lip of the trench or as we see in the photograph, from the start of the trench. They would then line up multiple rows of Jews and continue shooting, such that people would literally end their lives falling on top of the bodies of their religions. It's also important to note here, though, that the Einsatzgruppen massacres were not especially efficient, especially by later standards of Nazi brutality, because it was relatively easy to escape it. Because if someone were to, for example, feign being shot and fall into the pit, and simply remain there, despite having to experience having the rest of the members of the village fall on top of you. By nightfall, you could theoretically fall out from underneath the bloody corpses of your former neighbors and make it out to the forest where you might end up becoming a partisan. And this actually happens to many Jews, especially younger people, who managed to survive the Einsatzgruppen murders and went on to actual victims. It's important to note as well that the Einsatzgruppen soldiers themselves usually not the typical soldiers. We actually know quite a bit about them because when the archives were unsealed in the 1990s, there were tremendous studies done of the Einsatzgruppen themselves. We know that they were relatively well educated. They were older on average. They tended to have humanities backgrounds. Sometimes they were unfit for frontline duty because they could perform this task very well. And this led to a tremendous amount of questions among historians of the Holocaust that how is it possible that regular people who were not especially coerced into this activity could nevertheless engage in these kind of murders day in and day out. Now it is true that they found many local populations who were willing to help out, the so-called Hilfsbürger, or willing to help volunteers from local Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Polish population. But they often found that they had to ply them with a tremendous amount of alcohol, with bribes, all kinds of things to keep this machinery going. It did proceed, however, throughout the entire summer of 1941 and into 1942. There was an estimated 2 million people murdered by the Einsatzgruppen. Nevertheless, it proved to be psychologically quite consequential for the Einsatzgruppen, and they now had to go down to another method for mass destruction. There's a lot to think about in terms of the structure of Operation Barbarossa and the Allied Einsatzgruppen. It is clear, however, that nowhere do we see Hitler's dual goals of establishing Lebensraum, that is, living within his peace, his expansion of the Soviet Union, and his anti-Semitism so closely interwoven as we see it with Operation Barbarossa, that this is ultimately what the Nazi experiment was all about. This massive drive to the east, the treating of the local population mention as less than human, and especially Jews were treated as massacre. Also important in this context is the fact that once we've studied the testimonies of ancestral members who, of course, survived the war and actually were usually exempt from punishment for reasons that we'll see when we talk about the Taik trial, we see very clear evidence that resistance on the part of the ancestral was not very common, but when it was expressed, people got away with it. In other words, I remember the ancestral would simply say, "No, I can't take this anymore," and speak to his commanding officer and say, I just can't gun down people day in, day out. And what would typically happen is the commanding officer would berate the member of the ancestral group, would say they're cowards, that they're not doing their duty for their fatherland, and so on. And then they would simply reassign them to some other tasks, like driving the truck or going out into the forest and looking for people who escape. And it was not at all a case where a person refused to be shot. In fact, it begs the question, why do so many people not resist? Why do so many people not speak out and refuse to perform these acts? So we'll speak about that a little bit more. Real quick experiment is the Largo experiment that looks from the perspective of psychology and sociology, the kind of impact that peer pressure and other things has on obedience to authority, but for the time being we kind of horrible war tremendous deaths that occurred during the ancestral situation. What is clear, however, is that by the time they got to the year 1930, the Nazis had discovered just how successful they could be with mass murder. And they basically had very little resistance either from within and certainly from without. So they began to look to a more efficient solution for mass Jews. This was the so-called Jerusalem or final solution. Hello and welcome to another lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational content and purposes. Today I'd like to begin a discussion on collaboration, a very difficult discussion that touches on many of the most complex economic, social, and psychological aspects of the Holocaust in the Western United States. It's very difficult to get a precise sense of what exactly are the mechanics of collaboration, especially when you get down to the individual level. But in this and in the following lecture, I'd like to take some of the more general aspects of collaboration that will help us place individual acts of collaboration within a broader context. So let us begin, first of all, by defining collaboration. What exactly do we mean by this term? Most historians and general researchers of the Holocaust tend to divide non-victim populations into three basic categories: perpetrators, obviously criminals involved in the destruction of bystanders, those who, to one degree or another, passively allow this to happen, and the rescuers, the heroes of the story. But what exactly do we mean by collaborators? Certainly there's a tendency to place collaborators directly within the perpetrators category, meaning the word, after all, means to work together, and that indicates that collaborators are those who are directly part of the overall Nazi enterprise. But when we look at collaboration from a broader perspective and understand that in reality, many of the people who were towards some degree of collaboration were really trying to figure out a basic calculus of their own survival. Certainly there are extremes. It's difficult to understand people who are actively involved in direct murder of Jews and other civilians as anything but criminals. But on the other hand, you see people such as in this image here who are featured in a German propaganda effort to encourage Slavic peoples to make longer process, certainly should mitigate against lumping them into the same category as the we see this, for example, in two different categories of collaborators. The so-called Hilfswillige, which means the willing to help the population. These are people who are sometimes, brought directly into the Einsatzgruppen murders and who actually assist with the actual murder of Jews and other Nazi undesirables in various regions of Eastern Europe. And on the other hand, the Ostarbeiter that I just mentioned, the so-called Eastern workers, who were essentially shipped to the West to work in various industries. Furthermore, this is more difficult and complex to understand. About groups like Judenrat, these were the Jewish councils that were forced to administer the populations of ghettos. And in many cases, Judenrat literally had to work hand in hand with the Nazis, obviously under tremendous duress, and ultimately they were sent to death as well. Nevertheless, they were actually executed the Nazi will on the population of the ghetto, right up until deportation, even employing their own Jewish police force. So, this is one of those situations where obvious collaboration, criminal activity, is something which anyone can see when they look at it. But there are many shades of gray that make the relationship of not directly affected victims of Nazi occupation difficult to classify as collaborators. We see this especially when we consider regional differences. Have a look at this map here, which indicates the greatest extent of Nazi expansion to the European theater and also the North African area. You can see that the central region, the black area, is the German Reich, which are regions which were formally under total Nazi control without any significant populations acting in collaboration with one. When you move to the west and to a certain degree to the north of regions that were conquered by the Nazis, the Germans were to a large degree quite a bit more tolerant of local initiatives and local leadership. For example, in what is linked here as a zone, the free zone of southern France, on the northern tradition of France, the French were actually first to initiate the roundup and deportations of Jews from France without specific Nazi direction to do so. This is especially true when you consider the various allies of the Nazis, like Italy, for example. They had quite a bit of leeway in their policy towards Jews and other oppressed people during the Holocaust. This is because the Nazis were largely slaves to their own racial ideology, that Western European nations, and particularly Aryan nations, the so-called Northern European nations, were given much more credibility and self-determination. In some cases, allowed to manage their own government, and when they were under Nazi conquest, for forces, the countries that had chosen to ally themselves with the Nazis. And so they were, by and large, these regions were given much more freedom with regards to the articulation of how they would relate to Nazi policies, specifically with regards to the anti-Semitic policies that the Nazis certainly encouraged, but did not lay down a heavy hand to make sure they were enforced for the early years of the war. Later on in the war, however, there is quite a distinction as many of the Allies begin to get cold feet. Italy and Hungary are excellent examples. And Nazi Germany has to take direct control. Then these suddenly lose their own little populations. And collaboration becomes much more of a dangerous phenomenon for the Jewish populations. But let us contrast what happens in the western and northern regions of Europe to that of Eastern Europe, in particular the conquered nations of Poland and the Baltic states, and those regions of the Soviet Union that were placed after Operation Barbarossa directly under military command in the Reichskommissariat, Museum Ostland, and then further into Russia itself. Here, the degree of autonomy of political officials was almost nil. The Nazi military enterprise was basically control of every aspect of society, summary executions, public hangings in the streets. These were common phenomena in Eastern Europe that were not to the same degree at all in Western Europe. In general, Eastern Europe was far more brutal, and the consequences of resistance were far more significant than they were in Western Europe. This really plays into our attempt to understand the nature of collaboration. Collaboration in Western Europe typically involved a lot more premeditation on behalf of the agents who would decide to work with the Nazis. In Eastern Europe, it could often be a split-second decision whether or not to preserve one's own life or to actively choose to advance one's career in running This is a very, very difficult topic that has clearly regional and national implications, and we'll discuss a little bit of them in the next part of this video and the following. One other really important factor in trying to understand collaboration is that, besides looking at the nature of the victimizers, those who choose to collaborate in every form, they also have to look at their relationship to the victims. If you think about the Jews in particular, there seems to be a strong correlation in many regions between the degree of assimilation and acculturation to the Jewish community and the likelihood of local populations to engage in collaborative activities. The Nazis ultimately resulted in massive murder of Jews. In regions like North Africa, where Jews tended to speak the local language fluency, tended to dress the normal dress of the local population, tended to be largely, working at a high degree of acculturation of the local populations. Collaboration was far less phenomenal. There are many other factors, including the nature of the Nazi occupation, the dates of the Nazi occupation, and so on, but that's the superficial general statement that may hold true when you look at the entire region of Europe. We see this also very much so in regions where Jews are especially versed in the local vernacular and tend to have attenuated, specifically Jewish religious orientation that is obvious on the outside. When that is much more prominent, then Jews sometimes tend to stand out and tend to stand aside as the others. Where that is less prominent, and collaboration is somewhat muted, generally speaking, because the Jews that live there are seen as our Jews. In this context, it's really important to remember that this is all happening in the context of massive population displacement. There are Jews and many other populations who are fleeing violence on the west and eastern fronts. And so you often have two different major chunks of Jewish populations in the country. In Hungary, for example, you will have a large number of Magyar Jews, that is, Jews who are very well assimilated, very well acculturated, particularly in the big cities like Budapest, less so in the mountains, and then you have a significant number of refugees from further east, from Romania, from Bulgaria, who fled into Hungary seeking refuge, and they are quite different. They're not Hungarian speakers. They tend to be far more religious. They tend to stand out much more. They tend to be a burden on the local population economically. And so there's a degree of collaboration, which is not so much a function of the collaborators themselves, but of their relationship to the Jews discussion. And putting it more bluntly, there seems to be a much greater hesitancy to hand over our Jews, that is, let's say, Magyar Jews, Hungarian speaking Jews in Budapest, than there would be a willingness to hand over the various immigrant populations of Jews who refugee Jews who had come recently did not have Hungarian speaking nationality and so on. So this is a very important phenomenon to consider when looking at the general issue of collaboration as well. Let us stop here. In the next video, I'd like to look at a little bit more detail at Eastern Europe and some more complex issues that affect collaboration. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are produced solely for educational content purposes. In the previous lecture, we discussed some of the larger issues of collaboration and trying to understand what exactly this phenomenon is. In this brief lecture, I'd like to focus with a little bit more detail on Eastern Europe. This is a region which has been identified very much in terms of the bloodlines by historian Timothy Snyder, who wrote a book about that title, and it's a totally apt designation because this region saw phenomenal violence throughout the first half of the 20th century, beginning especially one of the pogroms that occurred there and extending into the terror famine of the Ukraine region and then, of course, the Holocaust. So looking at the region that we're speaking about specifically is the territories that the Germans and the Soviets divided between themselves as part of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of August 1939. Looking at this map here, you see that includes basically Poland, which is divided in half, the western half going to Germany, the eastern half going to the Soviet Union. And it is the Baltic states to the north, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Many of the things that we discuss in this video also apply to the military control of the Soviet Union that would be extended over these regions and further into the Soviet Union once the Nazis advanced in 1941 with Operation Barbarossa. Here is the map of Operation Barbarossa, which describes how the Nazis essentially double-crossed Stalin and their erstwhile Soviet allies and advanced into this region and really make a deep penetration into Europe and Russia, coming to the very gates of Leningrad and Moscow and imposing their Nazis' view of how to handle the local populations there, effective June 22nd, 1941. Here is the map which we saw in the previous video, which helps us understand exactly how this population was distributed. The region that's in black here is called the general government. It is directly under Nazi control, but it has a slightly different administrative designation to the two ROTHSCHILD, which basically comprise parts of Belarus and Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and then the large chunk of Ukraine, which is also under ROTHSCHILD, and then finally, immediately beyond those two territories, the expanding region of military administration. So really, what were the factors leading to collaboration in these regions, in particular, the so-called partnerships? One factor that is especially complex and requires quite a bit of analysis is the openness that the Nazis showed, especially from 1943 onward, is the willingness to adopt Slavs into Waffen-SS units. This was quite a surprising development in many ways because the Nazis, as we've mentioned many times, were slaves to their racial ideology, and they viewed the Slavs as significantly subhuman. One of the officers of the ROTHSCHILD once said that the Slavs should only be called upon to do three things. One, to know their names. Two, to learn to count to 500. And three, that obeying the Nazis is a divine privilege. So the idea that they would actually bring local units together out of Slavs was quite a bit of a switch in policy, especially calling them SS units, because this was a designation that was typically reserved for the elite. The term Waffen, however, implies that they were intended for military purposes rather than for secret service purposes, although they were headed up, as you see in this image here, by Heinrich Himmler, who was the head of the Gestapo, who is here looking at the militia divisions of one of these Waffen SS units that was formed in Western Ukraine. So it's a major turnaround for Nazi ideology and policy to bring these people into military units, but it's not actually that surprising when you look at the date that it began to occur. It's especially connected with the reversals that the Nazis were experiencing on the Eastern Front. Ultimately, that would be a major downfall for their military endeavors. Together with the Allied invasion at Normandy on the Western Front, the Nazis would ultimately be crushed between the Red Army and the Allied armies on the other side of it. So therefore, the adoption of these military units was, on the one hand, a wise military tactic, but on the other hand, a step back from their racial ideology. Now, when we think about these units, normally the term SS immediately implies that, as it did in the Nuremberg trials, a collaborator of the highest order. In fact, in the central circle of those who were architects of the Holocaust. But can we say this about these very hastily put together units and their motivation? We don't know a tremendous amount, actually, about their motivation vis-a-vis Jews. We could assume that they harbored many of the same attitudes that we've seen of hostility to Jews, largely because of the perception that they were allied with the communists. But that's really the key point to understanding these groups. Were they considering themselves fighting for Germany, i.e., an active collaborationist model, or was their principal motivation the opportunity to fight against the USSR? Recall that with Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis liberated these local populations from the Soviet dominance that they had experienced since 1939. That was 2 years of incredibly brutal communist power that involved the arrest of their intelligentsia, that involved the rapid communization of their economies, involved a very, very strict adherence to the notion of forced atheism. I believe militant atheists was very active. Churches literally blown up. Obviously, synagogues and things like that had their Torah scrolls confiscated and shut down and so on. So a lot of these populations of local Slavs actually saw these Waffen SS units as opportunities for them to attack their most recent and immediate enemy, the Soviet Union. So it's hard to understand them as openly patriotic towards the German cause, rather than seeing themselves as avengers of their local nationalities. And indeed, when you look at the units, especially in their memorialization by the emigre communities, there's a very strong emphasis on how they viewed themselves as essentially national military units that simply temporarily sought support from the Nazis. The militia division, for example, considered themselves the first Ukrainian army because they viewed themselves as one day perhaps establishing some kind of national state. This is not to exculpate them from any particular possibility of Nazi war crimes. In Canada, for example, the government formed a commission called the Duchesne Commission, which actually issued a massive multi-hundred-page report assessing the activity of the militia division and found no reason to qualify them in a blanket order as war criminals. But this was just an illustration of the notion that the militia division was principally an anti-Soviet effort of the local population rather than a pro-Nazi effort. Needless to say, this is an extremely complicated and sensitive subject for all concerned. It's also very significant to note the awkward and complicated role of the church in many of these endeavors. Let us not forget how intensely atheistic the USSR was, openly persecuting, arresting, exiling, and murdering priests. And the idea that a local military unit would be formed to fight against the USSR was largely welcomed by the church. One of the most important priests of the region, speaking once again about the militia division, is Metropolitan Andrei Shaptinsky, who himself was a great Judeophile. He had learned Hebrew as a young man and had very warm relations with Jewish communities. He was responsible for the rescue of some 200 Jewish children and returning them after the war to their families. He was a remarkable individual, and nevertheless, his record is somewhat tainted by the fact that he openly blessed this Waffen SS division, which made it very hard for many to see him for the humanist and pro-Jewish figure that he truly was. So this is a complicated kind of situation. Is it Is it true that we can say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? This complicates the whole idea of understanding what is collaboration. And maybe if we strike at the root of the difficulty of understanding collaboration, besides the obvious overlapping concerns of self-preservation, economic advancement, that may have very little to do with open anti-Semitism or willingness to engage in murderous activities. Perhaps one of the most important things to understand is that, the many peoples from the floodlands all consider themselves victims. The Ukrainians and the Poles and Lithuanians and Latvians also consider themselves victims, not precisely in the same way that the Jews and the Roma, for example, consider themselves victims, but nevertheless, they do see themselves as set upon by both the Nazis and the Soviets. Not necessarily to the same degree of genocidal intent, but nevertheless, they have a legitimate argument to make that they also share in victimhood. You see this horrific image from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Polish babies, the same thing happened with Ukrainian babies as well, would regularly be selected for their racial characteristics and shipped off to Germany to be raised by foster families. Young, Aryan-looking Ukrainian or Polish girls were often taken and essentially sent into prostitution with the attempt to try and improve the racial characteristics of the local population. These are the so-called Volksdeutsche, the Poles, Ukrainians, or Lithuanians who had some German descent and were selected out by the Nazis for racial characteristics, given additional privileges, or in some cases we see here, persecuting them more because of their slavish attitude towards racial purity. So a lot of the local populations viewed themselves as victims as well as the Jews, and saw their actions as entirely justified within the larger complex of factors. This topic of collaboration is indeed one of the more difficult topics of the Holocaust, and has some of the longest lasting repercussions as societies attempt to emerge from the ashes of a terrible era. On the one hand, when one sees an active, inveterate anti-Semite who enthusiastically joins with the Nazis to engage in murderous activities, it's very easy to label that as war criminality. But on the other hand, you see a tremendous grayscale of various smaller acts of collaboration, which can easily be understood to some degree as self-preservation, as an attempt for economic advancement, and one wonders where exactly do we place the line between criminality and reprehensible conduct and understandable human weakness. These are very, very difficult topics. I hope that these two videos helped illustrate the complexity, and I look forward to speaking with you in further videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tursky. I appreciate the offer from Dr. Kadish and from the university to address their audience on this occasion, immediately prior to the holiday of Passover. And I have to say that I put a lot of energy into this presentation, primarily because my main area of specialization is history. I'm much more comfortable dealing with things that have already happened, that are firmly located in the past. But over the past 6 weeks, it has been impossible for me to concentrate on the past because I keep being drawn into the future and into, unfortunately, the present, which is so terrible that we in Ukraine. So my goal for today is to speak about Passover and to speak specifically about the refugee experience connected specifically to Ukraine. This talk may be a little bit more personal than most of my talks, for reasons which I hope to make clear shortly, but it's one that I feel very strongly about. So let me begin by looking at something from the tradition. I was asked to say something relevant to the holiday of Passover, and of course, this holiday commemorates the Exodus, the departure of the Jews from Egyptian servitude. And one of the concepts that is repeated so many times in Jewish thought is noted no less than 36 times in the Bible, according to some counts, far more than 36 times. But basically, a demand that the Jews recognize the suffering of the stranger. Here's just one example of the many verses that underline that particular concept. Let me read it in Hebrew and then we'll look at it in English. You shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the feelings of the stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the land of Egypt. Now, the term for stranger that's used here has multiple meanings. It is related to the word Rabbi, which means to dwell or reside. And sometimes this term is used to refer to, as it applies here, a stranger, a foreigner. Sometimes it's used to refer to someone who has become Jewish, who's converted to Judaism. Sometimes it's referring to a resident alien. And depending on the context, that's a different translation that will be used by the commentators. But if we look at this one, a very important commentator, very popular, L.A. Yoetz, he was writing as a popular in the 19th century, and he clarifies that for him, this commandment says we are not speaking about a convert to Judaism. The verse refers to a person in a foreign land without friend, sibling, or acquaintance, whose spirit is low and whose heart is broken and crushed. One must have mercy and draw this person close, be a friend and a neighbor, and provide as much support as he can. In this way, one fulfills the commandment. So obviously, in the context of the Passover Seder, as Jews around the world will gather with their families and contemplate the meaning of freedom and the meaning of displacement, and hopefully identify with the displacement of others, that is, according to Rabbi how it will fulfill this commandment. Now, when we look at it in our specific moment, we're not talking just about Jewish refugees, of which there are many from Ukraine. There are a lot of different counts of how the Jews live there. The conservative count says there are about 40,000 Jews who self-identify as such. There are about 90,000 Jews in Ukraine who are not necessarily connected to that core population, but nevertheless are, if you look at see that they would say that they are in fact Jewish, and maybe as many as 200,000 people who are on the fringes of the Jewish community, perhaps they have partial Jewish lineage or married to Jews, but we're talking about a very large number of Jews. But the main issue, of course, is not the Jewish refugees, but a far larger group of Ukrainian refugees. This is actually one of the most colossal refugee crises in history. You have a look, for example, at this report that just came out recently from the United Nations report on migration. There are about, as of April 1st, 7 million who are internally displaced within Ukraine, meaning they have not left their country, they have left their homes for other regions of Ukraine, particularly towards the west, where there is less shelling and less danger. And there are 11 million who are totally displaced, which means they've actually left the country. That means there are about 4.1 million Ukrainians. Roughly one quarter of the entire population of the country is now out of its boundaries because of the fear of the war. It's an absolutely mind-boggling number. Try to put that number into some context. You should really think about when William Faulkner said in 1951, he said, "The past is never dead, it's not even past." Meaning, people like to say that history repeats itself. Some people work with another quotation that it doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. But we are still living in an extended 20th century of egregious refugee crises. Let's just think about what this means in context. The estimated number of international refugees after 6 years of World War II is 40 million. That's the conservative estimate. Liberal estimates go all the way up to 60 million. Ukrainian refugees have reached 4 million after only 6 weeks. That's a stunning number of people displaced, tremendous human suffering as a result. This is the 8th largest refugee crisis in recorded history, and unfortunately the 3rd largest in the 21st century. And if you look at these numbers in one other way, look at the scope and speed of it, if you were to calculate the number of refugees per the month of conflict, we're just 6 weeks into this war, and you can see that Ukrainian refugees are off the charts. Far more refugees displaced in a far shorter period of time than even in World War II or the partition of India, which was also a tremendous crisis in 1947. So we are dealing with a colossal crisis that boggles the mind and demands a response. What I would like to do over the next minutes is to talk a little bit about the specifically Jewish aspect of the experience of Ukraine and to understand a little bit about what that might mean for Jewish responsibility to fulfill that commandment, or how Jews might fulfill that commandment of considering the stranger. But I want to get personal for a few minutes, just to tell you a little bit about my own connection to Ukraine, because I think it's relevant for giving you a sense of how strongly I feel about this. This is a photograph of my father's parents and grandparents, Pauline, Alex, Abrams. It's dated circa 1932. They lived in Northern Ontario, Canada. This quirky individual at the bottom here is my father. One of the things that my father always used to tell me about his childhood is that he grew up with an adopted brother. Right after World War II, the tremendous refugee crisis of Jewish orphans, and they were displaced among about 300,000 other Jews to these camps that are dotted in Central Europe and Italy. And my grandparents, of blessed memory, took in an orphan child as a refugee to live with them in Northern Ontario, Canada. And so he was the same age as my father, and they grew up together, which is an adopted brother. And so the experience of being directly connected with the refugee population and the refugee experience is something that I contemplated deeply when I was a young child, and my father told me about his own childhood. It meant a lot to me about what he and especially his parents sacrificed in order to help out an orphan from the war. And I have a more specific connection with Ukraine. This is a photograph of a typical 5-story walk-up. It's called a Khrushchev because they had 2 different kinds of major buildings. You have the Brezhnevs, which are much higher, more modern buildings, and you have these Khrushchevs, which were smaller and somewhat more decrepit. And I spent several months living in this Khrushchev. Let me tell you the story. I first visited Ukraine as part of my graduate education. My first degree was actually not in history, it was in philosophy, but I realized I wasn't going to be able to make much of a living as a philosopher. So when I was thinking about what else to study, I knew that my father-in-law was very enamored of Ukrainian history, in particular my wife's family is from Ukraine. And so I thought I would try and knock off 2 birds with 1 stone. I would impress my father-in-law, and I would find a way to make a living as a historian because I studied Ukrainian history. I doubt that I liked it, so I studied more of the first went to Ukraine in 1989. They were still under the Soviet Union, but it was beginning to liberalize significantly. And the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to take a large supply of insulin to a diabetic Ukrainian Jew who lived in this building here. So I took it. It was a big deal in 1989. I had to put it in the freezer and things like that in the plane, and we got it to Ukraine. And then I managed to get a taxi and find my way over to left bank Kyiv and to this address. And I delivered the insulin, and I spent about an hour there with them, and I went home. And then, this was still under the Soviet Empire, so I could not get into the archives that I really wanted to, but I did do some research there. However, I was denied access to the archives like the Communist Party. Then, when the Soviet Union fell and Ukraine declared independence, I was invited back, this time by a much more open and Western-oriented government, free from Moscow's influence, or free from much of Moscow's influence, to come back and look at those archives. So I said, absolutely fantastic. They said, we'll give you an apartment and you'll be all taken care of, and it sounded like it's going to be fantastic. When I landed at Boryspil Airport outside Kyiv, everything had fallen through. Nobody knew who I was. The people who were in charge had fled for various reasons, and I was completely alone in a strange city with a pocket full of Canadian cash and no idea where I was going to spend the night. I didn't have a hotel reservation. I was supposed to be a guest of the Academy. I really didn't know what to do. The sun was setting, and there was a lot of road criminality going on. It was very strong. It was early months after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I got in a taxi. I knew that this building, this was the only person I really knew in Kyiv at the time. I knew this building was somewhere in the west bank of the Dnipro River. I said, take me to that region. I drove around for about half an hour. I thought I recognized this. And sure enough, I went in. I went up to the right floor. I thought it was. I went to the right door. I thought it was. And in fact, when I knocked on Yevgeny Antonov's at the door, he was home. It was, thank God, the same place that I had visited originally. And I ended up staying there for several months. Even after we were able to work out where I was supposed to be and what my different positions were supposed to be, I simply asked that all the funds that the Canadian government had allocated for my trip be directed to the Antonovskis, so they were able to get a windfall, but I lived in their tiny two apartment for several months as I did my research. There's a picture of me with Yevgeny. Believe it or not, I have a guy in the back there with the dark hair, dark beard, and you'll see that we're looking at some beautiful 19th century tiles. And Yevgeny's grandfather was the shamus of a shul. He was sort of like the sexton of the synagogue. And when the communists came in 1917, 1918, he hid all of the holy books, and he preserved them until his father, until Yevgeny could take over. So the house was filled with the wonderful collection of 19th century paintings. Absolutely gorgeous. I would spend time studying it together. So I got to see from the perspective of regular Soviet Jews what it's like to live in those conditions. There's another photograph of Yana, his wife, and also on the right, those of you who are students of Ukrainian Jewish history, or those of you who are fans of art, I recommend that you're fans of human literature. I recognize the young man on the right, who's my good friend, who I met in Kiev at that time. Now I was a professor at ROTHSCHILD in Northwestern. Here's a picture of what he looks like now. He's kind of mastered the smoke since then. But our first associations were in the So I had an experience of what it was like, however attenuated, to be a stranger in a strange land, not know where I was going to sleep that night, nothing compared to the actual suffering of the current Ukrainian refugees. But nevertheless, I had a little taste of it. Thank God, right into the kindness of strangers, the grace of God, I was able to find a place to live. So my research resulted. This is the book that I wrote about that. The time ago, I studied scripture. It's no longer available in print, but the Ukrainian translation was in Italian. There's a second edition too. But it's some of the things that I'm going to talk about a bit more detail. So what I'd like to do now is give you some kind of personal background, personal introduction to the story, but I'll talk to you a little bit about Jews and Ukrainians specifically and how that relates to the refugees. So we should certainly bear in mind that Jewish history goes back a very long way. It goes back at least recorded history, and it's farther back as a Jewish settlement at the fringes of Ukrainian territory. Now we look at this map, which obviously not referring to the contested areas of Crimea being annexed by Russia in the 21st century. You can see the extent of the Jewish population by the heavy shape where in which Jews were more than 15% of the region to the west. It is the right bank of the Taik River if you go over. But even on the left bank, Poltava, Berka, you have 2.9%, Katarinoslav 4.7%, still very significant percentage of Jews, way higher than Jews are in almost all parts of the United States. Obviously, of course, major exceptions. And Jews have a very rich, long population history in particular. If you have a look at this map, you'll see the origins of Ukraine in a kind of medieval state called Taik, which existed from about the 10th century to about the 13th century. This sort of group of principalities, which were headed up from the city of Kiev, formed the kind of core culture, the original political, social, religious culture of three contemporary Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. Now it happens that the center of this was in Kiev, and so Ukrainians claim that essentially they are the geographic inheritors of Belarus, as well as political, religious, and cultural inheritors. Belarus and Russia also have their roots in this region. Now, Jews lived in this region easily from the 10th century on. There are plenty of references to Jews in the several historical chronicles of the lab, including the Cornerstone and the Red, which is one of the most important documents that describes this in the so-called Chronicle of Bygone years. But we also have some archaeological evidence that suggests that they even lived on the Black Sea coast as far back as antiquity. That Jews were involved in a lot of trade in the region, and so you will have Jewish ports in right, for example. We have in the 13th century, a little bit earlier, even members of the Bale Tosfos, that is the important commentators on the Talmud. There's one Moses of Kiev and Isaac of Chernihiv that show up in various writings of Talmud. So Jews are there right at the very beginning of Ukrainian self-determined statehood in one form or another. They begin, however, to emerge in much larger numbers in the late 11th century and onward. That's the era when the Crusades begin. As you can see from this map, which outlines the various routes of several Crusades moving from Western Europe into the land of Israel. And the predominant number of the Stars of David, which represents Jewish communities in the 12th century and onward, they're much more to the west. The central heartland of what would be called Ashkenazi Jewry is located primarily in the Rhineland, which would be northern Germany, parts of France. And so what's going to end up happening over the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries is that there's a significant number of reasons why Jews are being forced eastward by increasing economic pressures. For example, the anxious development of the blood libel that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children. Absolutely ridiculous concept that has no basis in reality whatsoever. But once the idea began to take hold in the 12th century, it spread rapidly. People like to believe it in a kind of a QAnon way, which actually we may reflect on it a bit later. This is actually a document. It's actually German currency from the 20th century that commemorates a post-desecration case in Sternberg, in which Jews were accused not of murdering a Christian child, but by doing something that was a related charge of capturing the communion victims, the so-called hosts, and torturing them instead. And although that's also a figment of some kind of fever dream imagination, nevertheless, Jews were frequently charged with this heinous activity, and they were frequently judged guilty and put to the stake. starting with the Crusades of 1096 and onward, there is an increasing pressure on Jews to leave for anti-Semitic reasons. And then from the east, there's actually an economic vacuum that's drawing Jews in. At this time, Ukraine was under the control of the Poles as part of the very large Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And there was a tremendous need for people to act as middlemen, as police holders, to help manage these large landed states, in which there tended to be an ethnic division between the landlords, who were Polish Catholics for the most part, and the farmers, the peasants, who were Ukrainian Orthodox. Orthodox, of course, not in the Jewish use of that term, but in terms of the Christian denomination, as opposed to Catholic. And the Jews were an excellent choice to bring in to manage these states, both because of their developed skills in literacy and literacy, but also because they were not especially they didn't show allegiances to the local population. They could be depended on to be loyal to their employers because they were a distinct entity. There were a whole bunch of activities that were associated with Jews because the nobility could literally give them monopolies in things like the production of alcohol, something called propaganda, and so that's why so many Jews were active with, for example, maintaining inns and distillation and distribution of alcohol. This was, however, a rather exploitative economic system, as I've discussed in other videos, of course. There's look at my channel, you'll see some of them are discussed in detail, and would be the cause of some conflict. But nevertheless, what ends up happening is if you combine the pressures pushing Jews out of the Rhineland, the growth of anti-Semitic ideas, I haven't even mentioned the Black Death, and you combine that with the economic opportunities that are drawing Jews to these, you begin to see from the 12th through the 17th century very large movement of Jews into Croatia, Ukraine in particular, where they're active as Arendato's as middlemen for the most part. How are they getting along at this time? We should understand that, and I will talk about this in the next set of slides. There certainly were punctuations of great battles. There certainly were moments where Ukrainians in particular would attack Jewish communities. We're going to talk about that momentarily. But the overwhelming experience of Jews in Ukraine was one of peace and prosperity. That Jews in Ukraine managed to find a way to eke out a living, to study, to develop some remarkable religious innovations like the Hasidic movement. And for the most part, for 1,000 years, Jews and Ukrainians lived together in peace. It does not mean that they joined together in everything, but there was a level of cross-cultural pollination, of cross-fertilization, where Ukrainian ways of looking at the world influenced Jewish ways and vice versa. Just to give you a little introduction, jumping into the 20th century, this image we're looking at right now is Ukrainian currency of the very brief period of Ukrainian independence between the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917 and the imposition of Soviet rule to the communists shortly thereafter. During that time, remarkably, Jews and Ukrainians strove to officially work together to create a new state. And it ended in a great failure for various reasons, including popular covert violence, those are the most important reasons. But nevertheless, for that brief period of time, it hinted at what could be possible for Jews and Ukrainians. As you can see, it's got it's a 100-color lines bill. It has on the top the denomination listed in several languages, but on the bottom, right under the number 100, you can see in Yiddish, the words they're called because Yiddish was actually an official language of this very brief-lived and ephemeral republic. So we're basically talking about 1,000 years of tremendous cultural cross-fertilization. You see it in terms of linguistics, some of the most intimate terms essentially kind of German, and they used Tati. But when they came to Ukraine, they switched over to Tati. Tati is clearly derived from the Ukrainian Tato, and you can say this about hundreds of words in the Yiddish language. There are culinary things where Jews and Ukrainians are almost identical in their choice of diet. In fact, some regions, like in Western Ukraine, the gefilte fish is considered a delicacy, and it's called Jewish fish, because there is so much overlap. Poland Sleeve, right? Some people would say the German, the Russian pronunciation, Poland, which is cabbage rolls. So these are all Ukrainian eat and make their way into the Jewish tradition as well. And folklore is so many areas in which they are similar. Let me just show you one example. In the Chabad Hasidic movement, there's a very popular song that is Mesh Ritzim Slotzi, which is literally in Ukrainian. And it was much easier, of course, when Hasidim lived in Eastern Europe, but even in America today, they're memorizing these lyrics in Ukrainian. It's a rather amusing song that the text of the lyrics is basically, don't worry, boys, we're going to get to our destination, and there will be vodka there. Here is a very short piece, recording of that in the interest of copyright protection. I'm not going to include this clip as well as other clips in the recording, but I will include the links in the information box. So just have them down there and enjoy them. So you get a sense of what that might be in terms of the cultural overlap that would happen over the thousands of years of Jews. Many other folkloric elements that happen to Jews, like the photographs the President provide after the time useful writing up he's been treated dead and so, which is also a very common Jewish wealth that continues with yes, not so much here in America, but all these people are very common with cultural appropriation out of the world. I'm going to show you and it's idealized because it is partly built based on the writings of this man, Charlotte Reagan. This is one of the greatest writers of the 19th and 20th centuries. He wrote books in Yiddish, but hardly Canadianized Yiddish. If you look at Charlotte Reagan in the original, you can see that he's literally spreading his works with Ukrainianisms, the peasants speaking Ukrainian, and Yiddish speakers don't understand it because they're so close to understanding what that comes from. And the scene that I'm going to show you is think about it, which is because of Hollywood based on a play, which is based on a cycle of stories from Charlotte Reagan. So it has been idealized several times over, but nevertheless, I think in this 5 minute clip, I'd like to show you all of it. You get a sense of what it is Jewish life and many Jewish coexistence was when it was less. For plenty of time to talk about it when it was not less. But when they got around for 1,000 years, it might have been something like what certainly an idealized portrait of the king setting of the Jews of Ukraine. Not beyond the realm of imagination, but that I especially like about that clip is showing how they're existing separately, they're drinking separately from each other, and they're rather suspicious of find the bell on the Red Guard rounds up troops to bring them out to the fields. These were staffed by German military police, but they think use of local populations, including the Ukrainians and also the so-called blood alliances, Irish, like Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. The accomplices consistent with this. There's a very large backstory to this that deserves full attention. That about 1.5 to an estimated 2.5 million Jews were killed by the Axis in the early 20th century. Very documented. This is also in terms of my personal story, back with my father's parents, grandfathers, essentially in the 15th century. They're buried somewhere in this vast grave of the Romania. And artists that the Western sculpture that captures some of the like to contemplate these artifacts. So, all told, we have 1,000 years of relatively peaceful coexistence, lots of cultural interaction, which, by the way, probably involved a lot of people, because many of the kinds of things that we see showing up in the Jewish culture are things that would be transferred by women sharing recipes and marketing and things like that. But they are punctuated by an accelerated amount of violence for reasons which deserve a lot more explanation by the scope of this kind of work. And they are truly mirrored by what we're seeing today. I can't help but reflect on the mass graves that I've been seeing in Israel, places like Bucha and Haifa. They look exactly to me like the beings in which my ancestors were. It's hard not to feel the deep level of sympathy for things like that. So let us move now to the further point of this lecture. Let's place this Ukrainian Jewish reality within the Russian Soviet reality. Because for most of the period I'm discussing today, Ukrainians were not in control of their own destiny. Besides the Kiev and Rus period, which there are very few Jews living there, generally don't talk a lot about Israel there as a whole. Ukrainians did not have control of their lands as Ukraine, with the exception of the very period after the Soviet century. They lived under Polish rule, under Tatar Mongol rule, under Russian rule. Formation of this time up until the 20th century, where we finally articulate self-determination. So, looking at the temporary period, there is so we're showing here these KGB days, which are the numbers and I believe that in his thinking on the flavor of primitives, he's channeling three Russian words to they are his guiding his thoughts. How these functions is popular. First is second of who's actually the first celebration also right side with the Russian state, the Russian Empire at the time. She was instrumental in forcing a will upon the Ukrainians and reducing their ability to essentially execute them so that under the Russian heel they would force the will essentially like they did for the Poles for the Russians. He's also trying to make Nicholas the first. We saw in the first half he was 9,000. So Nicholas the First operated with three basic principles after his father was killed, aboard his he decided well, basically three things that he has to enforce on all of the people within the national. So the first is a notion of orthodoxy, that everyone has to conform to the Orthodox Church, which is a little bit different about just not belong in this person. This is how, from a Jewish perspective, impose so many horrific decrees, such as the Continence decree that required Jewish children, equally as young as 12 and often much younger, to be taken from their families and spend 36 years in military service as incomprehensible punishment that would tremendous havoc in these communities and destroyed the communal structure that essentially allowed the Jews to self-govern and did everything it could to try to bring the Jews as much as possible into these two areas of Orthodoxy, autonomy, and the minorities. Wanted to assimilate them to Russians as much as possible. For the Ukrainians, the Orthodoxy part was basically taken care of. The Catholics in the far west of the territory, but the vast majority of the Orthodox. In terms of autocracy, he had difficulty getting these Ukrainian peasants to submit to the Foreign Tsar in Moscow, but he had the most difficulty with the idea of the Algor. And he eventually had to settle for the notion that the Ukrainians were kind of like sort of cousins to Russians. There are many things to say for that, like, for example, the idea of the fact that they speak a Slavic language, which is related, distinct, different alphabets, different pronunciation, different vocabulary in a lot of places, but nevertheless a related language, sort of like the real Spanish language, both languages, very related and the French. And so he tried to push this idea that they were little Russians, so that's what Russians, little Russians, as opposed to the great Russians. The people who lived north were the great Russians, and they had these kind of like younger brothers, these cousins, who were the little Russians. And they were somehow part of the overall family, even though they did not necessarily agree part of the Unfortunately, not what happens today, where watching video some of the news, or average Russians in the streets saying, oh, it's a put down nation. It was just invented in 1998 when Russia decided to give away a piece of heritage. But, that in itself is a ridiculous way to look at history. But if you want to say that they really are Russians, which I would not agree to, you have 44 million people who say that they are distinct people. And they can call themselves alligators if they want. If they should, 44 million say they are distinct, but essentially, Shakespeare is channeling English the first, trying to assimilate the language into a larger Western canon. And of course, it's also channeling Joseph Stalin as the notorious dictator of the Soviet Union, who chose to impose this war of independence and genocide on America. I don't use that term lightly. The artificial terror family of 1932-33, which was directed at Ukrainians and killed millions of them by conservative estimates. 1 million, most likely 5 million, or possibly even more Ukrainians were killed in that disastrous season because of the policies followed by Stalin and was rushed to industrialize. In other words, it was that Stalin, kind of like, as Stalin put it at the time, that he wanted to make an office after breaks and breaks. And he checked his own vision. Now, these three are the very well identified in the story Russian history. Let's see them in Putin's mindset. But Putin is also thinking very carefully about this just something I want to focus on a little bit more. Putin, of course, the minister of propaganda of the Nazi state. He was either Jewish, on how to convince children to see the basic theory was tell the big lie, tell it as loudly as possible. Shameless the way Russian propaganda started with a ridiculous form of shows often as the intimidation of people wanting to object and say the truth. I'm going to get back to that just for a moment. But I want to bring us back to the study of this God individual that reverberates throughout Jewish history. And unfortunately, it also explains what is also chapter. see it. We have two basic challenges as we go into the Mississippi. This is a page from the first Barcelona Vergara, from the 14th century Spain. This is the Vergara. This is the which person was leading the pastoral ritual Seder with his hand on the dress, as he holds up a piece of matzah, something on the bread, anyone who is being let them fight. So it is an impetus built right into the Seder ritual to recognize the needs of other people to includes them. I see this as a challenge of memories that are kind of on. There's a challenge of redemption. There's the challenge of memories. This is something that is very pragmatic that we can all do. You have to understand that this war is being fought in two versions. First is the person on the left. But what is covered night after night is the sort of and Russia is we see a famous protest by India managed to get a sign out of on TV to specifically tell Russians they are lying. This is public numbers. Nevertheless, current Russia that the majority, 80% of Russians support the war and believe that Ukraine is somehow propagated by Nazis so that they have to as extricate them. We see that people try to tell the truth are horribly intimidated by this Jewish journalist in Russia. This place had left this war with a civil state. And anyone who tries to challenge this intellectual status quo it is actually a criminal there. It's a crime. So they use the word war to refer to what they call special military operation. And by his punishment was 15 years in prison. So besides the refugees in a lower dimension, it's like 11 million people who were displaced. There's an estimated 40 million of so-called Russian refugees of conscience. Russians who feel that it's too dangerous for them to speak their mind in England, and they're fleeing to wherever they can get a visa, Georgia, Kentucky, and elsewhere. But I firmly believe that truth will out. In fact, battle for information, battle for memory, and how you remember this is coming up in most amazing ways. This is dated just yesterday that satellite, one of the things that Lucha, I'm sure they're aware, is that when the Russians left the city, there were bodies scattered all over the streets. And the forces, when they entered the suburb of Kiev, they found these bodies. And the protest war constantly had the Russian foreign minister pronounced that one of these are plants. Ukrainians planted them there in order to make Russia look bad, which is such a bald-faced, incredible lie. But satellite data surprisingly can come out and can actually prove that no, in fact, those bodies represent people who were killed by the Russians and left there 3 weeks before the approach. So the truth will happen. What our challenge with memory is that we have to make sure that we speak this, that we engage in success, and not insist on what we are all about. That is the material knowledge, the knowledge of values. I think that really is built into these concepts. But it's really all of us who are connected to reflect on how we can best use our intelligence and our sensibility to help the refugees from Ukraine. And with that, since I'm out of time, I wish you all a happy service and happy and productive Passover. Let us hope that next year also studied hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you like to follow the news from very carefully, and you see that one of the figures that frequently appears in Jewish commentary is one of the Taik people who is the mayor of Taik, and he provides some very insightful observations as to what was happening in Ukraine's capital city. And as I was watching that, I suspect, he just seems like certain aspects of his presentation are characteristically Jewish. So I thought I'd look a little further into it. And sure enough, there is a Jewish backstory. It's quite fascinating. It says a lot as well about the Jewish past and I think also of the so I read that Leslie West, who's executive director of the National Coalition Supporting the Asian Union, recently gave an interview in which she said that, as you know, Ukraine was led by a Jewish president. Of course, she referred to the military agency. She continues the defense minister is Jewish, as is the president's chief of staff. Many members of the cabinet are Jewish. The mayor of Kiev, Klitschko, tells us about his Jewish grandmother every time we see him. That is in fact the story. His father's mother was Jewish. That's me a little bit more about how that is. So that would make his father certainly Jewish by Jewish standards. He did not make Klitschko himself Jewish by Jewish medical standards, which regards matrilineal descent as what determines Jewish status. Of course, there are different opinions in terms of century America, but that's a matter of some controversy. Anyway, Klitschko does not personally identify as Jewish. His wife is not Jewish as well, but nevertheless, he is not ashamed to be Jewish. He's proud to have Jewish ancestry. He's very impressive figure. He is a world heavyweight boxer champion. He holds multiple titles. He is the current mayor of Kiev, as I mentioned, and articulates in at least three languages, Russian, Ukrainian, and English, although sometimes his statements in English have a little bit of other things about him that really make me think he's got to have some nice story. The first is that he is highly educated. This is very typical for Jews, especially those who live in the diets. He holds a 10,000 degree, which is sort of like English medicine, professor level here in the United States, at religious dissertation in boxing. He is a polyglot, speaking multiple languages, which is a good fluency, that's also very characteristic. And thirdly, this is one of the good listens to his brother is also world champion boxer, yet they have never fought with each other. And the reason they have never had a professional fight together is because his mother promised them not to do so. In fact, when he listens to his mother, his mother said, now, we should not be put off by the fact that he's a professional boxer, because after all, there is a very long tradition of Jewish activity in the martial arts. Daniel Mendoza was one of the famous of the pioneers of the pugilistic sport. This used substance in America in 1936, and he developed a lot of techniques that apparently went into what are considered as elements of boxing. So the idea of using the physical specifically martial arts, but there's a fascinating interview that I listened to recently. How Klitschko gave this journalist, fascinating, really good listening to. If you don't understand Russian, you can put on the subtitles and figure out what's going on. It's not recommend that you listen to 11, 25 time out there, 11, 25, and 30 minutes of this. And what he describes there is how his father was in the Soviet military and constantly around his living. He kept his Jewish identity on the down low because of the reality of Soviet descent, which was particularly bad. searches that would go on during this went on for months and months. Which goes speaks about the tremendous emphasis this made on ironically, the elements of his past, his mother's side of it, the war, the terror famine that occurred in Stalin, and also the side of the Holocaust. He relates to the Holocaust and specifically he remarks in this video how very proud he is that Hashem is a record of his Jewish family and this is essentially the challenge for himself and the future mayor to be kept. He says that in Jerusalem there's a Hashem where this sense of militarization study of the Holocaust. He says in Jerusalem there was no Holocaust. In Washington, Los Angeles, there was no Holocaust. These are courses which have written Holocaust museums and research institutes. How is it that this is going to be covered down? Middle of Kiev, people were shot. Almost nothing of prison. Royal regions, family regions, in Ukraine, the places of executions, not martyrs. Many people go out and it's there and walk their dogs. So he sets himself with a future failure and challenge of energy into developing an understanding of the Holocaust. It's ironic that he used this interview in November of 2021. Just a few months later, of course, we're in a war which in many ways speaks many of the tragedies and cruelties that we see in access to the massive so-called Holocaust by bullets in places that have been shot. Let's get inside that. He also notes that at Rabbi, many people who killed soldiers also had family members, also got their children. Yet, they treat children as the best people. They treat families as children. It's a depressing answer to this question. The war fascinating visual. It speaks to the Jewish past, which is much more complex than most people believe. And also, hopefully, an optimistic Ukrainian Jewish future is there's ways to stand things very difficult. So, ROTHSCHILD, I'm saying he's definitely not a Viking. He is actually very My topic for today is Ukraine and its Jews. When Rabbi Morrison and I were first talking about various topics and how we would actually phrase this, we had some challenge because, the situation on the ground is changing so dramatically that we needed to choose a fairly generic topic that would cover all possibilities. So what I'm planning to do is to develop a single thesis, which I hope to demonstrate with a concrete graphic piece of art immediately, and then work through a historical narrative, and then bring it to the present day, and at that point we'll wrap it up and we'll open it up for discussion and questions to see if my thesis works at all. All sequence how to see my image in the background. Okay, great. Okay. So that's the plan. Now the thesis is basically that historically Jews of Ukraine have oriented themselves culturally like they have in most countries as a minority. They've oriented themselves towards the most powerful national unit in multinational states. So, for example, in Austria-Hungary, they tend to be more Austro-phile. When Hungary became much more independent after 1867, they evidence of Hungarian Jewish identity. In Ukraine, they were first Polonophile, meaning like developing an identity that began to connect them to the ruling Poles and then later to the ruling Russians. But in the last 3 decades, since independence from the Soviet Union, I would like to tender for our discussion that Ukrainian Jews have begun to develop, really for the first time in their history, a Ukrainian Jewish identity, which has very significant implications for the current moment we're in and for the future. As a kind of point of departure, have a look at this unusual Holocaust memorial, which is located on the wall of the great synagogue of Taik. Let me just show you where that is located in Ukraine itself. Here's a map that shows a geographical thing where this is north of western Ukraine. Here's Kyiv, and then to the right is Poltava, which I know is a place very important to you because it's a sister city to the war organization, to the temple, and also Odessa here in the center. So this is in the western part of Ukraine, not too far from Lviv. This is the actual site of the monument on the side of the 17th century. This great synagogue, which was built in a classic fortress style, possibly because of the many constant rebellions that we can discuss in a moment around the third half place. But let's have a closer look at the itself. First of all, a couple of superficial things. The first is you see between 2010, when the photograph on the right was taken, and 2011, a year later, when this photograph was taken, there's been some decay to the building, and no one has maintained it. I don't know what it looks like today. I don't know how many transit routes to take more of a temporary picture, but that says something about how it exists within the public sphere. Secondly, it seems like there's been some minor vandalism. Some people have put stickers on here, which could have been any of the political thing or commercial thing, and it's been hastily removed, which means something, but not completely. So that's just a superficial observation, which may be relevant later. But then if you look at the text in the triangles below, you see that here there is a text that describes the history of the Jewish existence right up into the Holocaust, but the language that's used there is Ukrainian, not Russian, which is rather unusual. Particularly during the Soviet years, Ukrainian would certainly have been the third language, certainly not the first language. But Ukrainian is there prominently, and there is no Russian text at all. Jews overwhelmingly spoke Russian first for the 20th century, not Ukrainian. Nevertheless, this Jewish memorial on a synagogue is Ukrainian. Secondly, on the left-hand side, you see it's in Hebrew, not Yiddish. Yiddish, of course, was overwhelming vernacular in the 19th century. Prior to that, the fact that they choose Hebrew indicates that it's very strongly oriented towards Israel, the modern state of Israel. So you have a monumental site synagogue that is texted in Ukrainian and in Hebrew, but the most dramatic and striking element of this image, which I'm sure many of you have picked up on, but it would have been instinctive to anyone in Ukraine, is the shape. You can see that the center, which looks like a Jew with hands raised in prayer, looking upward, is clearly evocative of the trident of Holocaust. This is a national symbol of Ukraine, which is named after Saint Holocaust, the first figure in Ukrainian history to convert to Christianity in the year 988. It is a distinctly Christian and Ukrainian national symbol, and here it is embedded directly into the structure of this monument. So I'm using this as kind of like a thought piece in art to look at how Jews in Ukraine may be envisioning themselves in Ukraine, which represents a break from much of their prior history. Speaking of the history, let's go to that. So here is a very well-known athlete, of settlement in the former Russian Empire, prior to 1917, where Jews were allowed to live in Russia. Russia proper had banned all Jews up to the year 1479, when in some of a scandalous development, a member of the royal household, influenced by a local Jewish doctor, converted to Judaism. And at that point, the church was enraged and then actually embarked on a centuries-long campaign to root out what we call the Judaizers, and no Jew was allowed, except under very exceptional circumstances, to live in Russia proper. Catherine the Great, the 18th century ruler who was involved with the dismemberment of Poland, suddenly found herself, with the acquisition of those Polish territories, the owner of the largest single population of Jews in the world. And although the church urged her to expel them or do something with them, she nevertheless effected a compromise by creating this territory where Jews were allowed to live. And as you can see, it extends in the north from the Lithuanian and southern Latvian territories down through what would later be Belarus. On the western part, it has the Kingdom of Poland, and then the large part towards the south is this circle here just roughly describes the main area of Jewish settlement, which was on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which bisects Ukraine, it goes to Kyiv and then down to the Black Sea, and most Jews live on the western side of that Poltava was towards the new area of Jewish settlement, however, Odessa as well for other reasons, because it was founded in Great. Now, for the most part, in this region, Jews lived among Ukrainians in a kind of an economic symbiosis where there were moments of conflict that I'm going to explain in a moment. But by and large, it was uneventful. By and large, they slowly picked up cultural habits and tics and ideas from each other. Most of Eastern European Jewish cooking, for example, was overwhelmingly Ukrainian in nature. There's a tremendous amount of Ukrainian and Yiddish language, a certain amount of Yiddish also made it into Ukrainian as well. But if Jews had to sort of identify with a nationality after being Jewish, they tended to be Russian, because the Russians were the dominant power, and it's dangerous for minorities to identify with a powerless population, even though they may be the dominant population of the region, but nevertheless, it might not work out well for them as we should expect. There was one moment, however, where this changed dramatically, and that was the topic of the dissertation that Rabbi Morrison mentioned earlier. During the period of the immediately after the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, Ukrainians and Jews attempted to establish an independent state, which was founded on much more European principles, not as an ethnic nation state, but rather as a citizen-based state, in which all minorities would have unprecedented rights and privileges, including the Jews. And there's one artifact of that period. Here is a 100 Kagabanets bill of unit currency from that very brief time. And on the other side of this bill is all Ukrainian, which is the dominant language, at least in terms of the population. But on this side, the obverse had 100 Kagabanets written in Russian, Polish, right below the number 100 in seats written in Yiddish. Because the Jews were actually given the minister of Jewish affairs. They were allocated tax dollars for schools and for synagogues and things like that. It was really a wonderful time of utopian idea that ended in horrific failures, largely because of drug violence that swept over the countryside with the civil war at that time. And most painfully, 40% of the pogroms that were reported were actually perpetrated by forces that were ostensibly loyal to the same government that printed this bill, which is an irony that I was researching. So what happened in Ukraine is now you get to a new period, 100 years later, where it's opportunity to kind of resurrect that normative population. But Ukraine has a lot of identity formations of itself. For example, you see here, does recognize its unique Jewish population and its long Jewish history, as we see, goes back 1,000 years. And they're prepared with a kind of much more European mode to celebrate and commemorate that. This is a stamp dated 2011 that commemorates the 70th anniversary of the tragedy of Rabbi. That's the horrific massacre of some 30,000 Jews in the space of just a handful of days when the Germans entered their cave in the Second World War. But at the same time, here in 2009, we have another stamp that's dated 2009 that commemorates the 100th anniversary of the birth of Stefan Bandera, who is one of the figures who is most considered to have collaborated with the Nazis when they invaded Spain. So how is it possible that a country can at the same time celebrate its Jewish minority and promote its Jewish minority and acknowledge its long presence there and have a Jewish president, and at the same time it makes sense within their culture to commemorate Nazi collaboration? This is one of the great paradoxes that I've noticed. So let's just do a very quick historical review. How did the Jews get to Ukraine? The Jews actually have an incredibly long history there. There are, some kind of hazy, legendary statements about Jews in Ukraine, especially on the Black Sea coast in the first century of the era. There's also a population in Ukraine associated with Khazaria in the 10th century, so quite old, really at the very beginnings of Ukrainian culture. But there were big masses of Jewish migration to Ukraine happened in the 12th to the 7th century, primarily from the Rhine this heartland of the reason for that is just twofold. First, there was increasingly unwelcome anti-Semitic pressures that were forcing the Jews from the West to consider new homes. The rise of the blood libel in the 12th century, the host desecration in the 13th century, the Black Death of the 14th century, repeated expulsions of Jews from France 3 times in the 14th century alone, made Jews consider they were not necessarily welcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, there was a second factor. There was a vacuum for precisely the kind of skills that Jews had in Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was beginning to develop its economy and it needed a local population that was literate and especially numerate, that could actually work with numbers and figures and basic accounting, that could understand commerce, that understood metallurgy and that includes thinkers that were actually Jews. So the earliest Polish coins are actually written through characters. And so Jews were actually invited to settle in these regions that were controlled by the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, in particular their southern land holdings in Eastern Europe. So that's basically when Jews started making their way from Ashkenaz to Ukraine. The economic structure of the region was very much like caste-like, where the vast majority of Ukrainians were agrarian, working in fields, and the landowners of the higher classes and Poles quite often living far away in Poland itself. And here's where the Jews came in. The Poles were basically hired as middlemen for these stores through a system called the arenda, which is a kind of tax form. The Polish nobleman would say, I would like you Jews to manage my large farm called the Latafundia, which included the entire village. It included the mills, the presses, and literally even the people, because these Ukrainians were serfs, which is not exactly the same thing as a slave, but not quite as high as a peasant. They were attached to land, they could not leave the land, they could not marry without the Lord himself. And the nobleman would typically, the Polish nobleman would typically say to the Jew, okay, you and your community, I want you to raise 1,000 zloty from my Latafundia, and the Jews would go out and do it. And they were empowered by the nobleman with the force of law to impose any kind of taxes that would successfully raise that amount of money. The Jews would, of course, raise more than that, would raise, let's say, 1,200 zloty, because the system was inherently exploitative, such that if the Jews did a good job and they turned up on time with the vows responses at hand, then nobody might be tempted to say, hey, you know what? That seemed pretty easy. I guess I underbid. I would like you to collect 1,100 zloty next year. And that meant that Jews had to come back and get more creative and more aggressive in finding different ways to tax the local population. And there were many innovative ways of taxation which were increasingly hated by the population. One of them, for example, was propinatia, which is essentially the monopoly on the distillation and sale of alcohol, which meant that Jews in Ukraine basically owned the market on all of the goods and confectionaries. That's what this part from the 1920s represents, a traditional Jewish confectioner, which has Jews involved in the sale of alcohol and also very much involved in music, as a result. And Ukrainians, in their best finally, come to enjoy a little bit of socialization. But if you can imagine that, the Jew is, collecting taxes on this, and maybe he'll allow people to run up a tab, and then at harvest season, you've got to pay up a large amount, perhaps with interest. And the most hated of the accusations, which was widely circulated in Ukrainian workshop, is the accusation of Jews actually held keys to churches. And if you wanted to baptize your child or get your child married, you had to pay the Jews to open up your church, which was heavily resented. What ended up happening, as you can imagine, is there was a rebellion in the 17th century led by Pope John Khmelnytsky, and what he capitalized on a large number of so-called Cossacks or Cossacks, who were essentially runaway serfs who had made their way to the borderlands, to the region of Zaporizhia, which is where they have the nuclear plant. And from there, they would engage in raids on Tatar lands, on Turkish lands, and sometimes on the Polish lands. Here you can see this remarkable piece of art by Rabbi, something that really speaks to the Ukrainian national identity, the idea that this is something that really fits very well with the way Americans see themselves as a Canadian, looking from the outside in. I can see this about your wonderful culture. Thank God, I'm very happy to be here. But there are some things about the culture that I don't quite get. One of those things is like this incredible attachment to freedom, and don't tread on me, and you're not the boss of me. That's definitely a very Ukrainian attitude, well, which comes from the idea of these free group Cossacks. The leader of these bands is Olga Khmelnytsky, shown here on the banknote from modern Ukraine, and led this major attack against Poles, against Ukrainians who had converted to Catholicism, against traitors, and of course against their middlemen, the Jews. Some of the worst pogroms in Jewish history occurred in the middle of the 17th century, led by this man. So Ukrainians viewed him as a great national liberator who brought freedom and independence to Ukrainians, whereas Jews viewed him as an incredible anti-Semitic. Both of those images are true. They are not yet reconciled in modern Ukraine, but it is in many ways into the American difficulty of working through a lot of the issues of the Confederate South that continues to be present there. But to give you another example of this concept spirit, this is a recent stamp that was inspired by the incident that violence the war. See the Moskva that was still floating, an Ukrainian soldier, a violent, literally did the middle finger to the victim, and goes along with an expletive as well. That's very much kind of the Cossack spirit, which Americans have to identify with. So what shifted after Khmelnytsky is that although he was a great rebel leader and was able to motivate the Cossacks to organize them to bear a tremendous weapon against the Poles and try to put us out of much of Ukraine, he was a terrible governor, and once he had control, he didn't know what to do with it. So ultimately, he decided to make a union reconstruction in 1654. The guy on the left was actually my younger self when I was doing my dissertation research over there in 1990. And behind me is the Great Soviet Monument commemorating that, which of course is really great for Soviet Russian propaganda because it is a huge friendship of the Ukrainian and Russian people, which you can the right in the statue, which is actually the bottom of the apex of that arch, that shows the heroic, shirtless, strangely Ukrainian Russian people upholding the Soviet Union as a symbol of eternal friendship of Ukrainians and Russians. Here you can see how the arch was defaced by protesters in 2020. They painted a plaque on it to indicate that loving relationship between Ukrainians and Russians had changed dramatically in recent years. Now, at this point, I'm seeing that I'm taking here longer than I expected, so I'm going to kind of zip through this in one sentence. The During all this period, we've had a series of triangular relationships. There was Jews, Ukrainians, and one other people, either the Poles or the Russians. This also repeats itself in the western region of Ukraine, which for the most part is kind of like an exception because it's under the Austro-Hungarian government rather than the Polish or the Russian government. And with all of those relationships, Jews tended to orient themselves towards the more powerful nationality, originally the Poles or the Russians. But in the 19th century, that began to see some changes, which we discuss very briefly now. So let's actually look at the 20th century. So as I mentioned, during the revolutionary period after the Romanov dynasty fell, there was this brief period of rapprochement between the regions. Ended in terrible and bloody deaths. Central to that brilliant is the figure shown here in this statue, who is exactly like this figure, who is the role of the path. And it seems that the path to Ukrainian independence is almost invariably wrapped up with anti-Semitic agitation at the same time. And what I see shown here is that he was a very misunderstood figure. He actually was a journalist who found himself at the helm of this fledgling government. And in my research, what I argued was that he was not so much the architect of the violence as he was paralyzed by it. He did not know how to control it. He did not take the appropriate steps that the leader had in order to control that violence. Nevertheless, Ukrainians view him as a hero. Here you see the statue as a hero in the other colors. In times of Israel, here's Ukrainian, of course, that he's promised. Nevertheless, his statue set up. He was later assassinated in Paris in 1926 by this man, Shalom Schwarzbard, who murdered him specifically because he viewed him as the person who had organized these horrible pogroms in 1919. And when Schwarzbard was amazingly acquitted by the Paris jury, perhaps feeling guilty about the Dreyfus affair that was 30 years earlier, in which they convicted an innocent Jew. In this case, they actually acquitted a fairly guilty Jew for murdering him in cold blood in the street. He was not convicted about it. But it was nevertheless seen by pieces of victory. Here you see a remarkable piece by Chagall that shows the raised Taurus war with the danger of vengeance on overhead and the word Schwarzbard written in Yiddish. That is the Torah. The Torah is Schwarzbard's vengeance. Imagine the Jews after the pogroms of 1919. And there are many places, like here in Beersheba, where you have a street named after Schwarzbard, which is called Advocate, danger. So, just like we saw with Donetsk, you have a history where, the drive towards Ukrainian independence is intimately wrapped up with anti-Semitic activity. The worst period, of course, would be during the Holocaust, and this is what spans, and the rule is so large in the American diaspora. We should understand that Ukraine was divided by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the secret pact between Hitler and Stalin in 1939. You see here, this region was divided between the Soviets, taken over from Poland, divided between the Soviets and the Nazis. And so for 2 years, Soviets came in and tried to forcibly communize the region, imposing agricultural standards and persecuting religion, much like we had in Eastern Ukraine, which included the disasters of Holodomor, the terror of March 3rd, furniture in the 1920s and early 30s, you don't have the same kind of phenomenon. Nevertheless, belief is far more important than reality, and many Ukrainians view the Jews as being allied with the Soviets and the Soviet. And the Nazis double-crossed the Soviets and invaded. They came into this region with 4 units of Einsatzgruppen, or mobile killing squads, and this was the so-called Holocaust barbarians. I've already mentioned that now. That was where some 33,000 Jews lost their lives. And by the way, the Nazis continued to use that for another couple of years, killing another 60,000 Jews. Also, buried together. The Jews are massive. It's great. But this is the way in which most Ukrainians were associated, if they were associated with Nazis, and the Holocaust, this Holocaust violence, in which the Nazis would employ so-called Hilfsbürger, or willing helpers from the local populations who would engage in assisting these mobile killing squads, killing somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million people. This is extended in which young parents lost their families at this time. But God was recently gone to John Susan was conducted. The monument itself was not conducted. But you can see, despite the history that I was giving you, there's still blue and yellow flowers. They have this new tradition. So you have to try to have taxes and try to understand how this comes together. In our current moment, Vladimir Putin is looking to channel his Tsarist predecessors to build this idea of the Ruski Mir, the Russian world, in which he wants to try to recreate this larger Russia, which includes Ukraine as an intrinsic component part of it. But it's interesting to note that his main sort of justification for propaganda purposes for attacking Ukraine is that it is filled with Nazis. But we should understand that those as Nazi is clearly absurd. It's actually not filled with Nazis. But for Russians, they view the idea of Nazis as an everyone who tries to conquer their country. This is a huge thing for them. It's much bigger for Russians than it is even for Americans. As much as we revere the greatest generation, D-Day and things like that, Russians, of course, had Nazis on their soil. So they created, like, we have this massive mother grotesque motherland statue to symbolize the defense of the country from those Nazis. And so, in a way, it was actually thinking of the EU and NATO as the Nazis. Indians by the fall into that definition. For Ukrainians during the Nazi period, it's much more interesting, much more relevant to think of their at one time connection to the Nazis, generalizing because I'm running out of time, as really one in which they're trying to get rid of the Soviets. They view the Nazis as hated enemies, but possible temporary allies. This is actually a propaganda picture from an organization called the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists and Navy organization called UPA. And as you can see, the soldier here on the bottom is trapping on both the Soviet and the Nazi flags. The Soviet one on top, as the one below, because they view the Nazis as their allies to kick out. So this is still present to some degree in certain elements of the Ukrainian society, but as we shall see, it's very small elements. This is the Azov battalion that clearly has a small element. Some scholars estimate as much as 10 to 15% of the capabilities have Nazi implications. The question and answer will be that discusses. Contrast this, on the other hand, by someone like Volodymyr Zelensky, who like Putin is named after Prince Vladimir, the first became Christianity in 1980. But his vision is of a pro-Ukraine. He is not going to make this idea of this great Russian world that includes Ukrainians as younger brothers to Russians. He sees Ukraine as a multinational, modern state that can admit many different populations. And it's amazing that Ukrainians, I believe, 72% of them voted for Zelensky in the last presidential takes us now to the innovation of the future of our institution. Here's a remarkable study that appeared in 2018 from the Pew Research Center. But ask the question, you know, would you be willing to accept Jews as citizens of your country? Ukrainians were the most welcoming of Jews of all Eastern European countries. Only 5% of Ukrainians said that they would not be willing to accept Jews as their countries, which, you know, was half as much, a third as much as Russia and Belarus and Poland, a quarter as much as my homeland, Lithuania. You know, let's fix them are, you know, just a remarkable number that indicates that American Jews tend to have this image of this inveterate Ukrainian anti-Semite. Let's say the Ukrainians were the worst during the Holocaust, which is something we discussed in the as well. Nevertheless, modern Ukrainians seem not to do that. And if we compare this number with a similar study done by the same institutions in 2019, it's not exactly the same questions, but Jews are very well welcomed in this country. And if you look at the figure on the right, on those who are Jews, the mean number was 8%. So America may not even be as welcoming to Jews as Ukrainians, which, you know, are the brothers in nation. Nevertheless, we are looking at an evolving point at this moment. This map was actually from last week, and I'm not sure what it looks like today. But as Jews, we should recall that, you know, we just read the day before yesterday in synagogue, we just read the Shiva Dayan, the tremendous description of the Jews' escape through the sea when all seemed to be lost. It is arguably the greatest refugee story in world history. Perhaps we should bear this in mind when we think about the fate of Ukrainians who are now also with their backs to the sea and deeply in need of our privilege. I thank you very much for your attention and endurance. Let's turn it back over to the Rabbi. All right, well, it's good to see you all here today. I would like to start a gathering by acknowledging that the University of Alberta is built on traditional lands of the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, and Cook Sioux Iroquois, Indian, Ojibwe, Saukko, Anishinaabe, Inuit, and other peoples. By acknowledging and teaching about past and contemporary injustices, we are making an effort to help ensure that history does not repeat itself. It is only when we account for the past and understand the present that we can move forward to the future creation. I would also like to acknowledge and thank all the Indigenous people on our campus for working diligently to make meaningful change to the system for future generations. And finally, I want to acknowledge that many people from all of Australia have incredibly and that the innovation welcome. We need to value their diversity, their cultural worldviews, their resilience, and their many contributions. All right, well, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you today. Whether you are attending in person or online, to this opening event in the History, Classics, and Literature Graduate Student Association's annual conference on the theme of societies to crisis, reactions, resilience, and resolutions. So, a wonderful contemporary theme and topic for this conference. My name is Brian Dutch. I'm the chair of the Department of History, Classics, and Religion at the University of Alberta. For a while now, about 4 years ago. I've been at the university since 1998. I remind people that there's 1 more year. You need to reach the University of Alberta is one of Canada's leading our department is home to 7 undergraduate degrees, 7 graduate programs in the separate disciplines of classics, history, and religious studies, as well as interdisciplinary programs that link across those disciplines. We have many areas of research strength on our faculty members, on our graduate students, um, including most relevant, let's have a list tomorrow, but most relevant to today's event. We have research strengths in Ukrainian history and studies, and in religious studies and history of religion, which is an area of strength in classics and in history, as well as most obviously in religious studies. This conference, the HCR Graduate Student Conference, is an annual event that is intended to showcase research undertaken by around 75 graduate students in our department, ranging across the disciplines of history, classics, including classical archaeology, and religious studies. It also features the research and graduate students from other disciplines at the University of Alberta and from other institutions. I mentioned all of these specifically we are observing online. This event has 48 participants online, probably already released, so that's great to see. The conference today and over the next few days, is generously supported by the faculty of Arts Conference by the Ellsberg Jewish Studies Endowment and the Jewish Federation of Payments, by the ROTHSCHILD Family Foundation, and by the Department of History, Classics, and Religion itself. Lastly, it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished colleague, Dr. Professor Emeritus of History. Dr. Tita has international reputation. He's groundbreaking scholarship on the history of nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe, and on the history of Holocaust during World War II in Ukraine and Tunisia. And thus far, we'll introduce our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the great. Like the speaker, especially when you're able to those that tragedy versus the highest that you're able to sort of do that and to spend. Although based in the United States, Dr. Anderson is a he was born in 1962 in a small town unknown in Ontario. Later becoming necessary for the Falls, and to study some of the future. Lansingville is in the Foothills, Ontario, 450 miles north of Toronto. This is where the valley to experience the coldest temperature ever recorded in Ontario. In January 1935, mercury dropped to 70 degrees. Young Henry grew up, I tried to believe that I forgot that for much younger. Young Henry was brought to the area, where people settled by snowmobile, big occupied himself, like the sea in his study. Henry was so a child in his small town. He had to learn twice getting himself against contest against college. His parents declared his Jewish education. His answers were so clear in Jewish educational research. His parents seemed remarkable with his child. His mother lived with him, and suddenly he introduced to the extended Jewish university. He received his education from the University of Russia, meaning a BA, MA, PhD. He wrote his doctoral dissertation under the supervision of the We are driving the graduate students to the city, and I first noticed that right each hour he was working on two topics in history, 17 years ago. As I see it, we are going to take to a major project that lays firm foundation for much of the greater work. And brought to the audience and showing the future of the we will be examining the intended Jewish convention during the sibilance, violence of the American Revolution of 1917 Japan. This was a rich and controversial period. During the revolution, civil rights became effective, implemented an unprecedented program of equal rights, cultural autonomy, and property, complete with the Ministry of Jewish Affairs, which was called the government. And when the government began to lose control over the territory and population, it was transformed into a mobile armed camp. Troops loyalty perpetrated savage programs against the Jews, killing tens of thousands. The assessment of the period is radically different from the observed by any other language than Jewish archaeology. No one has been able to show why. When we go out to see the full of action, Henry Ricardo is more sensitive to topics than ever been in evidence previous. He has a distinct advantage of having lived through the discussion. The initial announcement of the results of research is the Year Journal of Washington, D.C. Like the fellow graduate students of public work. In 1995, he completed the doctoral dissertation of the subject. He did further research and he wrote the dissertation in research, observed and published in 1989 that became research dissertation. We received the curiosity to give and expected silence and sometimes I myself studied the huge portrait on that project ready to reflect more generally on the interaction with the states. We wrote an article 6 sensitivity and subject, showing the feminine studies of Babylon. It destroys the myth of defending ethics as something of reverence and senses. And the answer instead, in socioeconomic predictions, we refer graduate students to their death. What we learned from the Revolution Project is certainly to show that we do more and more on the essential of conversation general politics. In fact, one can see the work on the prognosis of the revolution of the US as a preparation for studying the back to project the statement. This article on the essential for us, that rights and our country's rights, shows the influence of early work in the subsequent collaboration with scientists and universities around the world. One of the difference of this is really work on the about health and learning how to forgive it. Today was a first rabbi in the National Academy of the Arts and Congress. He delivered a series of youth services conversations. After the war, manuscript of sermons found to be the rubble of some chapter and was published in Israel as the right. During the scholarly exploration of the Holocaust, and the vantage point of the Jewish community, including myself, as dark and fascinating. I do not think that many scholars have faced the matter of the rabbi is saying to achieve this. The earlier interview evidence maybe explain the rabbi's points to clearly. In 2017, Dr. Richardson built the whole Christmas project, called off at the U.S. Government. Already there has been done many exhibits of people who global design using the I think the first thing to the surface of this article is the way it was. and that these are true. The example you could focus on the His book, The Prayers and Government, he later became involved in the documentary government. This was the last piece of the the author became deeply involved in 7 years of the Middle East. He produced an excellent piece in which he was willing to already purchased. While looking for the Atlantic University of the Republic, created an exhibition entitled The Architecture, which is the Bible of the Republic. What the architecture is titled Look, the title about the That is that scholarship is usually in the other problem has to be the University of Greece from that university has very he's been longer at 3 years. He was absorbed at 19 in 2002 to 2006. Then he joined the faculty of Imperial College Summit in 2015. He was the He's produced a series of lectures online, but it's like over 5 minutes. He's currently working on studying this. This includes special to speak 1,000 years of Jewish life compared to spellbound. Well, I was spellbound very bad. For that, I'm very good I'm usually grateful for that. I think that is so much time on my the audience to get it down. I thought when I graduated school, I did that very nice way. There's so much more to the concept of the talk part of it. And I sort of kept this the one year that floored me, he took me down several pegs. We took I'm not sure that he started article, but the person that we see it the dissertation, but he deliberated it and speak about it privacy in a yesterday, which demonstrates to me that it's a really about 10% of the problem, and that 9% of the problem under the surface, and that was really it was the most useful piece of criticism. I think I could see from my skull that the world that someone is not out. So I think I'd like to take that call by Paul. Very basic things this week, very sponsor, especially Rabbi organizer, small and beautiful letter. I was having such a great piece. Really grateful for the experience that you so far. I think this is an audience that you can by saying everyone can support. That's good. Hey, I'll be nice. Okay, but I think the point is I think that it comes from the Jewish cultural canon and also It goes like this. There's this outer frontier. It doesn't have that. Goes through the it's a long it can be useful. Today, which I have learned from my meeting with Mr. Pinster earlier today, this is not such a bad one like I'd like to demonstrate that as we live coexistence that we live in in the space of about 60 minutes. I was very fast. That is found on the outside of the body in this very much. You know what they say? PhD stands for? Here's the map. You can see the back there. Architecture, and you see it there on the wall of some control content. Now, let's look a little bit more closely at how it's changed. This couple of years, see that the special work private taken, by the way, as quick as 2011, so long before 2020. It's memorial is what it might mean. There's text in two languages. Here on the right, text is actually not in that is not Dutch. And on the left, quite as surprising, text is not medieval German, Lamb, with flag. Okay, so it's basically it's a lot of this Slavic language. Well, and because we have a lot of still goodness, I think it's a rapid shift from Swedish first language to Dutch, but it was very Benaiah thought, but the most dramatic something that I'm sure operation. It isn't exactly same but you know, that is in the diaspora frequently associate which also has strong Christian so the overall malleability of identity an article, for example, that is very important. There's a forward written by Michael Gold, called with the is, and the title of the book is art dress. Let us go explore this in greater detail. Like the this is how most Jews the tale of settlement, which is the sequence that Jews were allowed to Jews have been forbidden to enter after the 8th of June century. And when Catherine II conquered much of this region and the partitions of late but it will kind of roughly speak of overlapping I have a very rough photo of that. Only towards the western part of the Depot River, called right now, and extending generously into Alpha Hungarian and this area is 5 by 5. It was over 1,000 years, and there was just one other because of the dimension in the context of language. This is a bill from Once the archive is but it shows a tremendous degree of sensitivity for this population. An example of this, here's a stamp from 2011 that commemorates 70 years of the disaster of Baghdad, which was the earliest Kurdish massacre of Jews in the history of the Holocaust. In Shale, it is a shared place of memory because after the first nevertheless, some of these are shared of this tragedy. And at the same time, while you have these unusual moments and artistic expressions of solidarity, you also have some images which are much more difficult to handle, such as, for example, without the in their attempts to get about children. Earlier today, about there is a kind of a bizarre the process has taken by Rod video back every you will find that it's like one of the most real but maybe things that so in other words, just the stamp of some of the comments that we do. So how do these two things sort of coexist, especially how do we and for example, the Ashkenazi, basically from northern Germany, the specifically second Roman centuries. Many of them were taken after some time, ultimately, the village around year 850, very small demonstration that founder of that includes geneticists prepared this actually calculated that 40% of all Jews descend from these four but the part that concerns us is that they make their way in the 19th century and then in the 13th and 17th century, there's a major migration east. See in this map here. The enormous by the rise of beliefs like and at the same time, has very in there, given not progress, legal very and it's also worth noting, by the way, that there's another system is following these changes and building new scenarios to the region. But the Khazars is very confident in a lot of the ability of the records we have of the security of the airplane, but but many historians there have been some fascinating archaeological studies done. Some of them suggest that Israel here, but that's very recent studies. They vary built up for the they found this document, which is a very demonstrative document. It's one of the people quite literally what's fascinating is that at the very bottom, is the is signed by official communication, which suggests that there were investments of the art living in Kenya, and the planning to get vessel as a signed in the documents that were going to be there. But there's no question that these genetic characteristics that we have, they're going to be descendants from the line and not they were brought in primarily in the economy, which is something that historically Jews have excelled all territories, the Polish language, and the system historiography goes stolen territories there's a higher chance to go there. Sometimes the Polish language, the same, for example, the Jewish community that was then accepted in a kind of people manner, they recruited and the rest of it. Okay. For that, and and the other hand is the it's not notorious cases. Not too many have been identified historically, but yet but when the folks on there are two even with the right to control activity with churches. If you actually do so, if you actually baptize God, and you put this huge, this is so this is not seem very popular by them of it. What I think of, but also given the right of economic, which is the ability solely to produce, distill, and sell alcohol. We expect a little thing so you put this one last item, what you had allowed the system as often as so you can imagine as this experience that the world. So huge bomb is come back the next year. Oh my gosh, right on time. I can not just over all this. So how about next year's book? I need to collect the new sales guys. And then the secret I can go back and you have to wait for 2,000 in order to maintain the same thing for the future. And this is spiral. The point where there was a popular uprising. The most significant of the popular uprising was, of course, the transition of the military shutdown. Which, united them. They were famously quite fractious before it came to power, and he united them with the military thrust on the polls themselves, on Catholics who had raised an Orthodox project on people maybe Catholics that came out of the United States. And of course, the Jews who were the Allen background. If you remember back in 1990, there were a few huge riots in Los Angeles, which were largely expressing of African American anger against the police. Riot but in reality, so the whole but it would be very similar structural relationship to the way the Chiefs occupy that middleman position in planning territory. And from this piece, the was and for Jews, it was so powerful that actually and unity. Once a year, Jews will gather, they'll fast in the holiday, and they will this on indelibly. That's why one of the aspects of the challenges in the idea of this is the Jewish identity is that for Ukrainians, tradition remains in that and there's no justice. Anyway, very dynamic because without feeling certain amount of trepidation. One of the things that we talk about is doctrine of administration associated especially with the last step of the lack of other places where countries we were a difficult period of stress go back and see how forward that administration will be. The history and the work people the United States of America is relied on a tremendous job of this with civil war, tragedies of Confederate culture, even Confederate Asian so this stuff not just people like history, and to understand the role of the state. But to move through our race through 1,000 years of history, now let's consider it. I see one of those elements of the Ukrainian site, Ukrainian national, the civic head of people believe what is it that makes Ukrainian Ukrainian? No point in judgment and fair attitude and social. But there, you see it here in this snap where the whole topic was the one thing most God, and the Ukrainian soldier on Snake Island. One of the soldiers there know that it's so that this is very much like needs to be moved. And the fact that they would put it on the stamp is also kind of illustration. So what characterizes much of this medieval is a this is an image of the design of the story of actually goes back to resilience, experience in every second of their life. And as they gather, we want them to get a time to train how they're living, that we give them to this family, and they're definitely because of the studio salary. So we're very, very grateful. Anyway, this is what I look like that day. And the areas that have had statutes that celebrate the and makes the areas that before the generation that all the people and this is what it looks like. The great to show that the relationship in Moscow is not really the way it once was, and the statute is being removed since the attack. But Jews and Ukrainians were never free to develop their relationship. Communities still don't have the only so it was either primarily through the Poles or the Russians. Because it's really okay. Rolling suspicion summarized where the and even had that mixture uprising. And at that time, minority, and it's a case of the historical so, for example, in Quebec, you can always identify with So it's not surprising that these people are living largely in Ukraine as a minority to identify with the and this was something that was common culture. It never really developed a strong attachment to the state. It's more about any cultural thing that it's not creating like that at that time. Eastern Ukraine was largely Poland, and they also is either not really a small segment, explored submission by this is how and this is seen in a couple of different ways. For example, the notorious So here's the way that and he also realized that they were probably already influenced by their Jewish background, possibly a criminal sector, but there will be more than the conscription to 12. 12-year-old boys could read and take it. And then they would be able to apply the acceptance whereas the college program was like, there's a long lifetime brother that have read even the 1904, which is not a question, like the fact that the battlefront taking no, not in Northern Australia. I said this word. So there's a terrible situation that happened, was one of the reasons why Jews began to practice any such authority. Nevertheless, Jews enjoyed a phenomenal population growth in that country. The advent of smallpox desperately had a lot to do with mortality, also the establishment of something called tests, safe water, articulation of multi-gender generation outbreak, take care of small children, and to do that at a higher birth rate than the population in Ukraine. And so on this page, the survivors happens to Ukraine, you can see three other indications of the concentration of very various percent. But this is all an indication in the values of the site, and you see that Jews are more than Furthermore, if you look at the specific types of settlements, you have concentrated in of worship. This is, for example, over 77% Jewish population, Romance, 80% Jewish population, and the large Jewish population, about one-third of the population. These are not there, respectively, often, but they had about 50,000 in the most Jewish population. We've got a lot of Jews living in this territory, much more hostile to the Russians now, and because of also be their career with national security and finds the Russians are the people that was parents have to come together for the language, the culture, and so on. This is a period of great identity formation, not only for the Russian people in particular, but also the cities in the country. The idea of especially around media is very important. Somebody always trying to find the right sense to so so these national identities are coming to the same place in Ukraine. If that brings us up to the 20th century, I think I should pause and ask if there are any questions before we go into the hard things. Somebody else asked the first question. Oh, it's a good question. Well, we'll get to the 20th century in two points. Will be back and forth on several parties that were late 20th to it. They have to be 20th century is not the most difficult. When I first started for my book, I studied this specific area, and that's that basic. So I guess I'm next to every question. 20th century, which came out of that book. This is a project for us. It doesn't matter. So I spent a lot of time studying the concept. And what basically happens. The Russian government in 1917, and there was a period of time there of the Russian economy. So that we calculated that we had these such a high level of this, and the Ukrainians said, well, we want to have a independence. And they have, however, they were occupied by very few government ready people, people who are literate and literate, people who are versatile, who know how to organize things. So the level of very great market, we do not have the manpower to run on stage. And they look at how Germans do it, but Russians were not stable nations that really considered Ukraine part of their historical Russia. But we still also view Ukraine as part of their historical Russia, not how we do that part of the story, but they were just not being independent because that's what they want. And the only real but ultimately, the Ukrainian government tried to establish itself against these tectonic shifts that were happening multiple times. So they tried to reclaim the territory, but ultimately, so that's what overall government operating was very hard about trying to Ukraine, trying to avoid the attack on Russian forces. Now, the great paradox of the period was the fact that everyone wants to get these acts place in the bottom of the section. But for the government that was every time that they hired at the head of its was the manifestation of this that here was on the one hand the whole list of the people and at the same time trying to promote what I think is liberal Western values. The Buddha himself is a very complex figure, and this specific newspaper. As you can see, it's a statue erected to speak. Right bandera, a lot, and at the same time, he's like a moment.
What up, baby? How are you? How are you? Can you speak? Yeah, my best friend. How did you find out about me? Okay, how did you find out about me?
And perhaps thinking in the background of the horrible tobacco parts, the mobilized, and by the way, very much involved in it. Jewish support in my research, I read more but when Schwarzmark was acquitted, there was a massive war largely in So, installing 1939 in China, and this activity, although it has to be tremendous amount of support so that the group that you is associated with these letters and can be in their earlier but they largely have not survived the best restricted dominant versions of Mackie. But be that as it may, the people living in these are called by the term that is either the purpose for against Soviets, not only for the dominant as but also the incredible struggle. So many cities were able to visualize fled survivors of Siberia, Tajikistan, and so on. But these regions were just right for occupation. And that happened in 1949, June 22nd, when the London which has been called the Holocaust of the Soul. Essentially, the better double is that behind the Fairmont, behind the regulations, and then massacring them. An estimated 1.5 to half as many this is farmland all throughout this region, including 22,000 children by the yard at this time. My own family, those that did not join my grandfather and he fled to Kenya, also found their last refuge. They did not want to be outside the complex. This is the part of the designated spot where my own family lands. So this particular pyramid is especially difficult to choose because the Nazis would have basically relied on significant conditions support for their was actually a great trial tonight. In 1903, I was coming across this letter. Free from the devil. It's really So there are some bright lights in the story. I would like to do. So that takes us through the vast majority of it. I'd like to speak very briefly on and so a very difficult question. Okay, let's go. Here's a picture of Vladimir Putin in 1980 when he was the officer. And but basically, there are definitely smaller and the idea that they could rebel against the elder Russians and separate themselves from the separate example, it's quite ironic because the origins of Slavic civilization really begins there, and Moscow went through lecture on the and why is not that the first one here? I got so many bits and all talked about Japanese, and I made this statement. In reality, Russia belongs to Canada more than Canada belongs to Russia. Because Canada, they're trying to try to merge some. Russia is the other time they gave other things. But you can have the outside here, where the France, but that's the idea. Which must encompass the idea that and walk away from the and you will but I also need to find that it's actually very effective studying the rest. We know that they're always practicing very good job, but they take it so we should understand that Nazi means something very different to Russians and in Russians, it's kind of like this massive factor in and it's kind of laughable because that signed a deal with Hitler and believed that he was a valuable ally. Double confidence, and all the scientific. So Nazism for Russians represents that they that the Russians I think instead of a large body in the place in many ways. Many, however, from destruction, Nazis are the kryptonite. Let's focus on the complexity. You see a poster that celebrates some type of goodness. They have to go and see the top left. India, right to the left, and on the right is the Pasha. Yes, and that's how the face when I see that cross the top. And then at the bottom there you see Oda Flora, but the picture by the way, and that's not too much to do. He's standing on the banners of the and the idea is that like the back where to put it back striking it over the direction of it, trying to create that the star maps, the much better chance of getting themselves in the doing it on their own. But this is the way in which they understand that's why the issue, especially those military, travel, but the actual not just the kind of, symbols that are highly responsible with but I don't think you should wait for that. Fact that there are far less military, wake up and tell them that we have February from all over the United States that regularly that are in this continent. So purposes but I'd like to take us to Germany already now. And one of the things that is very popular with, of course, the Allies of the West, not just father, getting off the world. And ironically, the nation has accelerated which is always present in the country. But this is something I think we have either and hopefully find on to survive the counter. Let me conclude with some statistical matters. This is a remarkable study that was done by and they wanted to how we feel about making Jews citizens in their country. And when you look at the map, right there, it's great as you go measurable number of senators in 2015 as conducted by this very Russia has about 40 so many things Very sad article about Jeffrey Gettleman, about playground sections of cricket. It's about a young man from Oakland, from Abstract, who decided to sign up a young life, successful urban professionals, but they decided they wanted to play and they wanted to fight together. And that's the sometimes together on favorites together in the you can see the photograph of them taken from the home, and you can see the like and dressing that can go off. And when I read this, I was like, tears came to my eyes. When I read this, but also I met them in the midst of the and remnants of what was once the vibrant they went to the things and it amazed me because you know the framework, their identity, and by the way, they said all kinds of iconography, structure, but it's just quite a big version that steps up the above and this, I think, is the most tragic and pointed illustration of the wrong that we think each other that we are occurring in some of our lives. This horrible war, the horrible. We hope that they will the same time that people can use that as a truth that continue. Thank you very much.
Hello, colleagues. I'm very grateful to Dr. Galazza and the conference organizing committee for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this august and important gathering. I'm very sorry that I can't be in person. I have a prior engagement in Europe that unfortunately I could not shift. I'm very grateful, however, to have the opportunity to respond in digital format to Professor John Paul Input's fantastic paper on Cherkissky and the Jewish community. And I hope that my comments will not be redundant, given the tremendous amount of very important knowledgeable speakers who will be presenting at the conference. In my humble opinion, as Paul Cherkissky was indeed the passionate human being, a man of great reservoirs of faith, and also the capacity for phenomenal spiritual heroism, that in his old age, in his 70s, he rose to full moral stature and was able to rescue some 200 Jewish children from the Holocaust. His story is well told, of course, in Professor Resnick's path-breaking article that was printed in Professor Bonne's Morality and Reality. And Professor Inka's words actually brings us up to date in the last 30 years of historiography. Although, as I hope to point out, many crucial elements remain unknown and, in fact, mired in conflict. I'm also very gratified that Professor Inka found my very good 1991 article in Harvard Ukrainian Studies and cited it so prominently as a very element in the development of English language historiography on Cherkissky and the Jewish community. It, of course, identified a 1903 letter that the Metropolitan Jewish community and, in fact, sent some funds to them. I'm very gratified that Professor Inka found that article sufficiently important to cite in this paper. And I think it identifies two very important points, especially relevant now 2 decades since I authored it. The first is something that is really quite good, that it is just a lasting testimony, an actual artifact demonstrating the Metropolitan's long-standing violent Semitism. And it also demonstrates another point that's not quite as encouraging. I'll discuss that shortly. Let's have a look at the letter, by the way. This is rather a remarkable document. You see it's written in a very fine Ashkenazic script. It seems to have mastered quite a few of the finer points of Hebrew and the scholarly style. The scholarly is actually a word. He refers to his interlocutors as my brothers. But let's get to the second point, which I think is perhaps not quite as encouraging. As President writes with his masterful 2013 article entitled, quote, "The development of the North American historiography had essentially come to a close." At that point, Professor Hunter moves to European historiography. I looked to read two very important good works that I unfortunately have not had the opportunity to use, but I'm really looking forward to seeing them. It was 2018 study of by monasteries in the Holocaust, and I'm really highlight those more much because it had a relation to the Nazi regime. Those look like two extremely important works, and I look forward to reading them very much. But my first question would be, and this is related to the second part of my 1991 article, is while this is essentially what has happened in North America and Europe, what has happened in history? What has appeared in recent years? And we know that there's a phenomenal number of Holocaust memoirs, many of which are self-published, they're hardly tracked down. They have a large video archive of people who have now published written memoirs, but under the auspices of Stephen Spielberg's Shaw Foundation, they have put their memoirs on video. There are a tremendous number of sources that could shed light on many of the questions that are addressed by all of these authors on the subject of mental health activities during World War II. I haven't done the research on this to know how deep it goes, but I did have a very quick look at Wikipedia just to see what's showing up there. And as you can see, here's the Hebrew language Wikipedia article on it, which is considerably shorter than the English language one. Well, when you go down into the bibliography list, there's actually quite a few interesting things. There are citations of two scholarly articles produced by ROTHSCHILD, which is especially relevant given the later controversy. They tend to provide relevant research and also relevant it's important that Israel, a few other things. Also, this 2005 article of Haaretz with a very provocative title in Ukrainian Shipper takes us to a link to the National University of Jerusalem that lists 16 articles, and in Hebrew and Yiddish, 5 books, and in Hebrew that all have metropolitan disease named in the title alone. A slightly deeper look at the impact and use of so I'm sure would provide a tremendous amount of material, and it remains to be seen because I haven't received books yet whether Professor Segura has highlighted what they're able to consult these sources. I doubt that the research will change the basic parameters of what we know about the culture of this week, but I believe that this is important to point out that has not been explored in 30 years. And I would really like to see this literature integrated into historiography. I know that I happened to stumble across this particular vendor while looking through this book of and there were so many other sources that you can draw from. Just wondering what other revelations you will see. Have a look at this very important. And I believe a very strong aspect of Testament is these these concise description of the very human process of metropolitan involving political thought with regards to communism and capitalism. Like many historians, metropolitan dispute regarding the Soviets as a catastrophe for Ukraine, the situation of Ukrainians, and their victims and so on, was absolutely horrific. The past of 30, 40 years, and so on, but absolutely awful. Like many things, liberators. And this explains much of the support that metropolitan gave for Ukrainians who were initially forces designed to fight the Soviets, in particular the British. And this recognition and mission support for the religion, which I think is a topic of discussion and conference. There's a cloud that hangs over metropolitan head every day, regardless of the very detailed analysis of the foundation of the vision by the change of the mission. I don't need to tell people this conference how this conference continues to be the 21st century. They are very real for the community, especially those emigrants in Canada sometimes who are associated with the mission. But what
So, it's very important for our understanding of this evolving political thought is that by the late summer of 1942, after the great deportations had already occurred from many parts of Europe and Warsaw to Europe, first in Congress, Czechoslovakia rose to full moral height and used all the powers of the Congress to aid the community rescue some 200 children by monasteries with explicit instructions that this was not to be used and that would children. He was writing pastoral letters that condemned Ukrainians participating in Nazi rebellion against Jews, and inviting his superiors in Rome, demanding that some sort of action be taken to stem control of the flag that was imminent in the population. At this point, he was without question enveloping the Jews of Ukraine to save the Jews with whom it has been causing relations in the past. And by way of a small tangent, it is actually fascinating to compare the dawning civilization of this religion with someone of the Jewish tremendously renowned Rabbi Shapiro of Warsaw, who continued to write sermons for his embattled Jewish community in the ghetto, which were later discovered as part of the European archives. And through his real-time writing, which was designed for a public audience, you can track from September of 1939 all the way up until January of 1943, when he consigned these documents to the Poland Shabbos archive for burial. Fortunately, they were discovered in 1920 by Exploration Truckenberger. You can see how Rabbi Shapiro also went through the process of realization of the meaning of the Holocaust. In Rabbi Shapiro's case, of course, it was strong in realization that the Holocaust was something completely unanimous, something completely different from anything that ever happened before. It's fascinating to note that the timing seems to be very similar. That in the case of Rabbi Shapiro, his ultimate realization of the utter catastrophe that the Holocaust represented really happened in the spring of 1942, when an escapee from the concentration camp, death camp of Helmholtz, made it back to the Warsaw Ghetto and was able to reveal to the resistance there what exactly was happening in the gas chambers. And we think that this would also be an interesting doctoral dissertation, a comparison of the realization of the meaning of Nazism for both Metropolitan Jakutsky and Rabbi Shapiro. By way of conclusion, I have to reflect on the fact that my mentor, Professor Paul Demography, chose to title his classic collection of essays on Metropolitan Jakutsky Morality and Religious, especially new leaders, religious leaders, and I would like to say even historians, have to negotiate both the moral sphere and also much more pragmatic realities. And that's what Jakutsky's biography illustrates those issues because he has this long Bible-Semitic history, marked at one point in his old age by a qualified and temporary support for an otherwise vile cause, and then his return to that strong position of morality. It makes the complexities of understanding his personality very, very difficult for people who crave simple narratives. And that's ultimately the situation that we find ourselves in as historians, seeking to tease out the larger meaning of the great arc of this development in life. One of the most painful aspects of this momentary lapse in his judgment using the Nazis, which is something that many, and one might argue in some sense, even Rabbi Shapiro is that Yad Vashem has still to recognize this towering figure as one of the righteous combinations. It is something that has gained support among many sympathetic Jewish audiences. For example, here is an article by the prominent journalist Canaan Lipschitz on Metropolitan Jakutsky that appeared quite recently. Because at the end of the day, like the politicians, we did see some 200 children, 3 of which are adult, which is supposed to here, this is two diagnostics, and those children later went on to join the Jewish community. With your permission, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what this means for us at this point in the 21st century, reflecting on the life and anthropology of history. I'm sure you're all familiar with the famous quote from the great American author William Faulkner, "The past is never dead, it's just past." Many of the existential issues and methodologies of history are still with us today, albeit in very form. I'm sure that many of us are following two wars very closely. The war that was war in Israel, both of which have tremendous consequences for the Ukrainians, respectively, and together actually. And I cannot help but see huge parallels between the moral decisions that metropolitan history had to face in his very different environment is what it's referring today. For example, we are poised here in the United States on the cusp of a very significant election, while the House of Representatives and most Americans are united in condemnation of Vladimir Putin for his seizure of Ukrainian children, for example. But when it comes to the question of aid for Ukraine, it's remarkable to note a significant number of senators do not connect the gross immorality of such abductions with army response to Ukraine's need to defend its territorial integrity, especially to return children to their home. And when we turn to Israel, I'd like to point out that we all have a problem there. Because many of us have participated in this national politics on Ukraine, Jews in Ukraine. I'm talking about Professor Jonathan Dekel-Payne, who is an American-born Israeli, who was living one of the leads southern plains, specifically of the settlements promoted by the Soviets in the 20th century. And she's only one that we separated from us. She's one of our colleagues. And his son, sadly, was taken from his near roads near the Gaza border, and he's still in captivity over a year later. We want him to return to his family as possible. So we are intrinsically involved in similar ethical issues that metropolitan history has to face. They may seem much more distant to us because we are not at the time of war here in North America, but nevertheless, in a globalized environment, our decisions and our ways make incredible differences. Let us hope that in America, studying the life of this truly heroic spiritual figure, we also merit to see the return of Ukrainian children to their homes, the return of the hostages to their families in Israel, and the end of violence in both Ukraine and Israel. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this video format. I hope the rest of the conference was successful. A new version of Masil Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was written in the Ramchal's own hand. It's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. There's one character who is called the Chacham. He is a learner, he's interested in, of course, learning Torah, he's completely observant and so on, but he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Iranians do with their time? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for very many years, and he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He says, listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way? Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to invite you to participate in a new online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that these lectures, which I put on YouTube some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who just want to expand their awareness of this dark periods of Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us even today, unfortunately. So please have a look at the information box below. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it useful. Thank you very much for watching. According to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. And they call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. The communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here. Tadeusz Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes. You know, for example, during the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tuvadir or by the Beit Din, she could go show up in shul, could walk into the men's section, stand on the bima, and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received the assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of sanctioned disruption that nevertheless did allow many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their causes were heard. And by and large, this Kahila structure really functioned very well right up until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do something, and those which are thou shalt not, refrain from doing something. We can also divide those in a horizontal axis as those which are defined by time, meaning go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time, and other commandments which are not defined by time. That you must always do these commandments anytime, and must never do these commandments during these particular times. Examples. A positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be the commandment to sit in a sukkah, right, which is an outdoor dwelling that is only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year, but on Passover, do not eat bread, right? We see just some examples of this, by the way, some of the most amazing artwork that comes from the Erfurt Hoard that we looked at a few weeks ago. This is the one of the marriage rings that was, it's hard to imagine exactly how this ring would have been used. I can imagine a single person would own this. It looks like maybe it would be used for like communal marriages and shared. I don't know, but absolutely fantastic piece of art dating from 14th century Germany. Here you can see the underside. Look at how the hands are clasped at the bottom. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. Really, I think it puts to shame modern jewelry by some of these designs, but who am I to judge these aesthetics? I just think it's fascinating. And here is one that is from Strasbourg, that is one of the most famous. Sometimes these are called the Strasbourg sisters. And it's interesting because the church is shown here kind of like looking daggers at her sister. And, I think it's a rather unappealing kind of image. Like you don't like her. She's very judgy, so to speak. And synagogue is a much more graceful kind of form, but she is an attitude and a posture of decline. She literally
falling away from the rock, which indicates the collapse, decline of Judaism. All these things are give a very consistent message. I think one of the most fascinating things I've ever learned about the history of anti-Semitism, which is something that has pretty much occupied my mind since I first personally encountered it as a 14-year-old kid. And that is this quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, who immediately after the war published this very important small book called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. He wrote, Si les Juifs n'existaient pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent it. I think at its foundation is one of the most important things to know about anti-Semitism is that it's not about the Jews, it's about the anti-Semites. The Jewish problem is not a problem of the Jews, it's a problem of the anti-Semites who are trying to use the Jews to explain the challenges they have in their personal lives, in their society, and so on. In Western Europe, and all these negative things going on in Eastern Europe, there was a recognition of the value the Jews had to initiate the economy, and so they were actively attracted into the Bolshevik commonwealth and offered the possibility of settlement there to engage in various economic functions to which the largely agrarian population was not well adapted. You see this, for example, here's a beautiful example of a Jew who kind of like a Jewish family really coming to Poland and seeking the refuge there, and he came up on the stairs is magnanimous, saying, well, why don't we let them in? I mean, they seem like nice people, right? So this is especially noted in the various charters extended to Jews. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Luther. He comes up with this document which is called the Cassel Advice because it was composed in a town called Cassel near 1538. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pact of Lamar in Muslim lands that Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them. I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about these things. Beautiful canal somewhere in southern Netherlands, close to Florida, Belgium, on our way to the city of Antwerp. It's a huge and vibrant population. I think the point of embarkation and like my own action, making our way towards the United States of America on the Taik and Africa, especially the Portuguese synagogue, radical building. So many details, I was especially fascinated by the Pelican symbol that was used, great unusual symbol by Amsterdam, specifically the describe himself. I'm going to talk about that on the public. Anyway, I hope you have a excellent day, and I can't wait to share more of this Sunday with culture and youth.
Okay, I'm going to focus in on the actual. Forget the head. Forget the head.
Duarte de Paz, who was a Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion of 1496-97 in Portugal, and he was born around 1500. But he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto-Jews. That's just mind-boggling what he got away with. He went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal, which is amazing. The Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto-Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This is the first in a series of short brief videos that looks at the question, what is a synagogue? And our first topic is, it is a place of prayer. Where does this term synagogue come from? It's Greek, and it means basically to gather together. That's a translation of the Greek term, knesset, or literally a house of entrance, meaning a place where many people come in to gather together. This is one of the great gifts of the Jewish people to the broader world, because this institution of the synagogue, which really began with the Jews, was later widely imitated, in particular by Christianity and Islam. So that if you go not only to your local synagogue on Saturday morning, but if you go to a mosque on Friday or a church on Sunday, you are really going to an institution which was based on an early Jewish innovation. A synagogue is distinct from the temple, right? In ancient Jewish history, we have the central location of worship, the Beit HaMikdash, a permanent settlement of the temporary traveling tabernacle that's described in the Torah. That was called the Mishkan. During the ancient period, all other kinds of sacrificial altars that may have been set up for individual families across the land of Israel were phased out as this central location of worship was established. But the synagogue is quite different. The synagogue is not trying to compete with the temple. The synagogue is kind of like, we're too far away from the temple and we still have a desire to express our need for closeness to God, and we need some kind of place to do that. When did this beautiful institution start? Well, according to the Midrash, Yad Shimoni, number 408, this institution is described all the way back to Moses. We see this argument also mentioned in the first century historian Josephus, and even in Christian sources, there's an attribution of this institution to Moses. There's a lot of interesting literary suggestions that the institution of the synagogue was widespread by the 6th century before the Common Era, when the land of Israel was conquered by the Babylonians. And many of the Jewish population were exiled all the way back to Babylonia, and they set up some kind of houses of worship over there, longing for their far-off home in the land of Israel. We see this referred to in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 11, verse 16, in which God says to the prophet, I will be for them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they are. The Hebrew is the Mikdash Ma'at, right? A small sanctuary, and it encapsulates the idea of what a synagogue should be. There are interesting passages in the Talmud that talk about ancient synagogues from this period. One in particular called Shafriyati, which was built in part by putting together some of these ruined bricks from the first temple itself, brought to Babylonia and used in the construction of another temple. And so the idea is that synagogues today represent some little part of that ancient tradition of the temple itself. It's not hard to imagine why the synagogue would be especially associated with the diaspora. The great distances that often separated diaspora communities from the center in Jerusalem meant that
Jews wanted an outlet to express their desire to be closer to God. And so creating a special location that is designated as a place of sanctity, that seems to make a lot of sense. So we see synagogues popping up all over diaspora. And over the course of these series of videos, I want to show you some of the gorgeous examples of synagogue art and architecture where Jews focus their thoughts and express them in a concrete manner to allow this function to take place. It's true that other functions were layered on top of the synagogue, but the central function is certainly prayer. So thank you very much for watching it. Here's a brief message from my rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov.
After hearing that incredible perspective from Dr. Edison about what community means, the centrality of the synagogue and Jewish life throughout the ages, come and join us as we celebrate our community, the ideas of our seniors. We celebrate two very special couples, Dr. Edison and his wife Lana, together with a young couple, Alexander Goldberg, February 12, 2022, as we celebrate special people in a special community.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to the second short videos that I prepared to commemorate my synagogue, the Lord's University, and today I'd like to answer the question what is synagogue with the response it is a place of kindness. In the first video we talked about synagogue as a place of prayer, but the synagogue actually serves a very, very useful purpose as a communal gathering space. Bear in mind that, especially in pre-modern Europe, it was not so common to have large public spaces that could be easily rented for communal functions, especially if you're living in a ghetto with very, very constricted space requirements, and people living in multi-story apartments, such as in Venice, for example. So having a free space that can be designated for meetings or for discussions and activism is very, very useful, and that's the service that the synagogue has provided for the Jewish community. This is especially true in not only in ghettos, but also in shtetls, in small villages of dotted Eastern Europe, where the level of wealth might be such that the only communal space available would be the synagogue. And as such, the synagogue serves as an extremely useful logistical starting point for all kinds of community organizations, so-called chevras or committees, which deal with everything from providing dowries for poor brides to taking care of orphans, widows, travelers, and providing for education and providing for all kinds of needs of the community. These would be typically organized within the synagogue walls. The Talmud Tractate Bill does place restrictions on what can be done in the synagogue. It has a level of sanctity, so it can't be used, for example, as a place to organize the conducting of business or to take advantage of the large open space to hang laundry or something like that. One can't even, for example, take a shortcut to a synagogue. If you want to get from one street to another street, and the synagogue has doors on both streets, you can't just cut through the synagogue. But for the most part, synagogues in medieval Europe in particular were frequently used for all kinds of communal activities to benefit the community as a whole. It's certainly appropriate to use the synagogue for charitable purposes, for organized charities, things like that. I'd like to have a look at one particular synagogue that I find incredibly useful that really encapsulates this tremendous value of the synagogue as the beating heart of the community. Let's look at the synagogue of ROTHSCHILD, which is Poland. You can see from this map here, it's just a little bit east of Krakow. And when you look at photographs from when it existed, it was unfortunately destroyed by the Nazis in 1941. It has kind of like a barn-like appearance. So it was a little bit more majestic on the outside because it had the sort of architecture, but it really didn't give any sense as to who's within this wooden synagogue. I'd like to say two things about this remarkable synagogue. First of all, like many of the wooden synagogues that were constructed throughout the villages that dotted Eastern Europe, the barn-like exterior was a disguise really for a far more opulent, bright interior. The exterior hid an ingenious internal molding. If you could look at this cross-section was actually like a totally distinct interior. When you were looking at it from the outside, it looked like a rather large kind of, but simplistic, somewhat ramshackle structure. But when you walk inside, the angle of this curving, gently sloping architecture that directed your eyes everywhere. And that must have been an absolutely incredible experience. The second thing is that many of these big synagogues had their internal materials, and in fact, all of the walls richly decorated with precious colors and representations of ideas in Torah, Talmud, and so on, particularly the zodiac, as we shall see in a minute. And the black and white photographs we have from the to really give us a sense of what this experience must have been like. Many years ago, I had the privilege of working with Al Bauer for the Atlantic University, director Carl Hirsch on a documentary video looking at the Boston synagogues that were destroyed by the Nazis. And here's a short clip of a look at one of those synagogues, specifically the Zodiac, with a much younger group describing the experience of what the narration is that we will send over on it. Although the synagogue was just destroyed, it was recreated in the museum in Warsaw. Beautiful recreations you can see from these photographs that really capture this kind of Persian carpet quality of the richness of the imagery and the text that surrounds the worshipers and buildings of the synagogue. And you can imagine that the Jews who gathered in the synagogue midweek to deal with much more secular concerns, like, for example, how are they going to fund the school system this year? How are they going to provide for Hannah's dowry and things like that? Once you get introduced to a tremendous sense of holiness as they sat at these remarkable decorations in this intended temple. And this is one of the reasons why I, Giovanna, and I am so proud to be enthusiastic supporters of young children because it, like many shows throughout the world, encapsulates the value of testing of kindness. And although there are multiple dynamics that I could with first and foremost with prayer, it really is a tremendous place of testing. Where there's a phenomenal amount of community organization that goes on, food banks, especially important to my wife and myself, and blood drives, and support for needy members of our community and communities that surround us and Israel. It's really a phenomenal place. Very, very useful. I hope that you will join us at the dinner this February. Here's a message from our leadership award.
Alan and I are so honored that the shul chose us to be the Young Leadership Awardees at this year's dinner.
Please join us if you haven't already signed up. Motzei Shabbos, February 12th, 2022. It's going to be a great evening, celebrate our community and our shul. The more people there, the better it is. If you haven't made your reservations, there's plenty of time, and if you have, good job.
Welcome to the Taik series of videos I'm preparing for my synagogue, Young Israel, before I see the most excellent with our annual upcoming trip. I've been asking the question, what is a shul? Today's response is going to be, it is a place of rejoicing. You should certainly not discount the role that communal celebrations play in the development of a cohesive national event that has preserved its roots through their long last was a key element, providing a place where Jews could get together to celebrate not only lifestyle celebrations like baby maidens and weddings and so on, but also the collectible celebrations, the holiday celebrations. And in that context, I'd like to take a quick visit to one most fascinating synagogue communication world, that would do about Europos. Have a look at this map here. This is where it's located on the Euphrates River, not too far from the capital city of Ramallah. But it's a rather mutual association with the ancient world because it was actually lost for about 1700 years. Here's an aerial view of Deuteronomus, and this is especially fascinating because the entire city was basically lost until the 20th century when it was accidentally discovered by a British military patrol just digging out places in connection with the First World War on the city, which was known in the ancient world, and was destroyed in the year 256 by the king Shapur I of the Sassanid Empire. This is, by the way, for those who are familiar with the Talmud, the famous year of all. And when he was discovered, it was actually preserved in a market condition. The reason for this is because the Romans, who were trying to defend this eastern outpost from the Sassanid Persians, had actually taken all of the buildings that were by the walls of the city, ripped off their roofs, and filled them with desert sand as an attempt to fortify the city against the invaders. This was to no avail, but it actually had a really interesting consequence for Jews in that the Europa synagogue, which was located right by the city walls, was remarkably preserved, especially its beautiful 29 units of wall paintings. We know that the synagogue was constructed in the year 235 because, of course, there is a plaque that mentions the names of the donors. So one of the great things about Jewish archaeology is that the synagogues always have plaques, right? Those inscriptions tell us a lot of things about the synagogue. So let's have a look at that synagogue now. Here you can see the western wall, which has the Aleph Kodesh on it. Of course, it was the western wall because we are on the east side of Jerusalem. Here in America, we tend to put our armpits on the eastern side to face Jerusalem. And you can just get a sense of what it must have been like to walk into this building with these amazing paintings that covered literally every inch of the wall space. And because of the sand, it was actually preserved for 1,700 years. No light entered in to bathe the paintings. Although we can't see levels of renovation work or something that painted over slightly adjusted. So there's just incredible effervescence and energy there. Here's a beautiful scene of the temple. You can see that the figure third from the top right is clearly labeled the Greek as Aaron Greece. And this amazing mural that shows scenes from the life of Moses, which also indicates fascinatingly that the Jews of Europa apparently had a compassion about portraying the images of women's faces. Here's a glorious multi-figure representation of the Jews crossing the Red Sea. Moses shown and several figures. You can notice here, by the way, this artist clearly has, in some cases, they're kind of like two distinct artists that are next to you. One shows very Roman figures, or rather Hellenistic figures, and a lot of the figures are shown in togas, and the other seems to have much more Persian influence, so that Persian type person. So, and you see battle scenes going on in Europa, and here's one of my favorites. This is just a great image of the humiliation of Haman, who is shown here, who obviously has lost his parents somehow, and he is walking mortified in a couple of great marvelous from the book. So one can only imagine that these remarkable images must have accompanied a sense of awe and celebration and excitement. Just gives us a little sense of the elements of rejoicing that go into this special building called the synagogue. And it is one that I associate very closely with my synagogue years ago. I really hope that you'll be able to participate in one form or other, hopefully by actually coming in person to our dinner celebration this year. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, it's Stephen and Marjorie Kilmer. We are so excited to join together for the Yield Dinner on 2/12/22, honoring two awesome couples, the Abramsons and the Goldbergs.
We moved to the neighborhood 25 years ago, and our number one priority was to find a house that was close Ayot family on 2/12/22.
Please join us at dinner on 2/12/22.
Hello and welcome to the fourth in a series of videos looking at the question of what is the synagogue that is specifically associated with the upcoming annual shul dinner for the young Israel seekers. So today I'd like to speak about the synagogue as a place of memory. What I'd like to begin with is this small joke, where I'll try and make it really quick, but basically there's this women's group in South Florida and put together a lot of money. They raised a lot of money to buy a fighter jet for the Israeli Air Force. That's an expensive endeavor. And they raised the funds to buy this fighter jet. It's an F-15 fighter. And they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they're all sitting on bleachers, and the pilot is there from the IDF, and he's about to get into the cockpit for the very first time on his maiden voyage, and he salutes everyone on the bleachers. He gets up into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, fires up the engine, goes racing down the runway, and stops. The plane's engine fires up the engine, goes racing down the runway the other way, and he stops again. Does this a few times until finally comes the taxis up to the bleachers again. He hops over the cowling, he walks down onto the tarmac, goes up to the president of the Hadassah group there, and says, "Ladies, I'm afraid the plane will not take off. We have to move at least some of the blocks." For those of you who attend synagogue regularly, you know what I'm talking about, because synagogues have a tremendous amount of their vertical real estate to go into plaques of various kinds. So-and-so donated for this, so-and-so dedicated for this, and things like that. And that's really a very old tradition of Judaism. If you look at this example here, this is the so-called Theodotos inscription, which is about 2,000 years old, the very oldest inscription, dedicatory plaque we discovered in the synagogue we found in Jerusalem. The text reads in Greek, which is significant: "Theodotos, son of Benedictus, priest and head of the synagogue." Right? He's a Kohen, and he is the archie-synagoguist, meaning he's like the president of the shul. Kohen, and at the same time president of the shul, son of a head of the synagogue, and grandson of a head of the synagogue. Got tremendous years going back 2 generations of shul presidents. Torah and the teaching of the commandments, as well as the guest room, the chambers, the water fittings, as it is for those that need from abroad, the synagogue, which his fathers founded with the elders, and the Simonides. I'm not sure you've seen one of these vision wise at the very end of the description, but nevertheless, this is like a typical plaque. It says who paid for it, and refers to prior generations, and says what was dedicated to it. Here's another one from Susia in southern Judea, 4 centuries later. Sometimes they're expressed in mosaics and so on, but basically this is a really old thing. Pretty much as long as we have had synagogues, we have had plaques that go together. It's also interesting to note that in many of these dedicatory inscriptions, women participate as well. There's one specifically interesting one that was discovered in Smyrna that refers to a woman named Rufina, who not only dedicated all kinds of funds for the synagogue, but she herself was also identified as the archie-synagoguist, the president of the shul. So this is something that goes back a long way, and it has obviously some practical elements, because when people donate money to the synagogue and they get this plaque, it's a way of keeping the synagogue open. So the synagogue is a human organization. You have to keep the lights on, you have to pay the taxes, you have to pay the staff. So donating to the synagogue makes sure that the place exists in a really concrete fashion. But it's not, one of the things that's amazing about these plaques is that it's something that allows for a very democratic participation, meaning not only those who dedicate like the foundations or the major halls, but people can dedicate amounts for very small, even ephemeral things like prayer cards for Kibbutz Shabbat, or even more ephemeral things like when my wife suggested that we should make a donation for the daily coffee expenses and by the coffee stand. But I think one of the most moving elements of the evolution of the plaque in Jewish tradition is the website for lights up, so specifically as it really calls attention to the name of the person who died on that particular day. This is a roadside protest. So, unfortunately, the Holocaust necessitates a different kind of memorial that represents the collective system of suffering. Very moving thing. And what I think is so meaningful about it, I have been there as well. My own beloved father passed away a few years ago. It helps bring the memory of my father into a public place. Because, you know, it's a wonderful thing to donate to say, let's say, a sculpture or an art installation that is located somewhere, let's say, outdoors, or maybe in a museum during exhibitions, things like that. But it's so beautiful to have a concrete reminder of the existence of a loved one in a place where people gather, in a place where you come together. I often, at the end of the time, just walk over to the plaque, the small plaque that my family and I dedicated to my beloved father, just to think about him and remember him, and to know that in some symbolic way, he's there with me, gathered here. It means a lot to me. I'll be honest with you, and I really love to see you after dinner. I hope you enjoy the music. Thanks very much for that.
And I thank you in United States for sure. Listen to the and the right to compare today that I have used to run and that the agents and dealing and meditation. We have contributed to the creation of a new kind of family.
Hello and welcome to the fifth in this series of the What is a Synagogue videos, in which we're talking about different aspects of synagogue life, and I'm preparing these videos in connection with the upcoming annual dinner at my synagogue, the University of New York and Cedarhurst, where my wife and I are privileged to serve as the guests of honor at the annual dinner this year. So when I think about synagogues, I think so much about how they are places of rebirth. Right? It's always a bad idea to bet against the resilience of the Jewish people. We see that especially clearly in this very unusual synagogue in Belmonte, Portugal. Now, I got to tell you, this is an amazing synagogue for all kinds of reasons. First of all, we should realize that the Jewish community in Belmonte, Portugal, where you can see where it's located, is kind of inland. Portugal is not near any major areas. It's really quite a remote place, actually. The Jewish community there was basically destroyed 1497, with the mass conversion that was engineered by the Portuguese authorities. This is following up on the Spanish Inquisition and Spanish expulsion, which actually slowed the population of Portugal significantly, and then followed by the Portuguese Inquisition, which is in many ways even worse than the Spanish Inquisition. So what happened was in some really small communities like Belmonte, Jewish community actually went drifted out. And they outwardly portrayed themselves as Catholics, but in reality they were crypto Jews, and they continued to practice what they understood as Judaism in secret for 5 centuries. Now, the reason why I qualify that Judaism is because it's really impossible to keep all of these traditions, especially the rabbinic traditions and customs that are widespread throughout Europe, when you're in a tremendous lockdown with no access to books, no access to rabbis, and you're handing things down from generation to generation. It is amazing to me which the Jews of Belmonte hung on to those traditions. They were eventually discovered in the early 20th century by this man, Samuel Schwartz, who was a Polish Jew working in the region as an engineer. And, came to talk to people there, and people said, well, whatever you do, don't do business with anyone from Belmonte, because, they're Jews. I said, what? Jews in Portugal? They've been kicked out since 97, or they've been forcibly converted. How are the Jews left you? So we went to Belmonte, and at first the Jewish community there was very hesitant to reveal themselves, and They didn't quite trust him. They asked him a lot of really probing, hard questions to see if he really was Jewish. You can imagine the conversation I probably got look Jewish, no sound Jewish. But they brought him to the village elder, who was a woman, and by reciting a few key prayers that they had memorized, like Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, then Samuel Schwartz was able to establish his bona fides, and the village elders said to everyone gathered around, yes, he is in fact Jewish. There are Jews outside of Portugal, and so that began their exposure to the wider world. My wife and I have the great privilege of visiting the Jewish community of Belmonte twice now with kosher biblical cruises. And here I am with my colleague, the proud historian David Krauss.
Behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, and this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the group of Jewish community of Belmonte. This is the president of the Jewish community. This is pretty much, this is a very remote area, and this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity. If it wasn't for the 500 years of struggle of the Hebrew Jews here, who kept it alive, and I think this personally for me is the most fascinating experience.
Obviously, this synagogue is a late 20th century addition to the community, but it has a lot of features that are very specifically and subtly designed to allude to the unusual history of the community. First of all, it has a mikvah, of course. It has a beautiful aron with the Ten Commandments standing on the side. But this is the aspect of the synagogue that I find most fascinating. Have a look at this there, the internal life, which in most synagogues is, so it's designed as a traditionally evocative of the appurtenances of the temple, the actual sanctuary in Jerusalem. In most synagogues today, you'll see that there's some kind of electric light there. Sometimes it's like a little more beautiful design, almost like a flame, or maybe the burning bush of the Book of Exodus. But what is this thing here? What are we looking at? It's totally different. You can see they have another one over here on the far wall. What exactly is that thing? So it turns out that this is a traditional lamp that before the area was electrified. And it's what normal Portuguese people use to light their homes. You just put a candle on the inside of it, put a oil and a wick on the inside of it there, and then you would be able to carry it around and things like that. Now, the reason why it's so important is because even after electrification, the Jewish community of Belmonte had a long tradition of lighting their candles in such a way that it would not be apparent to anyone who saw inside their homes that they were lighting them for a ritual purpose. So this lamp, which would look, let's say, 100 years ago like a totally ordinary lamp, meant so much to the Portuguese Jews of Belmonte because it really symbolized the midnight lamp. Even now that we have electrification, now Baruch Hashem, we have regular Shabbat candles and things like that, we still use this as a symbol of their resilience and ability to be ready for the hero once again. That's why I think synagogue is a wonderful place. I hope you enjoyed this video. I would love it if you would participate in the dinner. It would be great if you could actually come and join us and meet in person. Otherwise, please feel free to send a greeting. Thank you very much for watching.
Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Oh my gosh. I'm coming to Belmonte for sukkahs next year. It's the view I want to have. Especially if, you're in Brooklyn or something. This is a more than a place down the sukkah. Okay, that's really good. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the sixth video in this series in which I ask the question, what is a synagogue? And these videos are prepared to promote the upcoming annual dinner at my synagogue, the Young Yeshiva of Lawrence Cedars, where my wife and I are very privileged to serve as the guest of it. So today I'd like to talk about the synagogue as a place of security. And it's meant kind of in two senses. The sense of that phrase is a place where one can go in order to feel secure, or one can go in order to pour out one's heart before God, to engage in fellowship with friends and the community, and all kinds of very positive things. At the same time, the second meaning of that phrase is the place where you have to have security in order to feel safe. This is something that goes way back in Jewish history, that synagogues, particularly in the diaspora, were places of refuge for Jews from physical attack. Let's recall that Jews were always minorities in the places in which they lived. Jewish communities were attacked from invaders from without. In fact, as we shall see, most of the so-called fortress synagogues were built in connection with architecture designed to protect populations against the Mongols and the Tatars. This architecture was used by non-Jewish organizations as well. But also, Jews had a special reason to create these fortress synagogues because there was always the concern of peasant uprisings, of anarchy, which could always affect Jews very negatively, sometimes fueled by anti-Semitic ideologues and so on. During the Crusades in the 11th century, there are actually many episodes in which Jews sought refuge, more or less successfully in Christian houses of worship. The upper clergy, bishops, and so on tended to look askance at the rapacious activity of renegade crusaders who chose to attack the local populations of Jews rather than make their way to Jerusalem, where ostensibly the crusade was to be prosecuted. But in the Middle Ages, Jews began building these synagogues for themselves. Here, let's have a look at a few examples. Most of them are in Eastern Europe because of the waves of invaders from the east. Here's a 15th century example from Krakow. This photograph dates from 1929, but if you go and look at it, you'll see it's still there. You can get a sense of the massive walls that enclose this bracelet player. Here's Husiata, Ukraine in the 16th century. Again, not only the big heavy walls, but also like the multiple layers of walls to kind of protect an inner sanctum, quite literally in the sanctuary. Here in Jokra, fascinating exterior structure that also had that strange kind of ventilation. In some of these synagogues, you actually have like archers windows and things like that to protect the area. Here is a fascinating reconstruction of the synagogue themselves, a very important site for Hasidic Judaism. You can see that on the left, here's the pre-war version of it, and on the right, you can see how it is set up in Jerusalem. Really interesting. Now, internally, the most important designator of a fortress synagogue style, as it came to be called, is the 9-bay design. You can see in this architectural drawing of a bird's eye view of the Vorstadt synagogue in the or Lvov, which at the time was in Poland, now is in Western Ukraine. And you can see that right in the center there are 4 pillars which surround the bima. These pillars would go straight to the ceiling to give the building more structural integrity. So that meant that surrounding the bima and including the space within the space that the bima itself represents, you would have 9 bays. That is a very, very common structural design of the synagogue. Reinforces the halachic imperative to have the bima in the center of the room, whereas you may have had it off-center in other structures, perhaps like Jews lived in some sacred climes. And it provides both structural integrity and also a sense of protection because there is this space within the space right within the very middle of the synagogue. Here's another example looking at it crossways. This is the fortress synagogue of Minsk, where you can see the bima laterally would be right in the center of the room like that. You also see the kind of crenellations at the top that we observed earlier. Now, these architectural designs tend to exude strength and stability, which is precisely what we want a fortress to do. In the modern era, unfortunately, the need for it is just as acute. Here you can see the exterior door to the synagogue of the small Jewish community of Halle, Germany. You can see on the upper left, there's an arrow pointing at the security camera, and on the right, you can see the arrow pointing to bullet holes that were left in this very solid door that thankfully the Jews inside did not open for their attacker in 2019, and his attack was foiled, at least in terms of the people who were inside the synagogue. People who were outside did not advantage of that. course, here in America, we had the same kind of situation where the Tree of Life Synagogue was tragically attacked in Pittsburgh, 2018. Also an attack in Colway, California, and just 2 weeks ago in Hollywood, Texas. That takes the building synagogue hostage. Terrifying kind of things that continue to happen. Even this great country, this great country. Security is a reality for synagogues, historically and unfortunately even today in our country. When I was making this video, I made the kind of sad realization that actually the very first person I say good morning to is the security staff at Young Israel, either Bob or Chris or whoever happens to be on duty that morning. They're the first person who is at the door, making sure that I'm safe when I get into synagogue and helping preserve the safety and integrity of everyone in the building. And, this is just part of what it means to have religious freedom in this country. There's a price associated with it, a psychological price, a sociological price, and an economic price. But when we are united, that's when we can manage these costs. And in that context, let me invite you to participate. Please, if you're able to attend the dinner, it would be great to meet you in person. If you're watching this from far away and it's not convenient for you to come to the dinner, then consider supporting the security costs and many other things that go along with the running of this wonderful synagogue, Young Israel Growing Synagogue. Okay, I hope you found this video interesting, and thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and welcome to the seventh and final video in this session. What is a synagogue? This series is prepared in conjunction with my synagogue, the Young Israel Growing Synagogue, and their annual dinner, which is upcoming. Today, I'd like to look at the aspects of a synagogue which makes it a central place for community. And to do that, I'd like to take you to the Rhone River in France to look at the medieval synagogue of Taik, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in the Jewish carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonated with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activities at the time. So an interesting feature when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
Look at this beautiful Baroque interior that's strikingly contrasts with the very low profile facade on the outside. And it's the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe.
There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall.
And up there, so it's Jewish. Yeah.
Look how tiny it is. Yeah, amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room, and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration was so welcoming to us here in Taik. We were coming from a significant group of kosher river cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron
to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torahs, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible. Solomon, say something for the camera.
The privilege of beholding a 1771
It's from the 18th century.
Okay, and the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikveh, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
Okay, so this was in the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Coptic synagogue is the community mikveh, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, we would have descended here in candlelight, because it really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space. The Jews of Carpentras, of course, do not use the 14th century mikveh or even the 18th century mikveh. They use a modern mikveh, but the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal farms. Can you cover shows? Je l'ai dit en français. Oui, super. C'est une œuvre de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le pays, nous avons la synagogue et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite. Et shalom à tous. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici? Voilà, je vais vous dire. Ok. C'est une dizaine de documents. Il y a des documents. Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable. Je n'ai pas vu ça ce matin. Non, c'est vraiment pas. Je suis heureux. Alors ça, c'est des découvertes, des équipements. On est pour voir ici, tous les éléments on rejoignit les applications des immeubles. On pense que c'est la Guénise de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, on a retrouvé beaucoup de lignes. On a vu comment on appelle ça, des manuscrits de 16 c'est 50 ans après l'Italie. What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Cathedral Synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connected the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes, which indicates just how important it is that we are connected to our synagogues today. That's especially true in an era when we are increasingly fractionated as a people and spread out across a wide variety of geographic locations. It's true that we have this remarkable ability to connect now with the internet, something truly unprecedented since the Gutenberg era, but we cannot rely on this virtual connection to replace the actual connection of being physically together with other people in synagogue. So I hope that this short series has been meaningful for you. If you are able to make it physically to the dinner, then I would love to meet you in person. And if our geographic distances are too wide to make that possible, perhaps you'll consider supporting either our synagogue, which I would certainly love, or your own synagogue, so that we can increase the participation of Jews in this wonderful institution. Thank you very much for sticking with me through this series, and I hope you have a fantastic day. I found this actual product of another manufacturer years ago, but I missed it. Yeah, this is great. So, here it is. Let's crack it open and see what it tastes like. The other question is if it's good in the jar. Not so bad. Are you the doctor on standing by? Like, so what are we, a 5 doctors? Also, I'm not entirely. I'm not entirely sure that the recipe for Kutan is oh, the Rabbi is good. Yes, we're hoping that you'll be Mahanash, which is the first word. No one states it. And then the Twitter is meant to remind us that to have a load one, to spend the time on the batch, So every time you see Twitter or remind that you're reminded that stuff, which is one stuff like I know this also was in our book. Okay, let's try this. This is the most people want to watch. I don't know if that's
playing catch up there.
I think whenever I go to pizza shop, I see baby pizzas. I think they're okay, that's not great. I don't think. I think that's enough. I think it's gonna be enough. I think it's fine.
It's very good of your attitude. I would like to take this opportunity to. Well, I don't make them so much, but I would like to. And wait, we gotta make sure we really watch your shots.
It tastes like an inferior from the south.
Oh, okay, serious. Do you see this lush and tone? Anticlimactic. Here we go. Oh man. Okay, let's see what happens. I'll see if I can get this in the product place. Here we go. Bring it to you. You know, I like it. Nutty taste, I think. Oh, it's not bad. I would love it. I think this is just an. I'm gonna have this on lots of them. Yes. Very strong southern You know, that would be like a general. That one, you know, a little bit less sour. I'm sure you'll creativity and for research. Everything. I love it. Thank you. I want to tell you a story. I want to tell you a story about that. About what? Your,
I want to just tell a story about that vacancy. I'm very short, tired of the hard road, and you have to pick up. I go to some family, and I go to visit the Horowitz family, which is the first people to move into Taik, who we're very close with. That's where I stay every year on Taik Summer.
audience. And who's on the screen representing Hollywood is watching Dr. Abramson to the shield. I said, do you know who that is? He said, no, I don't know, but it's great. So anyways, I wanted to know that all over the world, Abramson has been watching this. All right. Thank you very much again for this year's start of the country to feature it is such a privilege to be here. I thank Dr. Anderson not only because this series is going to be wonderful, but because it follows up on the mountain of incredible feedback that we got from our last series both the report and the content that you were able to share with us. Tonight's topic is the first in a series of three. Which is going to be discussing a really fascinating topic, talking about the controversies that are key to understanding the really important figures in Jewish history. But I'll leave really some context to Dr. Anderson. I'll simply start by stressing our hypothesis of how we're going to join this. And Dr. Anderson was up very late tonight. I think it was 3 hours later than it is for us. I'm looking forward to sharing a wonderful experience together.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. It's a great privilege to speak with your audience again. I really enjoyed last time we spoke. I was stimulated to change my ideas, especially since we developed a number of different meetings that allowed us to really flesh things out a little bit. And this is a topic that I find especially fascinating and is quite relevant to my own mind, especially with these political catchphrases like cancel culture and the notion that people could express opinions that somehow would invalidate that they may have tremendous potential to offer to society as a whole. This is in fact what I see with the few great figures that I think we'll have the opportunity to explore over tonight and next week in January. They're really pivotal, transformative figures that tell us backwards in history and their legacy. It's impossible to imagine that we would have been made controversy without at least towering geniuses. But in reality, if they showed up in our schools today, probably would not give them an idea. I would like to just give them a spur to the door. By way of a general introduction to the thing, I'd like to step out of which history from almost and from the history of the book. I'm going to pick up Rabbi, who is most likely not actually Jewish. He was a 19th century doctor, very active in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. There is some question about his background. Most scholars believe he was technically German, living in Hungarian territories, but it's not at all impossible that he was a descendant of converts to Christianity, which was very common in the 19th century among many Jewish classes. Here he is with his bride in 1957, and he worked as a medical doctor for obstetrics in particular, and he was especially charitable-minded in his work in some of the new clinics that had been established specifically for poor women who were having street births, who were just, finding a place to give birth without any medical attention for 3 months old. And there was a fear of infanticide, so the state set up several of these that had people there. And the rumor was around, and it was actually a well-founded rumor, that one of the clinics had started in its time with mortality rate from puerperal fever, which is essentially a kind of a sepsis that affects the other clinic, which operates on different days, regular peripheral fever in the second clinic was just about the same mortality rate for women as those who gave birth without any medical attention. So this really troubled Semmelweis. He looked at all kinds of research. Not only is it that clinic 1, which operates on a certain number of days a week, is having these atrocious mortality rates, and clinic 2 is having coincident more like normal mortality rates associated with childbirth and pregnancy. Troubled it deeply. He looked at all kinds of variables trying to figure out what was going on. The only difference between the two clinics is that the one with the high female mortality, maternal mortality, was actually a medical teaching facility that had medical doctors working there, or doctors in training. And the second clinic had only midwives, no medical doctors. And so he deduced that what was probably happening is that the medical doctors were in contact with cadaverous particles. Now, this was before the theory, the germ theory was developed, and people didn't have a good sense of what infection was, things like that. And he thought that perhaps, correctly, although it was kind of a simplistic way, he thought that the fact that the medical doctors were working on autopsies of women and then walking over and delivering babies shortly thereafter, that somehow contributed to maternal mortality. This was not happening at all. This wouldn't deal with cadavers at all. And so what he did was he tried to find a way to remove any of these assumed cadaverous particles from his skin by instituting a fluoride hand wash. And the reason why he went with fluoride and why is primarily because it removed the smell from the hands of the surgeons better than any. And when he instituted this fluoride hand wash, amazingly, the maternal mortality dropped dramatically. And it seemed like this is what he did at all. It was just wash your hands. That's the whole thing. Really, the doctors were not washing their hands. They were autopsies and deliveries, which is incredible. But he discovered it. He said, hey, you just have to make sure you disinfect your hands. He doesn't have the idea of what exactly disinfection is. But nevertheless, that is precisely what happened. Now, remarkably, Semmelweis's discovery was ignored by the medical staff in Austria. They discounted entirely his theory of cadaveral tissues, and they felt that he was overreacting to these things, and they essentially did not implement any of his common sense procedures in other medical facilities. He did everything he traveled around trying to convince people of the importance of his chlorine hand wash, and he published quite strident attacks on the institutions that refused to use this very basic procedure. In this particular publication, in 1862, he referred to doctors who refused to wash their hands as irresponsible burglars and ignoramuses. This is the kind of thing that certainly did not endear him to the medical establishment. He was mentally unstable as a result of his ongoing failure to convince the medical establishment that was value, and that he was actually saving lives by his brainwash. And although now he is considered, a hero in medicine, what happened in his lifetime is that his inconsistent and increasingly erratic behavior led some of his friends to actually commit him to an insane asylum, where he was put in a straitjacket and he was held in seclusion in a dark room, and he was either mercilessly beaten. And in fact, 2 weeks after he was put in this insane asylum, he actually died of blood poisoning. It's believed that it probably had to do with his beating because one of his hands was horribly injured and he likely suffered some blood poisoning. He died 2 weeks later. Hardly anyone came to his funeral, and he was immediately replaced, of course, as a prison player, and his replacement took over. Of course, mortality rates dropped to 6 times the rate they were when he was there. So he was an incredibly ignored figure in his lifetime, even though now he's considered a great national hero. And in fact, part of the reason why there's some debate over his ethnicity is because several different nationalities all want to claim him. This is actually Austrian claiming him as one of their own. They the first hero public. But I think Semmelweis is such a interesting and fascinating case study that leads us into the discussion of the people that we're looking at, because these are people who, for the most part, were men of tremendous vision, men who really, although Semmelweis did not exactly understand the procedures that led to the lower female mortality, but he nevertheless could make the connection between hand washing and greater health. And despite their phenomenal vision, they were excoriated in their own time, they were hated, actually, they were pursued, and they suffered tremendously as a result of this very unfair criticism, which would prove to be ignored by history over time, but it did not necessarily create that in the moment. So if you want to look at it as three different individuals, three very different time periods, and I'm hoping that we may even see some relevance to our own times. On the left, you see the statue of most Orthodox Spain. Actually, it's kind of interesting that, like Semmelweis, he's claimed by Spain, even though he was kicked out of Spain from his family when he was just there in his adolescent years. And you see the front page of Silas Shalit, remarkable, amazing 18th century book by Rabbi Sacco. And today, Rabbi Sacco is one of the remarkable figures of the 18th century, exactly as a hero, not only to the Iranian Talmudic world, because of this particular shot. He's also claimed as a hero to the Hasidic world, because he was first and foremost actually a Kabbalist, and he wrote some remarkable books on philosophy of Kabbalah. And he's also claimed, ironically, one of the non-religious Haskalah movement, because he also wrote plays, much like 18th century Italian romances. He was the first novelist and wrote a lot of modern plays using the kind of vocabulary, syntax, style of Italian poetry. So, but nevertheless, despite his tremendous claim and his widespread acceptance today, in his own time, he was actually forced to recant his views three separate times. He was let out of his neighborhood, Padua, Italy. He was let out of his neighborhood, Padua, Italy. He was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt, Germany, and then after much travail, as he ultimately allowed for the Amsterdam, after all his writings were confiscated and totally lost. So this is the story of the Black Power, the story about the and finally, and I have to say, I'm especially excited to speak about this individual because the last time I spoke about him was back in 2013, and it was very well received and well publicized as well. But it was based on very limited sources. And since then, so many more biographies have appeared of comparable diagnostics of Pearson, the breaking of the Babbage movement, is quite possibly the world's most recognized Jew, given the widespread popularity of Chabad in the remotest corners of the world. The Lubavitch Rabbi is remarkably well known, and that place is associated with Judaism, very, very good association with Judaism. He was actually quite a brilliant individual, and he was the CEO of this volunteer network which devoted their lives, and ironically, which has grown exponentially even after his passing. It's amazing that an organization can have no official salary, no official revenue stream, and still nevertheless grow if people devoted their lives to his life. So look at the Rabbi as the example. Look at the three figures. Oh, and by the way, the Rabbi, of course, endured tremendous criticism because he was hit his head after he had a tragic stroke and was unable to communicate effectively. There was a widespread rumor among his followers that as he continued after his passing, that argued that he was in fact the Mashiach, that he was in fact the Messiah, and we'll explore that possibility. Really gives a huge amount of negative feedback at the same time, which unfortunately obscures some of the phenomenal achievements to otherwise interested Jews who would have liked to have heard what exactly he had to offer them philosophically and so on. So those are the three figures that we'll be looking at over the course of these weeks. And at this point, we should get straight to the background. This is my favorite version of the iconic representation of the Rambam. We, of course, have no idea what he actually looked like, but he's kind of the turbaned, sort of dignified looking individuals that we've seen in every television since the 19th century. There's actually a bust of him on a body on the wall of Congress as well as philosophy. Behind him, you do actually see his signature because a lot of his manuscripts, original autographed manuscripts, were actually recovered from Iris Pisa, where he lived and worked and he was there was a saying that from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. Of course, the first Moses that followed is Moshe Rabbeinu with Moses' Torah, and Moses Maimonides had another one written around 25 years later. In many ways, this is a figure that we can see just the Torah because he just had incredible grasp of not only the broad swath of Torah knowledge, but also of basically all secular knowledge at the time as well. So in the 12th century, when he was very active, the body of world knowledge, scholarship in particular, was still, almost manageable by a single person. And this is the kind of person who have achieved that kind of expertise, both in the Torah realm and in the secular realm. And in fact, the reality that he was someone who was able to excel both religiously and in the secular realm is one of the reasons why he became such a hero in the 19th century to the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, because they saw in him sort of antidote to the inward-looking, kind of insular, Eastern European ghetto and was deeply wrapped up in the text of Talmud, the Kabbalah, and so on. But we could not negotiate the outside world. Speak the vernacular appropriately. Certainly didn't have higher education at the university level outside of yeshiva. So Rabbi, which is the of his full name and title, Rabbi Moses ben Maimon, the son of Maimon. The Rambam exemplified that kind of he could do it all. Highly proficient as a religious Jew and highly proficient as a public thought leader in fields outside of Judaism as well. So many schools were not not coincidentally named after Massachusetts, Maimonides School in Boston, for example, because he exemplified that kind of you can have all that's very his major centers of activity were Spain, as we do. I'll show you a little bit of this back in a moment. But most of his life and work was conducted in Egypt. So it's a little bit unfair for Spain to claim him as one of their own because he's actually exited from Spain. He is paradigmatic of this ultimate Jew. So as a medical doctor, which is one of the traditional fields that he was existing, but at the same time, he was highly exceptional. He was deeply creative and intellectually very bold. He was prepared to suggest audaciously large and innovative intellectual approaches to some of the great problems using as numbers demonstrate. So here's a map showing his basic travels. His family was in southern Spain, was dominated by the Muslims, and actually for about 200 years prior to his departure was a really golden era for Jews throughout the Peninsula. But at the very end of it, in the 12th century, among the things that happened is that Muslim tribes from North Africa penetrated into this already Muslim-held territory in southern Spain, and they were quite a bit more radical and much more fanatical of their appearance to Islamic theology or strictly. So, for example, the commonplace drinking parties that involved alcohol were to be highly exploitated, and the almohads and almohades were used to put up. It's believed that the Muslim rulers were actually now taking part in Jews and Christians. And so they really cracked down with a far harsher vision of Islam that had existed hitherto over them. And so Maimonides' family, despite the fact that they were very well established in the south of Spain, and there were generations upon generations of judges, Jewish judges who were serving there, Maimonides' father, Maimon, decided to take them back to Egypt. They fled Spain. There's some interesting later historiography that suggests that they may have even linked to conversion to Islam, although the specific reference to that is highly suspect. But nevertheless, they made their way out of Spain across the coast of North Africa. Maimonides at the time was 12 or 13 years old, and when they got to Tunisia in particular, that's where he embarked on his medical education. Tunisia actually was a remarkably advanced center of learning at the time, and they spent some significant years where he was able to develop his knowledge of the sciences. He was already a child prodigy and had completed the army of military education. Even as a teenager, but his greater work was still in Then from Tunisia, they made their way to Egypt, and specifically to Fustat, which was a suburb of Cairo, and that's where the Jewish community primarily is. Maimonides completed his studies there, and left it up to his older brother David to provide for the family, and I was not father passed away. And unfortunately, David was lost in a shipwreck that also took the Maimonides' fortune with him. And so all of a sudden, Moses had to stand up and become the prime breadwinner for his mother and surviving siblings. And so he did what any good Jewish boy would do. He hung up a shingle as a medical doctor. In those times, the medical doctors were involved much more in kind of diagnosis and the dispensing of natural remedies and herbs and things like that, rather than surgery. Surgery was considered a more professional practice associated with barbers, and that's essentially what he did. He moved to significant whatever it was and he ultimately ended up being appointed to be the family physician of the viceroy of Egypt, where he primarily treated the Sarah, that is the wives of the Sultan, and their children, which is a very high-level position. He describes actually in some of his letters how his typical day involved in setting up some point where they want to travel, and essentially, just like I can drive along Alexandria Road, except then it would be the long line of donkey road all the way up to Cairo. We spend the day in Cairo seeing all the Sahara and the children and so on, and then we come back at the night, he only ate one meal a day, and after his meal was over, then he was besieged by people who stopped walking to him for legal halachic advice and direction and so on. And he still took very, very, very nice. Somehow, amidst all of this, he managed to write something that was very stuff. And so, at this point, let's turn to his efficient, medical expert, and Operation Weinberg. He wrote pieces which are still available today in Arabic. His missional commentary is written in Hebrew. The medical writings are in Arabic, of course, he's completely and he wrote about anxiety and depression. He wrote about traditional medicines. He wrote, like many of his predecessors, had like guides to field guides to connecting to herbs, things like that. And he was really well regarded as a scientist, completely separately from his industry. He wrote a tremendous amount of correspondence because he was widely recognized, particularly in North Africa and in Yemen, as being the leading figure of the Jews, who eventually was appointed to be the leader of Egyptian Jewry, a position that was actually handed down for several generations after him as the primary leader of Egyptian Jewry, very important community. And so many communities and individuals directed their problems to him, and he left behind a massive correspondence, but he portrayed tremendous sensitivity to individual concerns, and often gave very insightful advice, and often very courageous and heroic advice. Sometimes it's really, you can see the personality of Maimonides coming out of the letters perhaps more than anywhere else. For example, there's a famous letter that he received from a convert to Judaism who was having a hard time because the rabbi in his town was telling him there were certain blessings he wasn't allowed to say because the blessings say the God of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And his fathers, biologically, were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Maimonides writes back essentially saying, tell your rabbi he has no idea what he's talking about. Your fathers spiritually are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Were completely allowed and encouraged to use these phrases as they are in the traditional book, and they are your spiritual parents. So you really get a sense for who was the person in the letters which portray a much more personal view. His magnum opus, however, the greatest works of his career, include a philosophical classic called the Moran Museum, or the Guide for the Perplexed. And this is a remarkable work, which was written in Judeo-Arabic, that is, the written in Arabic, written in Hebrew characters, basically in Arabic language, with a lot of Hebraic and Aramaic influences. This is a little bit Yiddish is essentially German with Hebrew characters with a lot of Aramaic as well as Slavic influence. So it's kind of like a specialized Arabic trajectory for this work. And the text of it indicates that he noticed that one student in particular, although it's quite likely that he understood that by writing this work, the was much wider correspondence and wider circulation. And as the title implies, it was basically a very sophisticated philosophical discussion that defended Judaism from the attacks that contemporary Islamic philosophy bore upon the ancient faith. Essentially, there was an apology for Judaism that was not something we necessarily want to put in the Barnes and Noble at the time for everybody else, Amazon front page does, because it was a highly sophisticated philosophical work that seems to have been directed primarily at a particular class of Egyptians or the Arabs. Let's not forget, by the way, that the time that Maimonides is functioning, the Arabic Jewish world is in many ways far more advanced than the Jewish world in Western Europe. It's true to be a Rashi the principle to emerge, but the impression that this not their scope into the Spanish and North African Jewry far beyond what because he was incidentally very well versed in English, in particular not on Aristotle, he would argue that Judaism and Aristotle are far closer than Islam and Aristotle. Aristotle, of course, was seen as the greatest of the philosophers of the day, so the idea of a accordance between Jewish thought and Aristotelian thought is considered a very valuable philosophy. So this would have been essentially, if you can imagine in contemporary terms, it's kind of like a book for, former students who finish day school and then they head off to secular college and they're kind of overwhelmed by the philosophies that they encounter there. So, oh my gosh, I live with such a small, kind of like insular world in my little spot on Black Shekel, and my Maris came to recognize that, don't worry, you still got it all over these other ideologies, and they spend that's essentially what the guys that it looked like all about. Second, incredibly important because this massive of Mishnah Torah. And both of these works together in mass the product of trouble more than the Mishnah Torah, unlike the Dietary Complex, which was written in Arabic with a ton of philosophical terminology, lots of references to Aristotle, and lots of references to other Greek philosophers and so on, which, by the way, went on to have a huge influence on Christian figures like St. Thomas Aquinas and others. Maimonides was regarded as one of the great formative foundations of the scholastic movement. The Mishnah Torah was very simple. It's basically middle school level, like you're just like seventh grader, they'll be able to remember the Mishnah Torah without too much difficulty. And as the title implies, it was a repetition of the Torah. What does that mean? We should understand that Jewish halakha, the Jewish law, or the guidelines of Jewish practice, are so complex and they are nowhere organized in a central place. That is, if you want to know the laws of the Sabbath, for example, so you'll find a few tiny scattered references in the Torah itself. You'll find one tractate in the Mishnah that is amplified upon in the Talmud, but it is the nature of the Mishnah, especially the Talmud, to make tangents almost as important as the core material. So what that means is if you have 50 odd pages of tractate Shabbat, you can be sure that at least 40 or 50 pages are not talking about Shabbat at all. And so there are those 40 or 50 pages, they're scattered in other tractates. You'll find stuff in tractate Arabic, each part of tractate Shabbat is important. You'll find it scattered in Sanhedrin, you'll find it scattered in Purim. So the only way you can really know the laws of Shabbat, which are vitally important, once every 7 days, is you literally have to know the entire Talmud. And that's a massive document, incredibly huge. So what Maimonides did is he said, listen, this is really complicated, so I'm going to make it simpler for everybody. I'm going to start from the very beginning, and I'm going to discuss the entire Torah, all of the halakha, from the Torah, the Mishnah, the Talmud, everything. I'm going to put it in an organized fashion, basically, in each style. A chapter that's devoted entirely, or a book that's devoted entirely to Shabbat, and all of the Shabbat laws would be right there. They're organized by chapters, organized by number of headers, which is a very Arabic style of writing. And all you need to understand Judaism and to practice it, because the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, and the 9 books at the end, the Mishnah, so repetition, I would say. And it was brilliant. It was absolutely phenomenal. It was so easy to read. It was very lucid, clear view. Although it's the Rambam will explain how we had missed it, like there was a massive supersonic train going past our heads, and we were totally, we were oblivious to what was really going on in the text, even though we had a superficial understanding. So the Mishnah Torah, incredible achievement that looks at the entirety of Jewish halacha and encapsulates it in very good fashion. And moreover, although this was one of the very first codes of Jewish law that tried to put everything within that organized fashion, as was later imitated by the Torah and by the Shulchan Aruch, modern codes like the Mishnah Torah, all of those later codes did not have the same ambitious scope. They only dealt with those laws that are directly pertinent to post-temple Judaism. All of the sacrificial laws, the laws of Tumah Tahara, they said, we'll wait for Mashiach to think about those things. But the Rabbi said, no, wait a minute. The other books did not deal with water times don't be like Mashiach times. He says, okay, I'm going to talk about the halakha of Mashiach. Mashiach, what does Mashiach look like? Who is he? And how will we know he's Mashiach? Yes, it's very bold and expansive book. He also dealt with amazing things like how to speak, right? How to have opinions. What opinions are correct? What opinions are not correct? Brilliant things that later poets thought was too large for them, and exactly I'll just focus on one particular section of the Torah that I'm especially interested because I wrote a book on it and I've actually wrote it several times. This is a book that I'm very close to. One of the brilliant sections of one of these books is discussion of how to repent, the ways of repentance, the process of Shuvah. So I got into this habit of 12 or 13 years ago, but I would always review this particular section of the book of Shuvah in the month before Rosh Hashanah, my spiritual study, and then I ended up translating it to English as part of my personal learning. I shared it with some people and they liked it, and I kind of grew, so I ended up self-publishing it because I was experimenting with that particular way of getting ideas out. And since then, I have reviewed my own commentary over the years and republished it. Just like we work on ourselves every year and we try to improve ourselves, I go back to this particular book, which is now in its ninth edition. And I have so much fun with this. So look at that. These ratings are not fun. So I'm very close to this book. I feel very now, I give you like this tremendous biography of him. Who could possibly disagree with the whole Rabbi? There's a controversy about this. It was a very intense controversy. And it was especially harsh, not in those regions where he had developed a personal reputation, like in West Africa and Yemen and in Spain, where he had a large following, but in Christian Europe, where Jews did not use Arabic. When they bought Hebrew translations by the Ibn Turki family of Maimonides' Guide to the Perplexed, there was a huge outcry. A lot of the Jews of France in particular said, what is going on here? Look how this rabbi is quoting Aristotle. Look how he's saying things like, accept truth from whoever speaks it. Have you ever heard of something so ridiculous? You always have to look at it speaking. You can't just accept truth because it makes sense rationally. And he took a lot of positions that were anathema to European Jews. Like, for example, he had a very dim view of supernaturalism. And he argued that all of the discussions of demons and spells and things like that are in the Talmud, they're all allegorical. And they should not be taken literally. And the rabbis said, what are you talking about? Very literally. We believe in demons, and we believe in spells and amulets and things like that. My mom is a much more rational and like almost very medical approach, almost a Lithuanian approach to these things. So people got very, very upset about the rise of the class. And then when the Mishnah Torah came out, oh spirituality development. He absorbs a lot straight from Aristotle. He diverges from Aristotle in two very interesting ways, in particular, he thinks Aristotle is too easy anger, not part of that, more of it, but the Mishnah Torah was just such a controversy because Maimonides chose without any citations. So meaning, a dispute in the Talmud might extend over 6 or 7 pages, and it might appear in several different factors. And rather than sort of summarizing what Rabbi X said, and Rabbi Y said, and Rabbi Z said, he simply said, the bottom line is this. And it was his opinion, but he did not demonstrate how aligned his opinion. He simply stated what he thought people needed to know without all of the scholarly baggage of footnotes and cross-references, but this and however that. This was felt to be disrespectful to all of these other rabbis that involved him. And he was also seen to be a very arrogant kind of statement because, as I mentioned before, he states openly in his introduction to Mishnah Torah, it's very complicated, so all you really need is the Chumash. And my book is good, it's golden, you don't need anything else. Rabbis look at this and say, listen, you got angelic things like that, like that. And then you add to that fact that Maimonides felt very strongly that, and I apologize to Rabbi Rosie, he felt that rabbis should never be paid. They should always have some other kind of job, and what they do for the community is purely, just their donated time. There are some exceptions to this rule, and obviously, if you hire a doctor and pay him or her, then so the rabbis did find ways to get around this, but basically, this is my mind opinion that all judges and rabbis should perform their services free of compensation. So there are economic reasons why there were attacks on them as well. In Paris, things can go up. He doing some of this during his lifetime, but it was largely relegated to the other side of the Mediterranean, where he never visited. He did, hear some of the rumors that were carried back to his time that he did not pay attention to, but he passed away in 2004 before the controversy really came to a close. The worst moment of the controversy was when the Jews of France, specifically Paris, were so upset over Maimonides' that they approached the Dominican friars and they explained to them that they believed that there was this Jew who was in popularity, who was writing a radical witness. The Dominicans were very happy to assist the Jews in moving heresy from their ranks. So they collected up all the copies of Maimonides in the Museum and they sent them to the Flemish in 1232. And the very spot that, 10 years later, the French court actually banned all of the Talmuds that they put in there. So 24 Latin notes on them, which is still observed as a fast way of Jewish to this very day. So it's once you start on the path of learning books, it's very hard to shut that down. Controversy erupted and really specific with different generations of people who were opposed to Maimonides. Ultimately, there was a social faith in the 13th century that was largely Orthodox with a Rosh who said, okay, listen, there's lots of value in Maimonides. We know the charges about wisdom and saying, we know the charges of arrogance and so on, but we set that aside because he wanted to write something that was usable by everyone. And so he effected a compromise that was finally put into the dispute that one could study the philosophical works of Maimonides, like the Dialectic of Reflection, but only after age 25. In other words, younger intellectuals, essentially a medical work until they had really mastered a large segment of the traditional text and only then could they return to the It's also worthwhile to note that although he's considered a towering figure in Morocco, and is generally considered one of the three major figures that is consulted by Rabbi Power, the Rabbi Power that translates the law of Shulchan. It's quite often that minorities is given a minority. Its opinions are often overruled by some other major authorities that formulate on halacha, and minorities is studying even those halacha is theoretical as opposed to that which is necessarily accepted. But this philosophical work and his generosity of spirit far from his secular knowledge, these are all things that make him phenomenally important. People that strives proudly as a centuries of history. Okay, I talked a blue streak there for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Thank you for your attention and your endurance. I'll stop sharing the screen and I think we can take some questions.
That was totally too loud. We're going up into everyone. And thank you so much for joining us. Second installment. Wonderful lecture series. And second installment of the second lecture series. So, Dr. Anyway, the first one is on our own. Phenomenal. Thank you so much. We're starting us off with the fascinating fact of the broader history that really studies the Rabbi. And we're moving on to our next topic tonight. I want to just remind everyone that we appreciate the time and we're looking at a current presentation. It's not going to be on a Monday. So we're going to be taking a look at the for the immediate vacations that are coming up for many people. And so the next installment will be on January of the same time that the presentation. With that, I will pass the class to
Thank you very much, Rabbi. It's very excellent. I really enjoyed our opportunity to speak last week, and I have to say I am super excited about tonight's talk because I find that the Ramchal, our subject matter, is completely fascinating. He's written some works that I have been very engaged with for decades, and there's a lot of exciting new research that has been presented on the Ramchal that I wanted to share with you tonight. The topic for tonight is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato. I will most likely use the acronym on his name interchangeably as his Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato. He was an extremely important thinker in the early 18th century. So we're jumping ahead some 6 centuries from the Rambam, but I think we'll find that many of the features that we looked at in the Rambam's life are echoed in an unusual way in the Ramchal's life. I've also thought of a sort of a title for these two lecture series. I know it's a little bit late, we're halfway into the series, but I'm thinking that I'll call this Revered Yet Reviled. And they're both of these aspects. It's biographies, the Rambam, the Ramchal, and we get together in January, but we'll speak about the Rabbi. All three figures of towering stature and tremendous impact and huge influence on the Jewish world, but at the same time, during their lifetimes in particular, they suffered some phenomenal controversy and withering criticism. This would be certainly true for the Ramchal, as I hope to explore tonight. So let me begin first by introducing you to a book that, if you are familiar with the Ramchal, you are most likely familiar with this particular work, the Mesilat Yesharim, which is translated as the Path of the Just. Sometimes confused with another book, Orchot Tzadikim, which has a very similar title, The Ways of the Just, but this is quite distinct from that work, which is in the 2 centuries earlier. It's a rather remarkable piece of literature. It is essentially a kind of it's one of the classic works of the Musser canon, meaning the collection of works which are kind of go-to sources for the study and development of ethical culture and languages. And the model is based on an extended discussion of the passive model, which one of the figures of the Talmud describes a successive series of stages of personality development, from vigilance to zeal to cleanliness, and each of these stages of development are fleshed out in great detail. So what does it mean to be vigilant? Why are we starting with vigilance? And then what does zeal have to do with the vigilance and things like that? It's really quite a fascinating book. It is an extremely popular book, especially for young adults, widely studied in yeshivas and seminaries, primarily because it's a great place to sort of exercise one's thinking about, who am I and what kind of person do I wish to become, which is associated with emerging adulthood as a stage of development. Some of us are kind of stuck on that for a very long time. The Vilna Gaon, for example, is famous for having studied the Seal Shishar 101 times. I myself, I personally would like to match that goal. I'm up to my 28th time with the Seal Shishar. I really find this tremendously fascinating, endlessly inspirational book. But what's, I think, especially noteworthy about this book is that in the 1990s, a new version of the Seal Shishar was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was actually an autograph version written in the Ramchal's own hand and dated some 2 years before this book was published. The previous version was dated 1738, making it the first draft of the Seal Shishar. Is complete start to finish, and yet it lay moldering in archives unpublished. And it is remarkably different. Now, let me tell you why the difference is there, or what the difference is, and I think you'll find it that's quite fascinating, and in fact, in many ways more interesting for one that's been so famous for a couple of years. In the version that everyone's been studying since the 1740s is basically a didactic frontal lecture. There is an omniscient narrator who simply tells us what we need to know, and we read it like, a long Atlantic essay or something like that. But in the version that was written in the Ramchal's own hand, it's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. The setting is two young men, and we'll start with one of them. There's one character who is called the Chacham, the wise person, and he is, to try and put it in the context of the 21st century, he's kind of like a really good YU graduate. He is a learner, he's interested in, of course, learning Torah, he's completely observant and so on, but he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry, in science and culture, literature, music, and arts, and he has kind of broad interests. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Arabians do with their time? Again, the term, modern Orthodox term, Arabia are not appropriate for the early 18th century, but it's kind of like, on the one hand, you have someone who has kind of like a broad base of interest, and Torah is prominent among them. And if you have others who are like extremely interested in Torah and don't have apparently much time for things outside of the traditional canon of texts. But the Chacham wonders about, what do Haredi do with their time? What do they spend all this time reading songs? Don't they get bored? Aren't they curious? Don't they want to know about the outside world and things like that? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and sees an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for very many years, and he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredi. He has sort of flipped out. And he goes over to him and says, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you in so long. What's going on? How are you doing? And they start to catch up and says, I'm curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why do you become this way? And they engage in this deep discussion. And in many ways, he's kind of like Jewish culture and the broader world? To what degree do we consider ourselves primarily Jews or primarily human beings, citizens of the planet? Where do you put the needle on that kind of It's a great question, really. It's brilliant. And they have this extensive discussion, and the character who has flipped out, he is the fussy, although that term should not be confused with the later Hasidim. We'll be discussing that when we get to the Rabbi. But he's the highest one. Ultimately, he demonstrates to the Chacham that there is far greater depth in the wisdom that he is exploring in traditional texts, and that much of what the Chacham had thought of his worldliness is in fact the kind of banal superficiality. It's a fascinating work. Here is a modern thinking of the Mr. Taik, and as you can see in the subtitles here, it has actually two versions. The version Aleph is called Seder Mikua, which is the order of the debate, or the order of the dialogue. That's the dramatic version I described to you. And on the left is the Beit Seder Paraki, the order of the chapters, which is essentially the standard version that's ready to this day. And one of the great questions about these two works, which are very, very similar in content, just quite distinct in form, is did the Rabbi set aside the dramatic version? It is in so many ways so much more powerful and immediate and gripping. Why would he not publish that and instead publish the Seder Prophet? So I hope by the end of tonight's lecture, I'm going to illustrate why, according to one of the most prominent young biographers of the Ramchal, Dr. David Sklar, who wrote his dissertation on this and is working on a forthcoming monograph, why he thinks that he set aside hesitatingly and perhaps even grudgingly the first version and rewrote it as a standard text. Let's look for a second at the very unusual reception history of this book. Reception history refers to, it's not only important to understand what's in the book itself, but how was the book absorbed in its time? How was it received by its readers? It says a lot about the historical period that we're facing. It also has an especially interesting sound in German Receptionsgeschichte, which I like saying because it makes me feel great. But let's look at this unusual reception history of this work. First of all, from the Maskilim, that is those early 18th century proponents of greater engagement of Jews with broader society. Most prominent of them, of course, is the father of the Haskalah, shown here in the red jacket, Moses Mendelssohn. He thought Mesilat Yesharim was a brilliant work. Of course, he was born. He was about 10 years old when it was first written, so he read it after the Ramchal had died. Unfortunately, a very early death due to the plague. But Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, he was, after all, a rabbi. He was strictly observant, although many of his followers abandoned Judaism. But he thought that the Mendelssohn was a phenomenal work of great power, and he admired the Ramchal deeply. Joseph Klausner, following in that tradition, the first chair of the Department of Literature at the University of Jerusalem, felt that the Ramchal's work represented the first modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal not only wrote in this very dramatic kind of poetic form, he also wrote actual plays, like the sort of Hebraic imitations of Italian plays that were, characteristic of the 18th century. So he said the Ramchal was really the first modern Hebrew writer. Very, very positive reception from the sort of left wing of the Jewish reading world at that time. And moving towards the right wing, the Hasidim thought he was fantastic because first and foremost, the Ramchal was a Kabbalist. Most of his important writings, especially the writings that he himself cherished, were deeply suffused with the wisdom of Kabbalah. In fact, the Mesilat Yesharim itself, although it does not present on the exterior form to be a work of Kabbalah, there are tremendous references all through it to Kabbalistic doctrines. So the Hasidim, who are great lovers of Kabbalah, reflect on it, that for example, the Bear the Maggid of Ezrich, who was the student of the Baal Shem Tov and the later teacher of the five greatest dynasties of the Pacific world, that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was at such a high stature that people didn't know what they were dealing with. That's quite true. And so, in terms of the 18th century triangle of Jewish ideologies, particularly in East Central Europe, you have the Haskalah, represented by Medicine. They love the Ramchal. You have the Hasidim. They love the Ramchal. And then finally, you have the Nostalgia, the so-called traditionalists who took the term opponents because they opposed the Hasidic movement. And the king of them was without doubt the Vilna Gaon, shown here, Elijah of Vilna, who himself wrote a couple of fascinating things. He said that if the Ramchal were alive in his time, he would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, in order to study with him. And furthermore, he said that there are no words out of place at all in the Mesilat Yesharim until the 11th chapter. I actually have a theory as to which words the Vilna Gaon thought were out of place in the 11th chapter. God willing, maybe when we get to the question and answer period, if you ask me, I'll tell you what my theory is about what words he pointed out to be out of place. So again, amazing. The Ramchal achieved a level of acceptance among all stripes of Jewish intellectual movements of the 18th century. I can't recall too many figures before or since who have received this universal level of acceptance, albeit some 60 years after his lifetime. During his lifetime, it's a totally different story, as we will explore. So let's get into his biography a little bit, understand who he was, what his background was, what he was all about, and then I'd like to get to the controversies that dogged him during his life. He was known as the genius of Padua. Padua is the smallest city on the Po River in northern Italy, not too far from Venice. His parents were sort of upper middle class merchants, and they gave him a standard education of an Italian Jewish family of their class. He received a thorough grounding not only in Torah studies, in the kind of Italian broad view of emphasizing scripture, Tanakh, as well as Talmud. Actually, his principal teacher was the Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who would remain very close to Ramchal all the way through his life. Even though he also taught him for his bar mitzvah, he was also 15, 20 years later very much involved in private activity far away from Padua. He also received a fairly significant secular education as well, with a thorough grounding in European languages, including Latin and Greek, primarily because, as we shall see, Padua was a university town, and it was one of the few universities that admitted Greeks to its medical classes. And so there was a lot of emphasis placed on broad European understanding of the world around them, contemporary science, the arts, of course, and so on. Early on in his career, really as a teenager, he wrote several works that are quite fascinating. He wrote works on public speaking. He wrote early experiments with poetic forms, including, kind of parables and biblical stories as Italianate dramas, like to be staged as plays. So he was really quite a young child prodigy. He attracted to himself a number of these students who had traveled to Padua to study medicine at the university. This is actually the autopsy theater. Only a small number of autopsies were performed every year, and they literally had to build an auditorium like this to allow as many people as possible to actually observe the autopsies taking place. And a very small coterie of perhaps a dozen of these students from all over Europe would gather nightly at the home of the Ramchal, where he had they would study the Kabbalah. Now, the Kabbalah, of course, is the great mystical teachings of the Jewish tradition. Very prominent in their curriculum was the study of the Zohar, very important mystical work, and they became known as the Chavraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, for their intense studies. They developed a very ritualistic kind of organization where they had specific seating charts for each of them. It wasn't like kind of like free for all, but it was really a close-knit study group. They had particular rules about how they were to treat each other, how they were to speak about each other. They had a rigid cycle of who was prepared the material to be studied that night and so on. And it was really, it must have been quite an amazing intellectual experience to be at the Ramchal's table studying with him. And this is all when he is in his late teens and 20s, studying with students who are significantly older than him, but mesmerized by his grasp of the material and his usually piercing and poetic analysis of the text. One of the more fascinating things about the community of Padua and this particular study circle was that Padua was, one of the social difficulties that plagued that town in the 1720s and 1730s was a gambling addiction that unfortunately affected many of the men, the Jewish men in Padua. Playing cards in particular were very popular. And so they had a night of the estate Rash that they made a rule, the Jewish community of Padua made a rule that every single Jewish male in Padua had to show up at Beit Midrash 5 nights a week, and attendance would be taken. And if they failed to show up every evening to learn some Torah because they were off gambling or something like that, they would be fined. They would have to pay a fine to the nation. That in itself is rather an amazing thing that the community could actually impose or think to impose such a rule. I really wonder how well it does enforce, but it gives us a sense of how far we are from 18th century Padua living today in our society. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the only group that was explicitly exempted from these rules were the members of the Ramchal study circle. Because everybody knew that the Raya Kadisha, the Holy Society, they were not spending their time on actually learning Torah, very deep level, and so they received a formal exemption because everyone worked hard as them. Jewish medical students who were studying with the Ramchal were really on a separate level. It's interesting to know, by the way, that the medical students must have experienced quite a cognitive dissonance because when they were at school in Padua, even though they were admitted appropriately to the college, which was, as I mentioned, very rare for universities at that time, there were a whole series of, discriminatory practices and ritual humiliations that they had to endure. They had higher tuition, for example, and there were certain things like they had to present a gift of £1 of candy every Christmas to the other students, kind of like a nasty Secret Santa sort of thing that they had to do. But nevertheless, while in the daytime they were kind of like distinctly second-class citizens, but at night they drove the depths of the university with their teacher, the Mr. It happened that the controversy really began to build up in 1720s when the Ramchal first discussed his encounters with something called the Taik. This is where the controversy movement. When he was 20 years old, the Ramchal related to his students that he would receive these nightly visitations from a kind of supernatural being known as a Rabbi. He was not yet related to like the Haggadah, like the Passover Haggadah, that used to tell or to relate. And the Ramchal would describe how, perhaps in a dream, but some kind of vision, this angelic being would reveal to him these Kabbalistic truths that he would then relate to his students. Now, it sounds pretty weird. It definitely is a very unusual kind of phenomenon, but it is not without precedent in the Jewish tradition. In fact, one of the more well-known of the stories of Hasidim is the Maggid of none other than Rabbi Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. Now, we normally think of the Jewish legal tradition as being extremely rational and very evidence-based and very rigorous and exposed to logical argumentation and so on. But in reality, the author of the code that we would really study today, the Shulchan Aruch, he reported also having these visitations of the Maggid, and he wrote about it in something called Maggid Shabbos. And so even it's fascinating, even at the core of our legalistic tradition, there is a mystical essence to it. So in the case of the Ramchal, he began telling his students that he was receiving these visions from the Maggid. And this went on for quite some time until one of his students, named Yusio Georgia, was studying Ottawa, but was originally from Vilna, Lithuania, wrote home some letters. We have the text of some of these letters, and I'm going to paraphrase, but basically they say that, dear mom and dad, thank you very much for sending me to the University of Ottawa. I'm having a great time here. No, it's not a party school, but I got to tell you, I found this amazing teacher, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Gutzato. I'm learning with him every night. And guess what, mom and dad? He actually did that to his parents and music. He says the Ramchal is receiving these nightly visitations from the Maggid. Isn't that fantastic? That's wrong. Don't forget, this is before Chabad, so there's no Chabad houses. To imagine finding a Ramchal is incredible. And now this is really what got the Ramchal into trouble. It was part of the unfolding of the story. Incidentally, his teacher, Isaiah Hassan, wrote to him because he had basically the correspondence of the Ramchal, a lot of his letters to his teachers and others, and letters back to him. Isaiah Hassan says to him, why did you tell everyone about the Maggid? In particular, why did you tell Amithbot? Don't you know that the Lithuanian and the Polish Jews, they don't know how to keep a secret? They're going to go home, they're going to blab to everyone, and that's exactly what happened, right? Now, the reason why this is significant is because this letter made its rounds in Lithuania, and it came to the attention of Rabbi Moshe Chaim. Rabbi Moshe Chaim was actually a professional heresy hunter. He followed in the footsteps of his father, who was also a great heresy hunter. And the heresy of the day was Shabbatites. So let's just take a quick moment to refresh ourselves on this side story that occurred about 75 years prior to the events I described. Shabbatai Tzvi was this infamous failed Messiah, but he was quite famous among Christians as well, because the whole idea of a Jew proclaiming to be the Messiah and gathering literally thousands of Jewish followers all over Europe, all over the Eastern Mediterranean. Many of whom sold all of their property, their homes, at a fraction of their value in order to follow him, on the assumption that he would initiate the Messianic era. They would all return to Israel. It was like big news for Christians. It was fascinating. They followed it very closely. In this particular rendition, you can see that in the background, there's some sort of chicken scratches on a plaque. That's the artist's imagination of what Hebrew letters must look like. What ended up happening to Shabbatai Tzvi, he was originally, he was a very well-regarded young man. He was actually the subject of many marriage proposals, although he did not accept too many in his youth. Later on in his life, he would actually get married 3 times. And one of those times was actually to an actual Torah scroll, meaning like, the Torah scroll itself got married to very kind of like irrational and unusual behavior. But around age 23, 24, he began showing the signs of what later historians this because he would have these periods of great euphoria, which he called illuminations, during which he would claim to be able to access, huge realms of thought, or he would perform supernatural activities like levitation or feats esoteric, teleportation and things like that, which would then later be followed by periods of depression and quiet. And this was just kind of like an unusual idiosyncrasy of this otherwise well-regarded young man until he hooked up with an individual named Gaza, who was unfortunately a very significant enabler of the worst aspects of Shabbat's worst inclinations, and this kind of blew the whole messianic movement up to a point where many Jews were caught up in it. You can see here actually a prayer book that was composed in the Sabbath movement, which, by the way, persisted for what century and a half after the movement formally ended. Here's an example of the Christian art showing Sabbathite speed blessing the separate people where he goes. He was fond of handing out global honors like naming friends the Sultan of Africa or the King of Europe and things like that, all promising the eventual messianic redemption, doing away with fast days, naming them holidays, all kinds of fascinating, unusual, and definitely very anti-American behaviors. There's one of my favorite images that actually shows Nathan the Gazda, is familiar deputy who was leading thousands of Jews off to Constantinople, where they were to demand the return of Jerusalem to Shabbat's feet, who would then bring about what actually happened in the 1660s. It was Shabbat's feet present themselves to the court of Constantinople. The Sultan didn't deign to meet with them personally, but sent an envoy who made a counter offer. The envoy said to him, "Listen, Mr. Tzvi, do you mind if I tell you Shatsi? We're not going to give you Jerusalem as we request. Instead, however, we will allow you to remain alive if you accept Islam as your faith." And to the great disappointment of Shabbat's followers, he did. He became a Muslim. His wife at the time, Sarah, also became a Muslim, and the movement collapsed as Jews returned penniless to their homes throughout Europe and had to start all over again. A small number, some 300 families, decided that if Shabbat Tzvi, who was the Messiah, would convert to Islam, that must mean that all of us Jews must also convert to Islam as part of the unfolding of the end of days. They converted, they constituted a distinct group in Turkish society in particular called the Dinka, who actually were present and very active in political life right up until the 20th century. But that's basically the whole debacle of Shabbat Tzvi. After his demise, afterwards, they have actually done some Cuba, some repentance, and one of his last requests, he was later imprisoned by the Sultan because he just behaved way too erratically. One of his last requests in prison was for a young kid to pray with him because he wanted to repent the book. Anyway, there was, after the debacle ended, a huge outcry, and Taik's family in particular spent their energies hunting out any vestigial remains of Sabbatianism and hoping to extirpate it from Russian society. It is not at all a strange phenomenon to have prominent rabbis who are actually still enthusiasts of Shabbat Tzvi well into the 1700s. And this is precisely what Moshe Rabbi suspected Rabbi Moshe Rabbi of doing. That he felt that the Ramchal, with his nightly visit from the Magid, it's like Shabbat Tzvi 2.0. He must certainly be relying on Sabbathean doctrine and so on. And so he got to work right away to do this. The first thing that he did was he went to Venice, which controlled the rabbinic Kabbalah. Venice was like the regional authority. And he said to the Venetian rabbis, "What is going on in Padua? Do you know what's happening over there? I heard about this guy, Rabbi Moshe Rabbi and what he's been saying, lying, about Maggid, and so on. So Venetian rabbis picked up the essentially non-existent telephone and said to rabbis in Ottawa, "You've got to investigate it." The rabbis in Ottawa said, "Oh, Moshe Chaim, he's a wonderful guy. We all love him. He has beautiful videos. He's such a learned guy. He has a study circle every night. You must be talking about another Ramchal." But they said, "No, this is the one we're looking for. This is what he's doing." And they said, "Okay, look, he's a little bit eccentric. There are some eccentricities. We'll admit. One of those eccentricities, for example, was the fact that he was clean-shaven. Even when he was 23 years old when this occurred, it was unusual for him to not wear a beard back then. If he wanted to shave him, he said military powders and things like that. It's luckily impermissible to use a straight-edge razor, but to use powders and lye and things like that. So that was a little bit unusual, but also even more of a shanta. He was not at the time married. This was 23 years old and still unmarried. There's something fishy there. Ultimately, he would marry. He found a woman named Zipporah, whose father also had very mystical tendencies, shall we say. And the Ramchal certainly must have liked the irony of his name being Moshe, her name being Zipporah. He wrote a beautiful, intricate literary tuba that is still studied to this day for its poetic and Kabbalistic value. At any rate, the rabbis of Ottawa said, "Okay, listen, what we will do is we will force him to take an oath. The oath will make him promise that he is not to engage in Kabbalistic teaching here in Ottawa. He has to wait until he's much older. I believe the age he stipulated was 40 at the top of that. The Ramchal, we know from his communications, private communications with his teacher, he was very upset with the accusation, it was unfair and so on, but his teacher counseled him, you shouldn't have told about the Maggid to Lucio Jordan. It got out, and now the best thing to do is just keep your head down, accept the oath, take that oath, and obey it. In fact, the Ramchal did obey that oath, but his involvement, and that Kabbalah was really his main interest, but he took on these stipulations the whole time. So after he got married, things calmed down a little bit, but Rabbi Moshe Hafiz was not satisfied with the very light slap on the wrist that the Ramchal received. He felt that he wanted much more of a big show trial and perhaps a communication, something a little bit more serious. So he kept his eye on this young Ramchal. And it happened that the Monsanto business failed at this point. His father passed away, and the Ramchal, who was largely supported by his father, could no longer maintain the lifestyle that he had, primarily focusing on his learning in Ottawa. So he decided with his wife that they would make their way extremely cold winter all the way up to Amsterdam, where his brother had established a business. So on their way, when they left Ottawa, the Moshe Hafiz took advantage of their travel, and he sent word ahead to the city of Frankfurt on Main. And he said to a much more receptive agent there that there is a guy coming your way. His name is Moshe Hafiz. I suspect him of being a Sabbatean. There's all that evidence. He got away with it in Ottawa. I'm sure that you're not going to see nothing. And so when the Ramchal arrived in Frankfurt en route to Amsterdam, he was actually arrested by the victim. He was placed under house arrest while an investigation could be initiated. Ramchal was distraught. What does this mean? I thought I dealt with this in Ottawa. I haven't violated the oath at all. He wrote to his teacher, Isaiah Bazan, who immediately came to his defense. The end result of this very trying episode was that the Ramchal had to take a second oath, reiterating the stipulations of the first oath. He was deeply, deeply humiliated to him that he still suspected of these kinds of attitudes. But once again, Isaiah Bazan's teacher said to him, "There's not much you can do to protect yourself here. You are not a wealthy man. You are not without admirers and students, but including himself, but that we don't have any recourse here. What was perhaps most awful, however, is that he was carrying with him a chest full of his manuscripts, his personal writings, and he was a very, very prolific individual. As I mentioned, he wrote his first book in 16 years that was published and still studied to this day. He had a full chest full of manuscripts. They were seized by the Beis Din in Amsterdam, in Frankfurt, and they proceeded to examine them for heretical material statements. By the time they had gone through them, they could not determine whether or not the Ramchal was in fact a heretic. Read between the lines. They could not understand the writings. They were full of communistic references, and they simply could not find any of the incriminating evidence that they had hoped to find it. However, they had different choices before them. One choice was they could simply return the manuscripts to the Ramchal, and couldn't find anything wrong, and therefore you're all scot-free. They were loath to do that, though, because it would reveal their ignorance about the content of the documents, and they were concerned that perhaps they were heretical. On the other hand, if they could confirm they were heretical, then they could set them to the flames. It was an unfortunate precedent, but Jews have been known from time to time to burn their holy works, or the holy works of their opponents. We saw this with the Rambam, and in the 18th century it was not uncommon as well. Mendelssohn's works, for example, including his translation of the Torah itself, was set to the flames. So the third option that they utilized was they would bury the manuscripts, neither destroying them if they're heretical, nor returning to the Ramchal, but they would bury them, and then the location of burial was promptly lost. So to this day, somewhere under the streets of Frankfurt, there is a huge chest full of the Ramchal's own writings. Perhaps one day they will see the light of day. In this context, we have Rabbi Isaiah Bassan's very heroic defense of his student, which is he has much of the text of it. He engaged in correspondence with the Beis Din while he was on the way there. He presented himself and argued very forcefully in defense of his student, saying, what have you found that we have done wrong? This is quite literally a witch hunt. It's an unfair accusation. Traumatized this young man and his family for no reason, and so on. And ultimately, after taking that second oath, the Ramchal was free to go. He found his final refuge, but a major refuge in Amsterdam. As I believe we discussed long ago in this first series, we spoke about modernity. We looked at the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam. We were called that they are a very unusual community because they were made up of the descendants of Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, beginning with the Portuguese Inquisition, or prior to the Inquisition, in 1497. And then for the next few centuries, as they slowly made their way out of Portugal, they were able to reclaim their Jewish identity many, many generations later in some occasions. And it's worthy to note that the origins of the American Jewish community lay in the Portuguese Inquisition, because it is those Jews who were living in Portuguese Brazil in the 1650s who, for a very brief period of time, when the Dutch took over a region of Brazil, those Portuguese Jews living as Christians at the time decided to come out of the closet and claim their Jewish identity, only to discover a couple of years later that the Dutch gave that region back to Portugal as part of the treaty, and they found themselves once again under the Dutch. So they all boarded boats and separated, and 23 refugees made their way up to New Amsterdam, which was, of course, the island of Manhattan, and they formed the first settlement of Jews as a community in the United States. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, they had a much wider tolerance for this kind of ideological dissent. They recognized the Ramchal in many ways one of their own, and they gave him a fairly respectful position Torah in the school there. Not a very heavy teaching load, more of a respected learning person, but he lacked his same study circle of students who were really on par with him. Portuguese Jews were also cognizant of the huge tumult that occurred when Julio da Costa was forced to be excommunicated there, and of course the issue of Spinoza, which was also something that happened in Amsterdam. So they treated Ramchal with kid gloves and gave him a respectful position. And it is at this time that he began to write the works of his great maturity, including Masilat Sharia, but also gospel. He knows Derech Hashem, some phenomenal classics that are widely studied to this day. However, this was spiritually insufficient for Ramchal. He felt that God moved to the land of Israel to make Aliyah, and he was approaching his 30th birthday. He wanted to begin to teach Kabbalah publicly, which would have represented the end of the restriction of the oath that he first took in Panama and had to repeat again in Frankfurt. And so he made plans with his wife to sell all of their belongings in Amsterdam and then make his way to Israel. He landed at Akko. He wrote a few pieces of correspondence back to his beloved students, and then shortly after arriving, he died of a plague. He was buried. In many ways, he occupies the same kind of position that we discussed last week when we were talking about the Rambam, who was another figure who was revealed as getting wild in his lifetime. And I believe we'll see the same pattern when we speak in a couple of weeks about the Rabbi, who also had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish world in the 20th century and into our own century as well. But during his lifetime, he faced tremendous challenges and often very bitter. So with that, I'll bring this to a close, and perhaps I would just mention, because I recall that I recently you might be wondering, what are the question, right? Like, why did he publish the second version of this first chart and not the first? And what are those strange words in the 11th chapter? So, according to research of David Strong, who's done this presentation on the Rock Collar, and in particular looked at archival sources of Amsterdam and elsewhere, fleshes out his life in a very, very formal way. He argues that his sponsors in Amsterdam, the wealthy families who supported him while he was there, felt that the original version of the First Shard had too many recognizable figures in it. They read this carefully, including on House histories, you would see caricatures of individuals that he wished to criticize. And they felt that it was somewhat incendiary, did not want to have anything go up against in Amsterdam, like they like Cindy does with the Frankfurt. And so they counseled him not to publish it. Perhaps they said they were not willing to publish the result. It was not a neutral work of the literature. And so the Ramachal's best friend, who thanks very florid manner of the conclusion of the work, quickly edited the work and reshaped it into the more standard, more neutral, and frontal discussion that we have today. And the Ramchal perhaps grudgingly signed off on this new version of the time and just set aside the manuscript dramatically. And in this context, well, what the Ramadan said, that nothing is out of place until the 11th chapter. There's one passage in the 11th chapter where the Ramchal is speaking about the negative character trait of vengeance. And he just seems to just like step out of tone for a moment. Like for most of the book, he's got this kind of even, soothing kind of prose, and then at one point, it just gets a little sharper than you would expect. And in that context, when he's writing about vengeance, he says, and I know that taking vengeance would be as sweet as just it stands out like an unusually personal kind of revelation or personal kind of sharing that he felt that that's my theory of Brother God's words I placed in the 11th chapter, that perhaps was reflecting on his own experience, the way he was hounded across Europe, literally, and a little bit as he was hounded. But nevertheless, he was a compatible personality type that tore at plans and was consistent with the values of this relationship. With that, I want to thank you once again for your endurance. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and I think we have some time for some questions. The series that we're looking at focused on three philosophies that had phenomenal influence on pretty much everything we do traditionally since the we're all united in the fact that they were revered long after their deaths, but reviled and used at certain points during their lives. And the strange connection of the often bitter controversies throughout the using the victims and the way in which they represent so much of our intellectual space nowadays, you see how much we really put into their innovation. There's something that really is the first class of course we looked at Maimonides, his books were so controversial that they were actually burned by other Jews in the 15th century. Then we look at the ROTHSCHILD, who was also pursued throughout Europe, and finally wrote his Messias Shalom, a tremendous work that was accepted at the University of Philosophy and Theology and Islam. He wrote that only after a very tremendous bit of criticism. And today we're going to look at the Lubavitcher Rabbi, who also had a similarly outsized impact on the way we do things today. But during his lifetime, which overlapped with many of our own, sure, with many points of controversy. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 45 or 50 minutes is to take a broad 30,000 foot view of his life and work, and then to zero in on some areas in which he encountered significant opposition, around which there was significant controversy, and try to reflect on what that means for how we treat leaders of this time. And that will bring us to the conclusion of this tripartite series. I should preface this by saying that I originally gave a lecture with the same title back in 2013. And recorded it on actually for a very long time. One of my more popular lectures that has a significant out there, really curious to know who was this great, virtually ubiquitous figure in Jewish life. And I made a few really basic, simple errors that I'm prone to make, and I'm going to try to cover a lot of detail in the space of 60 minutes. And I ended up deciding that, what, there's so much noise about the small details that probably better not touch it down. So I actually made a 5 or 35 years or so, but I really wanted to come back to it. I was also disappointed in myself in that when I first gave that lecture, and I was thinking about a much smaller audience, really just a very focused audience, and instead of that, my topics, and I put it on YouTube for a similar kind of audience. I really started with the controversies before I really talked about the incredible achievements. And I think a lot of viewers, as time went on, controversies began to become less and less significant. They began to see a light that I didn't think was very fair and criticism. So I figured, let's just take this offline. But now, Baruch Hashem, if I have the opportunity to address this individual who I have to say has had a remarkable impact on my own life. Just like the Rambam of the Ramchal, he's one of those figures that has really shaped the way I think about my own relationship to God, and what I can achieve during the years that I'm living in the road. So that's it. Let me tell you a little bit about the sources of this particular topic because I am confident that many of you want to read more about the Rabbi. Part of the reason why a difficult first foray into this topic was because the first real biography that appeared after the passing of the Rabbi in 1994 was this book, very scholarly book, published by Samuel Harmon, a scholar that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and not completely this book I was not as familiar with. And this book, although it was incredibly useful and very detailed and eye-opening, it tends to take a more of an academic critical approach that I value, but as I read more of the literature that comes from students of the Rebbe's or other works of the Rebbe's, I think that some of that academic criticism is not entirely appropriately placed in some regard. Maybe what I have to respect the question answers. There is, on the other hand, about the student memoirs, that is this wonderful book by Rabbi Steinfeld, which is definitely written as a homage to the Rebbe. It's written with his classic scholarship, but nevertheless, it's written as someone who is distinctly a follower of the Rebbe and wants to encapsulate his body, his own bodies, his own life. This volume is far more popular and you see it all over the place. It's just a very talented writer, and I believe lives out where you are. And I long relied on his wonderful surveys of Jewish literacies and Jewish humor and so on. And this book on the Rebbe is incredible. I think it's actually one of the most well-balanced books, and that unlike the more scholarly book entitled The Rebbe, which tended to be a little bit more salacious and maybe like the more graphic treatments that come from a lot of sources, he struck a balance. I think he's one of the best places to go if you want to learn a little bit more about the controversial aspects of it, but at the same time, he really presents a well-balanced picture of it. But by far, my favorite biography is this one by my colleague Taik, who's also in New York. This Judaism Outward is written, I think, with the greatest possible sources by a Chabad insider, and he's published quite a few Chabad-specific books. And even though the inside culture, the culture of Chabad is really quite intense, with its own language and its own customs that really, I'm still learning things about. Like, for example, one of my children actually married into Chabad, and we'll make invitations, and I learned the customers always put it is 5 o'clock as the time of the wedding. And it means nothing. But it's that's when the Rebbe was there at 5 p.m. So you would not know these things in this was inside Kabbalah. So this is, I think, my favorite source. I actually reread it because I want to compare different. So with that kind of personal around the time, let's look at the Rebbe's writings. Why don't we start with this formative picture? Here's a beautiful picture of him at 18 years of age. He was born in 1902 in Nikolaya, Russia, and at a very young age he moved to Czechoslovakia, which is a city that's on the eastern end of Ukraine. After the Communist Revolution, they decided to rename it because everything they thought was very hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Social Trust. But today it's called Social Trust because it's all and it was a fairly unique town, traditionally speaking, because it was rapidly expanded in the 20th century into all kinds of industrial efforts, specifically the building of hydroelectric plants and things like that. So it was kind of a young, growing Jewish population of blue-collar workers and these Jewish blue-collar workers who went out there to support the employees of very really dramatically. He was an unusual child in many ways. It's strange for someone who would ultimately become head of the entire Chabad without a that he didn't have the typical Chabad sent out to the Iran or far out in Siberia. His wife went to follow him there and studied one of the most powerful documents I've ever seen. There is a tremendous evidence of Rebbe's father, not after the Rebbe had left the Rebbe's father and a lady constructionist, a very little paper, a very little writing story, but the big one's teaching that was made from herbs that his wife would collect from her countryside, grind down make substances at the right time, kind of little slow on the margins of the movements. So anyway, Dr. Mentos was the first was, and he didn't have a Chabad yeshiva to go to. He was trained heavily by his father and by higher teachers, but by the time he reached the age of 12, he really demonstrated that he had the fixed knowledge, the personal self-determination, self-discipline to study on his own. And in fact, he studied Jewish topics on his own for the rest of his life. His first study was solitary study. Went on, however, to engage in quite a bit of secular study. Ultimately, he studied at universities in Germany and France, where he was especially trained in engineering. Although he had an unusually broad interest in all areas of endeavor, including the sciences and technologies. A turning point in his life, one that really dramatically propelled him towards leadership, even if he didn't realize it at the time, was that he was set up for a ship with the main Chabad Rebbe's second job at Sisha, shown here. The pronouns I am Mishkan. You notice that they have the same surname, and because the sixth rabbi in the dynasty of Chabad, his surname was Gerson, and he was a distant cousin to the seventh rabbi, the son-in-law of the protagonist, not to mention that Chaya Bushka is shown here. She was the second daughter of the existing Rebbe, and for some time there was a reputation of the young boy that he was showing tremendous promise, and eventually he was brought to the Chabad court, which at that time was bouncing between Poland and Latvia, depending on the political circle at the time, and ultimately they were married. They maintained a home until her passing in 1988. Unfortunately, they remained childless, which was a very nice source of some stress for both of them, and they have actually contributed to the Rebbe's ill health in his life and the bulk of our efforts today, however, is focus on this activity as the Rebbe. How that can go is here is Rabbi Joseph Yitzchak Harrison, who is the organized Stephen to his right. Rabbi Joseph Yitzchak was the sixth of the seven Chabad Rebbe's, the first of which was the famous Alter Rebbe, Missionary Solomon, of the guy who was actually also has the Muslim purpose and Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was known by Rabbi Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, was also known as the clear figure of my generation. Early the previous book. In other words, when you want to speak about Red Rebbe, talk about the context, that's what which book are you talking about? Because obviously you said that is our current Rebbe. But because of the background of the seventh Rebbe, all the Hashia, the sixth Rebbe is the Rebbe, the new Rebbe, the new Rebbe. So came known as the Rebbe, the Rebbe, the Rebbe, typically referred to today. also a role in the character that we heard well at the graphic level. He was especially noted for maintaining a tremendous network of Chabad operatives behind the modern so of course, was deeply anti-clerical at this time, very deeply anti-religious. They had the so-called Jewish need of service weakness that was everybody put to extricate religion. Throughout the Soviet Union, especially focused on Jewish activities. So, what I asked, the three of them were, each of us came from places like this. He was able to foster a lot of underground networks in the USSR, especially after this crossed the border into the Latvia, which at that time was not under Soviet. But this was extremely difficult endeavor. There was a lot of secrecy and a lot of risk, and ultimately, as environments in this Europe became more intolerant, rise of fascism, they eventually had to leave Europe altogether, and Friedrich Rabbi followed shortly thereafter by the Rebbe to the United States. They needed to find or to leave the Western Latvia and Germany, America, the Galician of the Catholic in Paris, where the Rebbe was engaged in studies of engineering. What Rebbe was arrived in the United States at the organization Gamash, which was called the Tangallo, there was an interesting kind of environment here, which we'd like to explore in a little bit more detail when we get to the challenges, because he was the husband of the second Rabbi Yosef, had 3 daughters and no sons, which posed a challenge for future succession, because typically a son is favored over a student or an outsider to take over the leadership of a preceded dynasty. And it was generally assumed at that time, in the 40s earlier, that elder sister was married to Rabbi Shmuel Uriah, that he would eventually become the Rebbe. In fact, he had some of the most important responsibilities associated with the Bible at that time, specifically in controlling the yeshiva. The Taik University, the pride and joy of the Chabad dynasties, and those really important responsibilities were typically given to the favorite son. So what was to do with this individual, the Rabbi? He has shown some significant talent in a lot of ways, although his personal manner was very much declined and going into the background. So they did not seek out any kind of communal responsibilities. She was, however, we should say, extremely dedicated to Chabad as a body of thought, spiritual system, and especially to the person of Uriah Abs's father-in-law. He's been characterized as that his warm relationship with Uriah. So he received the following responsibilities. First of all, he was put in charge of Chehel, which was the publishing house. Now it is quite massive. It's comparable in many ways to Art School. It certainly predated Art School as a Jewish publishing house. And we discovered that this would suit his style of infantry very well. He was in charge of the Americas, which was Jewish education, but separate from yeshivas. This also turned out to be quite appropriate for his skill set. Americas was specifically to deal with kids who had not necessarily been in the yeshiva system. One of the great potential opportunities which the Bible very quickly exploit was this notion of release time, that when public school kids were given a certain amount of time every week to receive religious instruction in private institutions, this is where Chabad could step in and offer free and highly subsidized religious education to Jewish kids. It turned out to be extremely successful. He was in charge of an experiment used called Israel, the Jewish camp, which was essentially part of the three of the Rebbe's attempt to get people fired up about the idea of a shield, of a Messiah. This, of course, would be much more because of the consequences as well. It turned out that this was not an especially successful part of the Rebbe's early career, although it always stayed with him as a motivation, of course, and as you can see, it's quite powerful. And finally, he's in charge of family commissions. About Misha were the various the Rebbe actually used to joke that these four responsibilities corresponded to the combined sense of the three levels: soul, the intellectual soul was publishing, the spiritual soul was like education soul, the animal soul was always design redemption, so that's not going to grow, and finally the body was the evolution. But compared to his brother-in-law, these were comparatively minor and secondary kinds of responsibilities. They would turn out to be central to this specific mission, and they would define Chabad in a very good way. But at the time, this was conflict. It was understood that his brother-in-law, as we were saying, to be close. When he ended up becoming the Rebbe, however, in 1951, he was the Rebbe of Jerusalem in 1950, and after a year of uncertainty, the Chabad would coalesce it down, then after the he proclaimed his mission statement, and it was something that was quite interesting in that never in front of jokes and entire community. The 50-odd years of activity really focused on one simple idea based on a passage in the mystical literature that the love of God, the love of Torah, and the love of one's fellow Jew are all one and the same thing. Proclaimed it as his initial coronation of Rebbe, and for something like the unity of other people was first translated. It's a fascinating thing because when you think about how all of us in this whole are moderates, but they're fanatics, right? They're right fanatics, and things like that. And what this statement says to me and other things is that for some people they really focus on actually the love of Torah, but they tend to ignore the love of Torah and some of the love of God. And there are those who say so absorbed with God that they don't have anything for Torah and it's not true. But in reality, the Rebbe was saying that each one of these things is essentially with the same kind of drive as the other two. And the goal is to try to recognize the value of each of these things and to appreciate where they're coming from to accept them. I want to develop each one of those. And that's really characteristic. So let's go on to the actual achievements of the Rebbe and then we'll get to with each one. So the Rebbe had a powerful sense of justice. He was very much engaged in graphic design. He was personally involved in creating the logos and the letterhead of many of the movements that he's associated with. He personally looked over any graphic representations for children's magazines, for example. He actually would look at each of the printed boxes, make suggestions as they were being published. Even if he was an older man, he was still looking at it. You can say, for example, it's kind of relevant to contemporary conversations, that there should always be, whenever you have a children's magazine that has pictures of their books, there should always be a girl on the cover as well. This is so back in the 50s and 60s, that girls had to be included in all of their publications. And he was also very much quite attuned to the zeitgeist. He was very much able to discern what kind of things he worked from God. Even though he was a foreigner, coming with the Russian background and the European education to the American environment, he was very indebted to what American stories. One of the things that the father used to say, when he came to this country in the 1940s, and people were proud more lax about the service of things like that. He was insist. And people would say, well, the reason is because America is Irish, that America is different. We play by the old America. And he would always say, America is different. That America is not. We have the same demands placed on us. I say, the Rabbi is saying about with that kind of motivation, that if you see the demands of the time, if you have these ideas of the specific, well thought out campaigns. The most important is certainly one that was later known by its own ROTHSCHILD, which is based on a unity of Genesis, when God promises that he will spread out more than the sun spread out. And he began to develop a network, later known as the Rebbe's Army Project, of shlichim, messengers, that were literally sent out to service communities all around the world. I'm sure everyone on this call has all kinds of adventures dealing with travel, and some of it for us today because of this incredible network of thousands of these Shabbat houses. They're located most specifically places in Central Africa, Asia, all kinds of places. It's really because the Rebbe's mission that Chabad wellspring has spread out throughout the world. It was able to open to literally dedicate their entire lives to a location that was not their own of the Jewish community and just sell everything against their lives. It was truly mind-boggling. When people cross to John F. Kennedy or things like that, but I think by comparison, the example has far more aspects than the Peace Corps. But nevertheless, the Rabbi was able to tap into this idea of selfless, life-offering dedication and focus on young people. And go out there, make your own decisions, they'll give you some seed money, they'll help you, especially if you can't do the central offices. But go out there and do it. To be able to craft specific campaigns that somehow touch what a lot of people do. They're very simple, very straightforward, sometimes quite audacious, and well familiar with so many of them. For example, the National Campaign, which stands for Intershonest Focus, the Lights of the Holy Sabbath. Simply promoting women who are lighting candles on Friday night. And if you look at some of this contemporary artwork, that you can see that the message is sort of clear and handed down from mother to daughter. It's a very simple thing to do, just light candles, light this. And so, the Chabad students go out on so-called Big Story, which is a Friday afternoon in particular, thing, where they go out to neighborhoods where they want to use and simply give away free candles to get them to say, here, would you like to light shops? There's no strings attached, there's no complex arrangements, just really simple. Light the candles being used. Look at all these social things come along. We're all familiar as well with extra tanks, right? These loud foundations vehicles that go through many urban centers, and they serve as kind of like mobile squads to suggest that Jews come in and put on children or have a kosher egg roll or something like that stamped up. And it's all just for the sake of getting people to add to the level of Kedusha holiness by the trust of these incredible kind of vision that motivated people and made them smile because they were so out there. One of my favorites is the giving dollars. So one of these 10 campaigns in particular, there are actually many more than 10, but they're 10 that are specifically identified by the government campaigns. One was tzedakah, giving charity, right? So how do you convince people to give charity? Well, give them money and tell them the mission
very often with famous people that will prize overhead saying that states on but farm will accommodate this is regular people in the street, Jews and non-Jews, anyone can come up and have a minute to just speak with the residents. You have to tolerate talking. Now the idea is the dollar is something you keep to yourself, you get a different dollar in charity, but it's just a simple, brilliant campaign that communicating to this to the world and really elevate the message of the audacity to the Christian population. So these are all tremendous things that I'm sure many of you are very familiar with and many people have experienced yourself. But we should understand, however, that the Rebbe's life was hardly one of uninterrupted successes. He suffered, as we all do, terrible traumas in his life, and many traumas that were far worse than mine, especially if you were having the fortunate growing up in America experience. But he lost much of his family. Holocaust occurred shortly thereafter. He did not see his own mother for about 20 years. He then was killed as it. His father was conducted overseas in Siberia, and the losses both he and his wife and the dislocation of the refugee status for about 20 years. He and his wife were actually stateless because when they left the Soviet Union, they had to apply for something called a Nansen passport, which was people who were forced out of those circumstances during the revolutionary period. And with his Nansen passport, he had to give up the Soviet citizenship, and so they were literally living life essentially for a good 20 years. But there are certain challenges and controversies which are specific to this role as the Rabbi, and that's what I want to discuss. The first one we've already alluded to a couple of times, and is actually one of the most bitter and long-lasting and painful challenges for Rabbi, and that is the succession. What Rabbi Shmuel shown here was long establishment candidates, so to speak, for the role of the Rabbi. Unlike very well accomplishments, he had spent all of his time by the side of the sixth Rabbi throughout the Orthodox in Eastern Europe. He was already placed in charge of the yeshiva as he and although there's no question that Syria the Rebbe had steps behind him for the second son-in-law, the fact that the sixth Rebbe passed away successfully, that is, without a will, then it's got the succession again. Rabbi Shmuel's role of Shah was also overtaken by his mother-in-law, the wife that he has long after as a baby. In fact, although the Rashad, after the peak rebellion, when Peter tried to decide the two brothers, eventually the Rashad capitulated and decided to become the trusted one of his brother-in-law, but he had recognized the trust his wife and his mother did not have his brothers. They kept to days of this separation, this rupture with the much more painful and with these children. So, this was a very difficult thing for the Rebbe at the time. There's no question that he did not intend to become the Rebbe of the States when the sixth Rebbe passed away. But over a series of about half a year, as more and more Hasidim began to approach him and urge him to take this on, and then some of these Hasidim actually published in press that they wished to follow the second son-in-law. It became clear that the Rashad simply did not have the same level of authority, or did not capture the imagination of the Hasidim as that was
eventually the Rebbe wasn't able to overcome that succession crisis, but it proved to be a long-lasting good. There are many others. We talked about several of the really successful campaigns that continue long after this passing. Even with COVID, the lockdown streets in Manhattan, and you'll have Kabbalah trying to distribute itself. But many of his campaigns did not succeed, and it is deeply frustrating with the problem. One of those, for example, that he felt very, very close to was the idea of mandating prayer in public schools. This is also exemplary of this kind of large vision. He didn't consider himself just the Rebbe of Chabad. He considered himself the Rebbe of the world. That he's concerned about not just Jewish kids in Chabad yeshivas, but Jewish kids in public school and non-Jewish kids in public school. One of his other campaigns was really trying to emphasize the 7 Noah laws to popularize them. Anyway, in the 1960s, the Supreme Court struck down practice of prayer in public schools, and the Rebbe fought bitterly against this and was quite vocal about it. In this regard, he was going up against the American Jewish establishment, which thought that generally it's probably a better thing to keep state and religion separate, church and state separate, and it didn't appreciate that the Rebbe was trying to bring prayer back in. It's like, no. If we bring prayer back in, it's going to be Christian prayer. So, I can tell you, by the way, of my own experience in public school, which was just a little bit later than this when I was in Canada. I don't know how the media environment was shaped by the American, but I went to public school from about 1969 or so, 1970, and I grew up reciting the Lord's Prayer every morning. And, I still remember it, and, it's not such a bad prayer. It's prayer, expressions, things like that. But I remember that when I was about middle school, it abruptly stopped. And then we had, for about a year or two, this kind of, I guess it has to be a response to the same kind of argument. We had this kind of multicultural moment of religious thought every morning, where the kids would read over the intercom some, like 2-minute Buddhist teaching, or occasion where we Native American teachings about anatomy, all kinds of things like that. Occasion where we Christian teaching, and the idea was kind of like all religious. And then once we got this, we had a moment of silence about this, two arguments that we mentioned. We did it over that together. But the Rebbe really wanted to make this happen. He argued strenuously for a moment of silence as well, and it was not able to succeed. So deeply frustrated, and it was often the only person in the room speaking for this that he said he could not achieve. And he met with a lot of opposition within the Jewish faith. Perhaps one of the most painful moments was a lecture that he had the Chabad movement himself that occurred in 1985 and extended to 2 years. The gift over succession, which I kind of scanned over when the Rashad accepted the Rebbe, had not totally healed. And 30 years later, one of the people involved, librarians, with the extremely valuable Chabad library, which had hundreds of volumes from the 16th and 17th century, very, very rare volumes of the recipes from Eastern Europe, noticed that there were 2 volumes that were coming from the shelf. And what was happening? One of these books gone. And so they installed a security system, and they discovered to their dismay that the Rebbe's nephew was actually taking the books and then selling them privately. Now, that certainly, did sound very nice, and he was taking them out surreptitiously and so on. But when we challenged him, saying, what are you doing with the books? grandson of the field of the Rebbe, and the library belonged to his grandfather. So therefore, he was the inheritor of these books. Although the Bible is free to use them as a library and sell them, chose to take some of them and sell them on the private market. That would be fine. Obviously, the Rebbe disagreed. Said no. So library books was a rich for the entire community. Because the Friedrich Rebbe left without reading the will, there was no way to clearly understand what was his intention with regards to his multi-billion-dollar collection of books. There was quite a fractious dispute over this, and ultimately the Rebbe decided, again very controversial at the time, to take this to secular court. He chose not to bring up to a great deal, that is, to coincide with the will with a Jewish court. I know a lot of interesting theories as to why he decided not to do that. Perhaps they're going to place too much pressure on the Bacon to have to, judge something so weighty as how Reggie's going to the library. But ultimately, they went to state courts, and it's very dramatic testimonial, but really swung the decision in favor of the Rebbe was when his wife was questioned to the deposition regarding what she thought was the true ownership of the books. And the real question was, were they the personal property of the father-in-law, or were they the property of the wife as a whole? And the question Mr. said that the library and her father belonged to all the deceased. So in other words, they got a very clever answer. The judge was satisfied, and ruled that the books belonged to the Chabad Association. It was a public library owned by a private library owned by this institution rather than a single person. The books had to be returned. This particular date, the strict of Taik, when this decision was decided, was declared a Chabad holiday, and it's called Zidan Ratzah, whereas they have Warsaw Law. But it showed a tremendous risk of having that showed that the antagonism over how the succession was carried out was not yet solved. It was made worse when a deranged Chabad supporter reacted to a very fiery speech of the Rebbe gave regarding the disposition of the books, broke into the home of a prominent Jewish person that was the widow of the six Rebbe's, and he really 60-year-old woman, senseless, coming to the hospital. And this was the end of the relationship between the two sides of the family. They spoke again, separated, very separately. It's very sad. That family, they went along. But perhaps the controversy that's spread most widely after the Rebbe's death were the split controversy regarding his messages. When the Friedrich Rebbe died, the Rebbe was spent giving hours reciting songs and reciting special prayers and so on. And he was definitely very, very close to his father-in-law, and for years afterwards, every basically, once he moved to 770 Market, he only left it either stay within the Crown House community for a few special weddings when he was younger, or to go to the grave of his father-in-law, and only on three occasions he went up to the Catskills to visit some summer camps that he went on. Otherwise, he spent his entire life entirely within, a radius of about 12 miles, and basically living in one room in 770 in all of his birthday. So, the Rebbe up to 90% to one of his long, solid was on the United States at our father-in-law grave, even his uncharacteristically long stay there was a concern for some of his guests. They wanted to see what was going on. At this time, the grave was closed. I saw that he had a stroke. They managed to revive him, and he recovered to some extent, but for the last few years of his life, he was unable to continue to all that he had prior to this. And it was during the last few years of his life that he was conditioned that many of his followers insisted that he, in fact, was not just a Rabbi, but he was actually Messiah, Mashiach, come to redeem the entire Jewish people. And an entire scholarly industry began to develop, developing proofs that, in fact, this is the coming of Mashiach. Look at how many things he has done. He really brought suffering stroke across the global stage. He had transformed lives all over the world. And he meets all of these characteristics. A lot of research was done into Maimonides and his views of how to identify the Messiah and so on. And this movement, during his last few years of his life, with whatever emotions he was able to communicate, many interpreted even the smallest hand gesture as a level of assent to that particular. Or if some people would be singing songs specifically praising him as a Mashiach, and they did not feel that he was, denying that was in fact an assent. So there's a lot of speculation about exactly what was his mindset at the time. And amazingly, this continued even after his passing and burial in 1994, but for a long time, a significant number of the Bible continued to believe that not only was he the Mashiach, but he was actually going to rise from the dead to assume that role. I'm not going to get into the theology of this, but it sounded to many Jews like Christianity, not like Judaism, and there was a huge amount of furor over the argument of the Rabbi as the Messiah. Now, the degree to which we can lay this at the feet of the Rabbi himself is, I think, beyond the scope of our discussion, although there are some fascinating thoughts on this in the Rabbi in particular. But what really was the controversy that went on afterward, very similar in many ways to the controversy that went on, is that a very important scholar at University, Rabbi Dr. Taik, a noted historian, wrote a book that had the subtitle The Rabbi, Messiah, and the Scandal of Orthodox Observance, in which Dr. Ritter argued rather inflammatory thesis that he said, you have all these derogatory Christians all over the world who are doing amazing things for humanity. But they regard their Rebbe as the deceased Messiah going to rise again from the dead. He would say that was clear medical. And that would mean that these people are slaughtering babies for kosher consumption and running Jewish schools and running Jewish synagogues are actually invalidating all of those tasks. It means that under kosher schools are no longer kosher. As you can see from the subtitle, he was calling it a scandal of Orthodox indifference because not a lot of the Orthodox world really seem to care if there's one dependent on Chabad and so on. And, if the Chabad individuals, and there's a lot of data exactly how the Chabad actually felt this way, the my limited experience with the whole spectrum. But this was a huge shotgun to the industry. It seems, however, that we're 30 years on from his passing, that much of this has faded into the background, and I'm not sure exactly how all Chabadism now with the peace with nevertheless, it's fascinating, right? Talking about younger generation and I'm creativity, because the Bible has actually expanded exponentially since the early past. It's a more of a testament to strength of the leadership that could actually grow after it's no longer at itself. That let me conclude by just taking you on a visit of a virtual tour of the so it's like telling people, I think that because I'm speaking to people on the West Coast today, not necessarily have seen this specific location. I have to say that this powerful experience is the few Jewish religious programs sites that we have in our it's basically a center filled with thousands and thousands of graves of regular people. Right at the border of the center, there's this welcome to the synagogue there, there's a place there, there's some Bibles, videos, the registry, and so on. And when you're in this little house that goes through the really remarkable ritual, I myself am not a manifestation, but I find it very beautiful, very cleansing, searching, and people. Sit down and privately write out a smallest note of a people's therapeutic method, which is essentially a petition. There's a lot of theology about what exactly are you writing for, who are you writing to, the basic idea is you write to God. It's a form of a prayer. You write, with certain particular formats with friends and others, and so on, but you write who you care about, who you want to succeed, be healthy, like the family, and things like that. And then, you take off the shoes, because you can do that. So, just be conscious. You give a little bit of stuff that is really place with a little bit of color, and then you walk to the actual way to get it in he's located in this kind of special walkway so that people really have to be concerned for which was included and blind themselves and actually follow a distinct path. And this structure is called the Ohio tenant. It's not a very good tenant because there is no good tenant, it's just a wall. And it's surrounded by the Great Street. You go in the doorway, you go to the front, and then you walk into this area that's really quite unusual. In this particular instant, that photograph here is the grave of the sixth Rabbi, so on the left, here, and the seventh Rabbi, where the mathematical things on the right. And there's kind of like a half wall closing. And people around are reciting prayers and songs and song. So, this photograph. Once you've recited the songs and things like that, then you take out a piece of paper and you privately write it. And you quietly read the contents of it out. And you tear it in half, throw the paper,